Chapter 2906. The 5 god emperors of the sacrificial god world had been holding back for a long time. Ever since they had comprehended the heavenly fused divine art that was passed down from ancient times, if the 8 of them were to combine their powers, they would be able to take on ultimate god emperors. Such a dramatic increase in power would undoubtedly increase the status of the sacrificial god world and their authority in the heavenly ritual domain. Of course, they were still holding back, looking for a chance to announce their heavenly fused divine art in the most shocking moment. They did not expect that Long Chen would force them to use their heavenly fused divine art today. However, it just so happened that Long Chen had created an opportunity for them to shock the world. There was nothing more shocking than killing this peerless genius who had just defeated a heavenly god. It had to be swift and merciless. It was a pity that Long Chen had killed 2 god emperors before this. If only those 2 god emperors had been able to combine, then the heavenly fused divine art would have been at its most perfect state. But now, compared to the 8 of them, something seemed to be missing. This was the greatest regret of the Eternal God clan. So they wanted revenge. To the surprise of the god emperors, they roared and attacked. The 6 holy deity scepters erupted with creation divine power. The 6 chaotic element level creation divine weapons complemented each other. It was even more terrifying than unparalleled heavenly god's god-killing flying dagger. Divine river of destruction. It was the same rule law again. Direct, violent, and ferocious. In that instant, the 6 holy god scepters moved at the same time, and suddenly, 6 destructive divine rivers erupted, converging on the Golden River battlefield into a monstrous destructive divine river that swept through the heavens and earth. Such a huge divine river seemed to have split the Golden River battlefield in half, and like a venomous snake, it shot toward Long Chen. It was a moment of life and death. Long Chen is in danger. Many of the deity emperors were hesitating, especially the heavenly ape deity emperor. He was debating whether or not to end the battle. After all, this was not a battle of the same level. However, the fearless expression on Long Chen's face made him feel a lot more at ease. He thought about it and realized that the young man who was able to make it to the top of the God King list would not be so naive. Rumble. The God of Destruction River caused the entire Golden River battlefield to tremble. In the face of such a move, Long Chen calmed his mind and attacked with the Sword of Time, clashing head-on with his opponent. It was as if he was going up against 6, or even 10. In such a head-on clash, Long Chen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. He was sent flying by the divine river of destruction, and even the god-slaying sword had fallen out of his hands. His body was also attacked by the divine power of destruction, and his body was torn apart. Although Long Chen was injured, it was definitely not fatal. He had the flame of life. Such superficial injuries could be suppressed very quickly. The god-slaying sword had also returned to his hands. This is only the beginning. Next, it's your feast of death. Even the voice of the 6-armed god emperor had 6 layers, as if 6 people were speaking at the same time. After that, the 6-armed god emperor turned into a white light and stabbed towards Long Chen like a sword. Many of the god emperors began to worry when they saw Long Chen being defeated head-on. They certainly did not want this newly born genius to be killed, but it seemed that no one was willing to step in to save him. Even Mose was frowning at that moment. She was hesitating whether or not to step in. If Long Chen had not been so confident, the god emperors would not have been so conflicted. He is indeed strong, but the heavenly fusion divine art that even we don't know about is something that he definitely doesn't know. So this time, he was tricked by the eternal god tribe. Even an unparalleled heavenly god would not be able to deal with these 6 fused god emperors. I can only say that his luck is a little bad. He has not called for help yet. If he did, the heavenly ape deity emperor might just stop the eternal god tribe from killing him. The thoughts of the god emperors were flashing in a flash. In an instant. Go to hell. The eternal God tribe was too afraid of Long Chen. They were afraid of his growth. This was a great opportunity, and they had to kill it. The first time they destroyed the divine river, they defeated Long Chen. That was part of their plan. The second time, they attacked, their goal was, of course, to kill Long Chen. They did not leave him a single chance. Either he died, or they perished. They gathered the divine powers of all 6 of them and focused them on the 6 holy deity scepters. They were about to bring out their ultimate rule power, the holy deity Advent. Now that the top of the 6 holy deity scepters were gathered together, a vortex of divine power that surpassed the limits of Long Chen began to form, and it was about to explode. As the vortex spun, it seemed that Long Chen's death was coming closer and closer. The God Emperors could not help but feel their hearts clench. The Heavenly Ape Deity Emperor was in charge this time, so everyone was waiting to see what the Heavenly Ape Deity Emperor would do. They did not expect that Long Chen would be crushed to death, and yet the Heavenly Ape Deity Emperor was still watching with narrowed eyes. That was because he noticed that Long Chen's expression had been extremely indifferent since the beginning, as if everything had been within his grasp. Just as the other party was about to charge over, Long Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Looks like you guys don't know how they died." That one sentence was enough to infuriate the 6-armed God Emperor. Die. Under their deadly attacks, Long Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged at them calmly. At that moment, his eyes were filled with white light, and the rule power of fate swirled in them. Long Chen was not afraid of this heaven fusion divine art at all. He had only wanted to test how strong they were, and now they were getting cocky. "I'll let you know how they died." Defying the heavens and changing fate. A weak white light that could not be resisted, or even ignored. No one would pay attention to it. But when this rule power entered the body of the 6-armed God Emperor, the heavens and earth shook. That system collapsed rapidly under the change of the rule power of fate. Long Chen was about to use the descent of the Saint Deity, but at that moment, the 6-armed God Emperor split into 6. Each of them spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed in front of Long Chen. With one move, he resolved this fatal crisis. Defying the heavens and changing fate once again had a shocking effect. Not only did the eternal God tribe find it hard to imagine, but the God Emperors were also dumbfounded. They didn't even understand how Long Chen did it. What was that strange rule just now? What was it? That's the rule power he used to defend against the God-slaying flying saber. Who would have thought that he could defend against the God-slaying flying saber and destroy the heaven-fusing divine art? How mystical. No wonder Tushan God Emperor said that this Long Chen is a genius in the field of laws. He has comprehended several high-level laws and is extremely talented. Although his divine strength is average and his Tao treasure isn't top-notch, in terms of laws, even the God Emperors can't compare to him. Geniuses in the field of laws were the most revered by others. Because everything they did was through comprehension. The God Emperors did not have time to sigh. Because at this moment, a massacre had begun. How can this be? The 6 God Emperors hurriedly crawled up and stared at Long Chen in shock. That was the heaven-fusing divine art that they were most proud of. They had spent countless years before they succeeded in cultivating it. They were just waiting for a chance to show it off. But how could Long Chen defeat them so easily? Sadly, this was the result. You all had the intention to kill me, but I have no intention of showing mercy. You can only blame yourselves for chasing me relentlessly and trying to take my life multiple times. Now that I have a chance to turn things around, if I was merciful and let you all go, you all have no gratitude in your hearts. Hence, this is the law of the myriad worlds. Don't blame me for being merciless. Sword of Time. It wasn't that Long Chen had never given them a chance, but they had always pushed him to his death. Now that he was in front of the God Emperors, it wasn't convenient for him to use Blood Devour. So, Long Chen used his strongest technique to fight them again. This could be considered as giving them enough respect. Kill. The eyes of the 6 god emperors were bloodshot. Even without the heaven-fusing divine art, their killing intent couldn't be concealed. Until the sword of time pierced through a god emperor's heart of laws and killed him. Shen Kun. The remaining 5 god emperors watched as Long Chen killed one of them. Long Chen, we cannot live under the same sky as you. Everyone, take your lives. There were still 5 of them, and they spread out and surrounded Long Chen before starting to attack. Even without the heavenly fusion divine technique, the 5 god emperors were still quite difficult to deal with, and Long Chen was constantly under attack. Extermination Dragon Seal. However, they couldn't block this move of Long Chen's. This was a battlefield, but also a place of slaughter. He was born for slaughter. Showing mercy to his enemies was being cruel to himself. Under the extermination dragon seal, another god emperor died. Shen Kun. That was their boss. Only 4 god emperors were left. Their eyes were bloodshot. In fact, if they had wanted to flee now, and it wasn't convenient for Long Chen to leave the Golden River battlefield to pursue them, 2 or 3 of them could still escape. But they didn't. They were even more bloodshot than Long Chen. Or perhaps, the death of 4 of their companions was a fact they couldn't accept. Long Chen was calm and cold-blooded. Wherever the divine sword and demon pagoda went, blood splattered everywhere. The remaining 4 god emperors collapsed under his ferocious attacks. The sword of time killed another 2 god emperors. The remaining 2 could no longer stop Long Chen, nor could they escape. Why? The 2 god emperors knelt on the ground. They were covered in blood. They looked around in panic, and then looked fiercely at Long Chen. Long Chen was also covered in blood, but it wasn't his blood. If you want to ask me why, then I have to ask you. You chased me to the God-fiend battlefield, looking for the heavenly domain kill order. You wanted my life at all times to protect your so-called face. Tell me, why? In order to survive, I had to challenge the godly king list and surpass my limits. I experienced life and death several times. I lived in fear. Tell me, why? Under Long Chen's questioning, the 2 god emperors were speechless. Long Chen looked deeply at them and said, "Actually, there is no reason. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of the myriad worlds. When you are strong, you can control my fate. When I am strong, I can also control your lives. It's impossible to avoid this rule, but at least you can respect the weak when you are strong. But you didn't do that. Therefore, they deserve to die." The 8 god emperors of the eternal god race all died at the feet of Long Chen. Long Chen took away their primordial chaos-grade destinable divine artifacts, the 8 holy god scepters. In fact, cultivation was a form of plunder. If you wanted to be heroic, to live freely, to have dignity, then you had to be strong. No one had the heart to listen to the questions and cries of the weak. Chapter 2907. Long Chen had killed the 6 eternal god race god emperors right in front of the 3,000 god emperors. They were all members of the Heavenly Region Alliance, and the eternal god race belonged to the Heavenly Sacrificial Region. Generally speaking, members of the Heavenly Region Alliance could have conflicts, but it was not appropriate to kill each other and cause the other to fall. Generally speaking, it was not allowed. It was just that Long Chen was in a unique situation right now. The grudge between him and the Eternal God tribe had been sown, and it would be difficult to resolve it. It was a blood feud. Hence, no one dared to look for trouble with Long Chen for killing the 6 god emperors. After all, no one would be stupid enough to start a feud with a genius like him. The 8 from the Eternal God race were practically a living lesson. Even the people of the Heavenly Sacrificial Region did not stand up for the 6 god emperors. This was because the 8 eternal god emperors had a terrible reputation in the myriad of worlds, and they had few friends. They were located in a remote location in the heavenly sacrificial region, but they were cruel to the surrounding worlds. The people in the worlds they controlled had no way of making a living. The heavenly sacrificial region lord had once warned this primordial level world, and only then did they exercise some restraint. But now that the heavenly sacrificial great world had lost these 8 pillars, although the world's level would not drop, it lacked experts and control. It was no longer possible for it to be as arrogant and despotic as before. Long Chen had saved the living beings of the dozens of worlds around the heavenly sacrificial great world, so that they would no longer be oppressed. The 8 holy deity scepters had all fallen into Long Chen's hands. They were temporarily useless, so he put them away. Looking up, he saw the 3,000 god emperors looking at him. Most of them had looks of admiration, and even awe. I've established my own prestige in this emperor-level god-fiend battlefield. Although my strength is below average, my potential is definitely number 1. This way, no one will cause trouble for me. There will probably be many people trying to rope me in. But clearly, Mo Sang wants to use Li Xuanji to tie me to the 9 Yin ancestor realm of the heavenly Yin region. She probably wants to rely on me to help her fight among her fellow disciples. Long Chen knew very well. The battle was completely over. The celestial ape deity emperor was a loner, and he had been wandering the realms for a long time. Although he was in the celestial alliance, he did not belong to any of the realms. Therefore, he had no interest in winning over Long Chen. At most, he would not offend him. Now, he stretched himself and said, "It's all over, and my mission is complete. You may all leave now." From now on, Long Chen will be in the battlefield of emperor-level demons. If anyone wishes to challenge him, there will be plenty of opportunities. It seemed that many god emperors were eager to have a go at Long Chen. However, Long Chen had already experienced several battles today, and was clearly not suited for another battle. Long Chen, have a good rest. In a few days, this old man would like to have a match with you. Sai, don't get ahead of me with your old skin. Stop arguing. When the time comes, just let him choose for himself. You guys better take it easy for now. It's not easy for the couple to reunite, so we have to give them some time to warm up. In the end, Mose interrupted them. With Mose's words, the god emperors were helpless. After all, Mose was born with an innate advantage. Long Chen would definitely follow her in the future. After greeting each other, the god emperors dispersed. Beside the celestial ape deity emperor, the dark star emperor waved at Long Chen and said, "From now on, you can train in the god king ranking. I look forward to the day when you can challenge the divine emperor ranking like you challenged the god king ranking. If you need help with anything, you can come find me in the battlefield of emperor-level demons at any time. I'll be taking my leave now." Long Chen said, "Thank you for your help during this time, senior." Long Chen will never forget it. It's all thanks to the chaotic scripture that I obtained today. If you run into any trouble in the future, Long Chen will definitely go through fire and water for you without hesitation. He was extremely respectful towards the Dark Star Emperor. If it were not for his protection, even the Eternal God clan would have caused him great trouble. Until today, when he completely dealt with the 8 god emperors who had once caused him sleepless nights. There are a total of 10 floors in the Emperor-level battlefield. You're free to move about in 9 of them. But you're not a god emperor yet, so you'll have to do the same as Invincible God and the others. Find a training room on the first 3 floors and challenge other god emperors when you need it. The Ape Emperor gave Long Chen a brief introduction and then left. The other god emperors did not approach him because Mose had already taken Long Chen by force. After the battle, Long Chen stepped out of the battlefield of Golden River, and Mose smiled at him. "Come with me." She was extremely satisfied with Long Chen. She was like a mother-in-law. She extended her hand and took Long Chen's hand, pulling Long Chen away from the Golden River realm. They seemed to have descended a floor. This is the third floor of the battlefield. It's called the Milky Way realm. There's a Milky Way battlefield in the middle. I can tell that your strength has surpassed almost all primordial god emperors, but you can still challenge them a few more times in the Milky Way battlefield. Only then can you earn the right to challenge god emperors at perfection in the Golden River battlefield. You have plenty of time, so you don't have to worry. You'll definitely be able to reach even higher levels in the future. You might even make it to the Bridge of Tai. I have full confidence in you. The more Mose looked at Long Chen, the more satisfied she became. She did not even need to say those words to get Long Chen to join the Tianyin region. As long as she and Li Xuanji were master and disciple, Long Chen would not be able to run away. Since she was friendly to him, it would be even easier. Although Long Chen knew that she was very strict with Li Xuanji, to the point of being harsh, he could not offend her on the surface. Hence, he maintained a pleasant expression. After defeating unrivaled heavenly god, I'd like to rest for a while. As for challenging the Emperor God, we'll talk about it later. Right now, what I want the most is to reunite with Xuanji. We've been separated for decades. I hope Senior Mose can give me this opportunity. Thank you. Long Chen revealed his intentions with a smile. To fight with this woman, he had to use his brain. He had to confuse her. Only then could he take Li Xuanji away. Mo Sang did not get angry after hearing this. Instead, he gave an ambiguous smile and said, "Young people are always impatient. Alright, are you blaming me for being a hindrance? I'll leave quickly. During this period of time, I'll leave my precious disciple to you. You're not allowed to bully her. If I find out that you bullied her, I'll punish you." Her words sounded nice. However, what made Long Chen relieved was that Mose did not know that he wanted to escape with Li Xuanji. Hence, she let Li Xuanji appear in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. She held Li Xuanji's hand and placed it in Long Chen's hand. She said, "She's only a Sir God after all. You can't let her walk around freely in this Emperor-level God-fiend battlefield. You can bring her into a cultivation room or let her stay in your God kingdom. It's not easy for the two of you to meet, so I'll let you two enjoy each other for a month. After a month, Xuanji should continue her cultivation. You also hope that she can quickly become stronger under my guidance, right?" Mose understood very well that she could not let Li Xuanji stay with Long Chen forever. She knew that Li Xuanji did not like her. If she wanted to keep Long Chen in check, she had to hold Li Xuanji in her hands. Hence, she could only stay for a month. Besides, she was also grateful to Li Xuanji for giving her a new life. She had also officially taken her as a disciple. This was something that even the Nine Yin ancestor knew. Hence, she was eager to help Li Xuanji become stronger so that she could gain face for herself. After Long Chen appeared, she was not anxious to let Li Xuanji become stronger. This was because Li Xuanji's greatest role was to be able to keep such a peerless genius under control. Although a month was short, it was Long Chen's plan. He nodded his head and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. I've known Xuanji for a long time. Naturally, I won't bully her. Senior, please rest assured." NN. Mose said a few words and left. As for Long Chen, he brought Li Xuanji into a cultivation room. This way, they would not be disturbed by outsiders. Otherwise, there would be too many people standing outside wanting to challenge Long Chen. The cultivation room of the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield was much more powerful than the King God-Fiend battlefield. This was a huge world. It was like the paradise of the gods, vast and boundless. There were green mountains and clear waters, birdsong and fragrant flowers. The scenery was tranquil and beautiful. The energy of heaven and earth was incomparably vigorous. Ordinary worlds could not compare to this. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Only after landing in this world did Long Chen and Li Xuanji look into each other's eyes. The passion and emotions they felt when they reunited had subsided. Both of them were able to control their emotions. After all, they had more important things to do. Thank you. Li Xuanji only said these two words after a long time. She didn't want to disturb Long Chen's life, but she couldn't lie to herself. It was like fate had sent Long Chen to her again. Only now did Long Chen see her clearly. She was colder than before. Or maybe it was because she was in an environment that made her wary. She was like a block of ice, cold and unapproachable. Only when she was facing Long Chen, her slightly red eyes made one's heart ache for her. I came late, humans were all perfect. Long Chen was the same. He had a deep love and protectiveness for Lingxi, but Li Xuanji was like a part of him. Even if she was cut, there would be a mark left behind. It wouldn't disappear, and it would even grow back. To be able to see you again, I feel that the sadness these days were worth it. Li Xuanji had tears in her eyes. These were her most sincere words. Actually, she was Long Chen's inner demon. Without needing to say anything, Long Chen knew what she was thinking. Finally, he could see her. Luckily, she was fine and didn't lose hope of survival. Of course, Long Chen temporarily wasn't able to help her escape from Mo Sang's clutches. Come out and meet me. Meeting with Li Xuanji wasn't just his joy. Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yian, Lingxi, Kitten, and Yang Lingqing all knew Li Xuanji. Especially Yang Lingqing. Li Xuanji changed her fate and was her master. Everyone came out from Long Chen's God country. All of them had huge changes, which made Li Xuanji really curious. Chapter 2908. Reuniting was a rare joy for everyone. Everyone smiled at each other and introduced new people to each other. For example, the cute and arrogant Zhu Shi had been misled by Kitten. When she saw Li Xuanji, she exclaimed, "You are the one Kitten mentioned, the one that boss Long Chen likes." There was still a month left, so there was no hurry. Lingxi and Li Xuanji hadn't seen each other for a long time. She's about to be born. Seeing the child, Li Xuanji couldn't help but tear up. Her palm trembled as she stroked Lingxi's belly and said, "This girl will definitely be very beautiful in the future. Sister Xuanji, we've already come to an agreement. In the future, you'll join our team. We'll roam the myriad worlds together and do many things together. Your family is still in Brother Chen's divine kingdom." Lingxi really wanted her to come back. Putting Long Chen aside, Li Xuanji was also someone she recognized and liked. Long Chen had brought all the people of the dragon sacrificial continent with him. So many things actually happened after I left. Li Xuanji was a little absent-minded. She regretted that she couldn't help Long Chen and the others when they were at their most difficult time. But this was fate. I'm very happy to see you all so well now, but your foundation is not stable, and Di Jun is still chasing after you. I'm involved in a lot of trouble, I'm afraid. Now everyone was gathered together. Li Xuanji was a little hesitant when she learned about their situation. Long Chen said, "Isn't it just Mo's? Don't worry, it's not difficult to get rid of her." Li Xuanji thought for a moment. She stretched out an arm and pulled open her sleeve. There was a dark crescent moon mark on her forearm. She said helplessly, "Mo Sang was afraid that I would run away, so she planted a kind of rule in my body. It's a mysterious rule that the Dark Sky Region Master passed to her. No matter where I run, she can find me." Long Chen looked carefully. This crescent moon was very illusory. Although it was imprinted on Li Xuanji's arm, it seemed to be in another world. There seemed to be a pair of eyes in the depths. He thought carefully and said, "If it's just Mo's alone, there's no need to be afraid." Plus, we are used to running for our lives. Plus, there's a perfect realm deity emperor chasing after us, so it's not a big deal. The heavenly shade domain lord won't chase after us just for you. Speaking of this, Long Chen had already made up his mind. He said to the crowd, our original goal in coming to Mount Buzhou was to challenge ourselves and become stronger. Now, almost everyone has achieved this goal. When I found out that you were in Mount Buzhou, our goal became to find you and take you away. Of course, other people wouldn't think so. I have just defeated Wuxia, so almost everyone thinks that I will continue to challenge myself. For the next thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, I will challenge myself, grow, and shine in Mount Buzhou. That's what Mose thought too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have handed you over to me. But she's wrong. After pausing for a while, he said, although the Emperor Deity battlefield is a treasure land that can help me improve rapidly, it's not the only place that can help me improve. Moreover, I've become so famous here that Di Jun might have already known about it. He might even have chased me here. It's time for me to leave Mount Buzhou as soon as possible. Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone looked at him in astonishment, especially Li Xuanji. Even Li Xuanji thought that he would continue to challenge in the Emperor Deity battlefield. After all, this place was too advantageous for him. Whether it was resources or connections, he had everything. It wasn't easy for him to make a name for himself in this place. Now, he was about to leave. Mo Xiaolang said, I think it's time to leave. Big brother, when do you decide? Long Chen said straightforwardly, it's best when it's most unexpected. When would that be? Of course, it's, immediately. Immediately. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of Long Chen defeating Invincible Celestial. The news had just spread, and Long Chen was about to shake the myriad realms. Almost everyone was looking forward to his future achievements in the Emperor Deity battlefield. After all, he had reached the top of the King God list in one go and created a legend. Of course, everyone hoped that this legend could be repeated on the Emperor God list. This was indeed a time that no one could have imagined. I think it's right. At this time, they are still thinking about how to rope in Chen. Naturally, they won't think that we will leave Mount Buzhou, or even go to other star regions, far away from the Sky Region Alliance, or even the north, west, and south. Lingxi was the first to agree with this decision. Mo Xiaolang and the others naturally had no objections, although they still had a little nostalgia for Mount Buzhou. But Li Xuanji knew that all this was for her. If it weren't for her, Long Chen could still challenge here for a while. Don't think too much. The main reason is that I have a vague feeling that Di Jun is coming. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This was the intuition that the rules of destiny gave him. He could feel the danger. Even with his current cultivation level, he still felt that Di Jun was terrifying. The strongest person that appeared after the extinction of the primordial divine dragons made people feel that he was not simple. Li Xuanji bit her red lips. In fact, Long Chen's thoughts couldn't be hidden from her. The main reason was actually her. Then let's go. Let's go. They were about to start a new journey. Everyone was excited, full of passion and blood. Sister Xuanji, welcome back. We are even more lively now, Soi Yan said. Master, you should have come with us long ago. Yang Lingqing was the closest to her, and she held her hand. Zhu Shi and Kitten smiled strangely at the side, every one of them made her feel warmth and happiness. They let her know how blissful it was to wander with Long Chen. It was no longer wandering, but adventuring, experiencing a magnificent life. You will be amazed when you enter the God Nation. Since the decision was made, they set off immediately. First, he naturally had to bring Li Xuanji into the God Nation. He couldn't bid farewell to his friends at Mount Buzhou, so he had to leave immediately. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had brought everyone into the God Nation. He took a deep breath and set off. As for Li Xuanji, Lingxi, and the others naturally took care of her. Because of his strength, the process of snatching Li Xuanji was extremely fast, and he didn't have to spend a lot of effort. He walked out of the cultivation room. He was now attracting quite a bit of attention. As he walked, many people greeted him. Long Chen pretended to look around until he reached the first level of the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield. No rest at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. It was the Heavenly Ape Emperor. Long Chen looked back and said, "I want to go back to the King God-Fiend battlefield, and then come back here in a few days to challenge the other God Emperors." "That is your freedom. Do as you wish." Every God Emperor had the right to leave the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield at any time, and no one could stop them. The Heavenly Ape Emperor was just a little curious to see him come out so soon. Having said that, he disappeared into the darkness. In the God Nation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were gathered together, and at the most critical moment, they were naturally a little nervous. Once Long Chen left the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield, Missouri Sang would definitely sense that something was wrong. "Let's go." As soon as Long Chen stepped out of the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield, he saw the vast mountains outside. Long Chen burst out at top speed and headed in the direction of the King God-Fiend battlefield. His current position was too obvious, and he would have to leave for a while before he could rush out of Mount Buzhou. In the God Nation, several people gathered together. Li Xuanji was a little nervous as she looked at the crescent moon on her arm. Just as Long Chen was hundreds of thousands of meters away from the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield, the black crescent moon suddenly flashed. A pair of eyes in the crescent moon also became clear. Yes, it was Mo Sang's eyes. She looked puzzled. "Xuanji, why did you leave the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield?" Li Xuanji said calmly, "Master, he was going back to the King God-Fiend battlefield, so I came with him. We will return within a month. It will not delay my cultivation." But Mo Sang was not so easy to fool. She had a bad feeling about this, so she asked, "Why did he go back to the King God-Fiend battlefield? That is only a place for God Kings. Why would he go there?" Li Xuanji said, "He has some friends in the King God-Fiend battlefield. Previously, he went to fight unrivaled heavenly God, and he promised those friends that if he won, he would come back to celebrate with them. It would also be a farewell. After all, he'll be staying in the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield from now on." Li Xuanji reacted quickly. When Mo Sang asked, she quickly made up a lie. This reason was completely reasonable. But Mo Sang was a very suspicious person. She felt very insecure and found it hard to trust others, so she still said suspiciously, "Ask him to wait for me for a while. I will go with him. I haven't seen Ling Luo in a long time, and her master asked me to help monitor her. I can go and see how she is progressing." In this way, Li Xuanji could not do anything. Once she told Mo Sang not to come, she would definitely know. So she said, "Okay, I will tell him right away. I will wait for you here." As long as the crescent moon was there, Mo Sang would know once Li Xuanji's position changed. This was a big problem that could not be solved. Long Chen had heard their conversation. Of course, he could not stop and wait for Mo Sang. So he made a prompt decision and rushed into the sky, into the clouds, and out of Mount Buzhou. Her change in position immediately alerted Mo Sang. Suddenly, Mo Sang's sharp voice was heard. "Li Xuanji, where are you going?" Mo Sang rushed out of the God-Demon battlefield and chased after them. Chapter 2909. Mo Sang was originally on the 4th floor of the battlefield. When Li Xuanji moved, she had just arrived at the 4th floor and was talking about Long Chen with some god emperors of the Tianyin domain. She did not notice that Li Xuanji had left. When she noticed, she was already a little far away. When she communicated with Li Xuanji, she found that Li Xuanji did not listen to her and was running away from Mount Buzhou at a high speed. Mo Sang was stunned. The next moment, she seemed to understand. Long Chen was taking Li Xuanji away from here. At that moment, Mo Sang was stunned at first, and then she almost went crazy with anger. She had thought that Long Chen would take Li Xuanji away, but now that Long Chen was so heaven-defying, she also expressed her intention to win over Long Chen, and would not send Li Xuanji to the founding ancestor battlefield. Long Chen wanted to stay in the battlefield, but he was so decisive to take Li Xuanji and leave Mount Buzhou, where he had just made a name for himself. Where was he going? Mo Sang shouted angrily, alerting many god emperors. When she rushed out of the celestial fiend battlefield, she was followed by several god emperors. There were also hundreds of god emperors who saw her rushing out of the celestial fiend battlefield in anger. What's wrong with Mo Sang? It has something to do with Long Chen. I saw that Long Chen just left the battlefield. I'm guessing that Long Chen took her disciple away and directly left this place. It can't be. It was precisely because Long Chen had predicted that he would not leave that he chose to leave at this time. This was the best time. Mo Sang was furious, and her face was terrifyingly cold. She hated people who lied to her the most. At this time, she shouted, "Xuanji, where are you going? Ignore her." This woman was annoying, but it was useless to say more. Okay. Li Xuanji had never liked her. Although she kept making noise, she listened to Long Chen and did not respond. Mo Sang was not a fool. She knew that she had made up her mind to leave Mount Buzhou with Long Chen, and even the Heavenly Region Alliance. "Xuanji, although I've been strict with you these years, it's all for your own good. You're from a humble family, and I want you to have a good future. Isn't that my love for you? I promised not to send you to the great ancestor battlefield. You don't need to leave here at all. Don't go, okay?" Xuanji said with a smile. "That's enough. I know that your purpose is to take her away. You didn't even want to take her to the great ancestor battlefield." In the process of rushing out of the God-fiend battlefield, Missouri Sang kept shouting and saying all kinds of words to persuade her to stay. She was asking for trouble. If she had known that Long Chen would do this, she would not have let him meet Li Xuanji. If she was taken away like this, she would lose all her face. She would not be able to raise her head in the God-fiend battlefield or the Nine Ancestor realm. In the draconic sacrificial continent, I gave you a chance to be reborn and let you live. You accepted me as a disciple to show that you know how to repay kindness. But soon, you despised me for my lowly birth and losing your face. For your face, you naturally want me to become stronger. Mo Sang, you do not love me. You only love yourself, so I chose to leave. There is no need for you to chase after me. In the future, the two of us will never meet again. In the end, Li Xuanji still said something to make things clear. She used to dream of leaving Mo Sang's control. She was a crazy woman. Because of her own experience, she was more ruthless than anyone else when it came to torturing others. After hearing Li Xuanji's words, Mo Sang could not help but laugh. She shouted for the other people of the Heavenly Yin region to catch up and said with a smile, "Never meet again? Dream on. If you leave like this, my senior brothers and sisters will treat me as a big joke. I don't want to be humiliated like this. Li Xuanji, don't think of escaping from my control in this life. You have made me so angry today. You will pay the price. Crazy woman, shut your dog mouth. Be careful that I don't burn you." She could not bear to listen to her and scolded her fiercely. However, Mo Sang had been using this thing to shout, so he really could not get rid of her. At this moment, Long Chen rushed out of the god-fiend Buzhou mountain. The slaughter dragon boat appeared. He stepped onto the slaughter dragon boat and headed southwest. The slaughter dragon boat transformed into a blood-red phantom and left. After all, he had already left the battlefield of gods and demons for a period of time. Moreover, his speed was not any slower than Mo Sang's. With the slaughter dragon boat, he was even faster than Mo Sang. The distance between the two did not shrink. Instead, it was lengthening. In her anger, Mo Sang continued to chase. After a while, she also chased out of the god-fiend Buzhou mountain and took out her divine warship. Fortunately, it was an order-grade warship, which was the same level as Long Chen's slaughter dragon boat. At this rate, she would never be able to catch up with Long Chen, but Long Chen would never be able to get rid of her. Because of the mark on Li Xuanji's hand, she knew Long Chen's position at all times. We have to think of a way to get rid of this thing. Everyone knew this clearly. However, they were not afraid of Mo Sang. Mo Sang was the only one who was truly close to them. They were only afraid that other 9 Yin ancestor realms and even stronger deity emperors would chase after them. The news of them leaving Mount Buzhou had probably started to spread. After entering the starry sky, their field of vision was much wider. The blood-red light was advancing at all times. I can try using the sealed realm. Lingxi suddenly remembered that the sealed realm she was proficient in could isolate all connections, including the 3 lifetimes threads of love between her and Long Chen. I forgot about it. In the endless starry sky, Lingxi gradually set up a sealed realm around Li Xuanji and everyone else. After the sealed realm was sealed, the crescent mark on Li Xuanji's hand gradually dimmed. Mo Sang was cursing, but her voice soon disappeared. It's effective. Everyone was excited. This was the first time that Li Xuanji had gotten rid of Mo Sang. She was also very surprised. She said, "Thank you, Lingxi." Lingxi smiled and said, "We are family. No matter what, we will fight the enemy together." They were all very young, so what they were most curious about was how angry Mo Sang would be. Long Chen could not be bothered. Now that he had truly gotten rid of Mo Sang, he had to start a new journey. He chose the southwest direction. According to this direction, he would eventually enter the Western Star region, but he did not know what was there. He did not care about the god-fiend Buzhou mountain at all. Perhaps in the future, when he was strong enough to fight the experts on the Divine Emperor ranking, he would return and fight here again. The sealed realm will consume energy, and we cannot let you stay here forever. When we are far away from here, we must think of a way to get rid of this thing. Long Chen took a few detours, and it was obvious that Mo Sang couldn't catch up with him anymore. After losing Li Xuanji's position, it would be useless even if she called for an ultimate realm deity emperor because Long Chen had left earlier. Why is it gone? What rule is it? Interference. Why does it sound like that bitch's rule? Mo Sang's ferocious scream came from the starry sky. Ling Su, damn it, Ling Su, are you still alive? Mo Sang's face was ferocious as she destroyed the surrounding stars. Not only had Li Xuanji been taken away by Long Chen, but Ling Su, whom she hated the most, had also appeared. However, no one answered her. Soon, several divine emperors appeared beside her. Mo Sang, why did you stop chasing? Where is he? He escaped. Isn't there the 9 Yin mystic moon? Mo Sang found it hard to face. She did not bother to tell the other divine emperors that her perception was blocked. She was now in a peak state, and her body was filled with extremely dense killing intent. She did not stay and directly returned to the battlefield of divine emperors. However, she could not give up just like that. I can't take this lying down. I want to find my master and ask her to help me find Long Chen. Mo Sang's mind was filled with this. Now that Long Chen had run far away, she knew that if she relied on herself, it would be impossible to find Long Chen. No more chasing. The divine emperors looked at each other. They were all in the Nine Ancestor realm, but their statuses were not as high as Mo Sang's. However, regardless of whether it was Long Chen or Li Xuanji, they did not have much of a relationship with them. Since Mo Sang had stopped chasing after them, they naturally followed them back. Now, I'm afraid that the entire god and demon battlefield is laughing at me. They know that I used Li Xuanji to subdue Long Chen, but now I've suffered a double loss, and even my disciple has been abducted. The more Mo Sang thought about it, the angrier she became. She descended from the sky and returned to the battlefield of divine emperors with the other divine emperors. She had already decided to pack up and return to the Nine Ancestor realm. The Black Pagoda was right under her feet. At this time, in front of the battlefield of divine emperors, there were many divine emperors. Looking closely, there were actually hundreds of them. Mo Sang was furious. So many people actually followed me out to laugh at me. She was so cold that even the divine emperors behind her did not dare to approach her. Mo Sang had rarely been so angry since she came back to life. Regardless, Mo Sang still landed on the ground and walked towards the entrance of the battlefield. The divine emperors above did not look at her but at the endless darkness behind her. What do they mean? Suddenly, Mo Sang was stunned. She felt a suffocating aura coming from behind her. Above the boundless void, she had already gathered with hundreds of celestial emperors. More celestial emperors were coming out of the deity demon battlefield. What? What's going on? Mo Sang was frightened by the pressure. It was a familiar feeling which made her forget about the incident with Long Chen. I heard that the first on the Divine Emperor list is coming here soon. He hasn't been here for many years. I'm afraid he's already comparable to an ultimate god. Of course, it's just a possibility. Chapter 29:10. John Doe. Mose had not been back for a long time. She could only vaguely remember that this was not the person who ranked first on the Divine Emperor list before she died. So she was not very clear about the situation. She had asked around, and it was said that this guy did not want to reveal his name, but he won every battle. He was extremely mysterious, and finally made it to the top of the Divine Emperor list. To tell the truth, this legend of John Doe was similar to Long Chen's rise to the top of the Divine King list. Of course, the Divine Emperor list was undoubtedly more authoritative. It was said that the strength of the top three on the Divine Emperor list was similar to that of the Tai Divine Realm and Supreme Deities. They were almost at the level of the real Supreme Divine Dragon. The arrival of John Doe has made these guys forget to laugh at me. It seems that this new number one on the Divine Emperor list is indeed a legendary figure, Mose thought to herself. Just when the gods were most looking forward to seeing John Doe, a middle-aged man in a light golden robe suddenly descended from the endless black clouds. The divine might that was enough to suppress 1,000 god emperors was born from this terrible existence. The heavenly ape emperor was also among the god emperors. He had once been defeated by John Doe, the number one on the Divine Emperor list. He had been defeated very quickly, so even he had to be in awe of this existence. All the god emperors respectfully welcomed the arrival of this person. Except for Mose. When she saw who it was, Mose was instantly stunned. She seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and her face turned ghastly pale while her entire body trembled. She'd lost control of her emotions to the extreme, and she simply didn't dare believe her eyes. However, the person who had appeared before her was indeed that person she was once familiar with. At first, his eyes shrouded all the god emperors. He was majestic and domineering, and his temperament was the closest to that of Shunjun. Even the god emperors present would have mistaken him for Shunjun. But in the end, when his eyes were attracted by Mose, he also underwent a great change. But his heart was much calmer. No matter what he saw, he remained calm. The atmosphere suddenly changed. It was between Mose and John Doe. They know each other. The god emperors were stunned. Mose, who was shocked to the extreme, spoke with difficulty. The man appeared in front of her, less than 10 meters away. Now she was sure that she could not have been mistaken. Jun, it's you. Mose clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced deep into his flesh. His eyes turned red with mixed feelings. It was hard to imagine what had happened to them. Anyway, the divine emperors understood that this mysterious divine emperor named Jun must have had a great relationship with Mose. It turned out that this deity emperor who was used to hiding himself was called Jun, the first on the divine emperor ranking. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the show, Jun took a few steps forward and gently lifted Mo Sang's hand, placing it in front of his eyes. His golden eyes stared at Mo Sang as he said in a hoarse voice, "Sang, why are you here? Back then, you disappeared for no reason and I couldn't find you. Later, I searched through the myriad worlds but I couldn't find you. I went to the Nine Ancestor realm but you didn't return at that time." Hearing those words, it felt as though the other party was an old flame. Mo Sang gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I disappeared for no reason? In my eyes, I just disappeared for no reason? You really don't know that it was that bitch Ling Su who killed me, leaving only a remnant of my soul to sleep for millions of years. Only now did my master resurrect me. You actually think that I disappeared for no reason?" She was trembling with anger, but she also kept crying. The things that happened back then were still vivid in her mind. This man in front of her. She couldn't deny that when she arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent, she was attracted to him. It was just that she didn't expect so many things to happen later on. Jun said helplessly, "So that's how it is. Did Ling Su kill you? After so many years, I was actually kept in the dark. I thought that you were so sad that you wandered the myriad worlds." His words were flawless. Mo Sang said angrily, "So, will you kill Ling Su for me and avenge me now?" Jun said, "Ling Su died a long time ago." Mo Sang was stunned. She said, "Impossible. Her strength was no lower than yours. How could she die?" Jun said indifferently, "I killed her." Mo Sang was even more confused. She asked doubtfully, "Isn't she your wife? Don't you have 2 children? How could you do it? Where are those 2 children?" Jun said, "These are all in the past. Ling Su and I had differences and conflicts, to the point where we had to fight to the death. As for those 2 children, they wanted to avenge their mother, so I killed them. Ling Su and I are enemies. Now that a long time has passed, don't mention it again. Marrying her in the past was a mistake." Jun naturally wouldn't let anyone else hear such a private conversation. "Are they all dead?" Hearing this, Mo Sang felt much better. But when she thought of Long Chen, she shook her head. "That's impossible. Just now, I sensed Ling Su's aura. Although it wasn't strong, it was definitely Ling Su." "What?" Jun placed his hands on her shoulders and said, "Sang, have you ever seen someone called Long Chen? I'm guessing that someone close to him has received Ling Su's inheritance. What you felt must be her. Take me to Long Chen. You are also looking for Long Chen." Mo Sang gradually calmed down. She stared at Jun. She didn't expect him to be so strong that he was number 1 on the Divine Emperor list. "I still remember when I came to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he was the same as me. We were both primordial Divine Emperors. Ling Su was a perfected Divine Emperor. Later on, the 2 of them rose even more, and he easily surpassed me. I didn't expect that after millions of years, Ling Su would die and he would become number 1 on the Divine Emperor list." Mo Sang was secretly shocked. At this time, Jun nodded and said, "That's right. Long Chen took something that belonged to me. I'm chasing after him across the myriad worlds. I heard that he was at Mount Godfiend Bujo, so I came over. Do you have any news of him? Mo Sang hurriedly said, an hour ago, he escaped from here and left the fiend god Buzhou mountain. He even took one of my disciples with him. I chased after him for a while, but I couldn't catch up to him, so I came back. However, I planted our 9-yin ancestor realm's 9-yin profound moon on my disciple's body. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, I will still be able to find them. The two hit it off. I know where they are now. Mo Sang said very confidently. Then there's no time to lose. Let's go. Di Jun held Mo Sang's slender waist, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the Divine Emperor's sight. They rushed out of Mount God Fiend Buzhou, leaving the Divine Emperors looking at each other. They didn't know what the two were talking about, but from their intimate relationship, they were definitely lovers. But the number one on the Divine Emperor list had just left. Many wanted to see for themselves how terrifying the number one on the Divine Emperor list was. Let's go back. Once he left, he would definitely not come back. A golden ray of light advanced rapidly in the endless starry sky, several times faster than Longchen. That golden ray of light was a divine warship. They are right in front of us, but because they have been running for a while, it will take some time before we can catch up to them. After all, the distance is too far, and the 9-yin mystic moon's perception isn't very clear. It can only vaguely know that they are here. Standing in the golden divine warship, Mo Sang said. It doesn't matter. As long as we know where they are, we can't escape. But you. Sang, because of my negligence, you have suffered all these years. Di Jun reached out and stroked her long hair. He was as tender as steel. Mo Sang's eyes were filled with tears. She shook her head and said, I am lucky to be reborn. I am even luckier to be able to see you. So I have long forgotten the hardships of the past. I have to ask you, where did he go all these years, and how did he survive? Di Jun said, later, the dragon sacrificial continent gradually became barren, so I left with a group of deities and went to the Taihao territory in the south. I established my foundation there and achieved what I have today. Mo Sang choked and asked, after so many years, apart from Lingsu, do you have any other women? Can I still be with you now? Di Jun frowned. He was quite honest as he said, there was once a person, but she was only with me for the sake of completing her own rules. That was why she was imprisoned by me, unable to come out for the rest of her life. We had a daughter before, but she was killed by Longchen. Mo Sang was slightly angered and said, so you're saying that you're chasing after Longchen to avenge your daughter? Di Jun shook his head and said, no, it is to take back what belongs to me. What is it? When I catch up to him and get it, you will know. Then from now on, what should we do? You are my only woman. My life is linked to yours. How about it? Yes. Mo Sang nodded heavily. Her eyes shone with the light of happiness. A month passed. Mo Sang, are you sure they are in this direction? We will catch up soon. Di Jun asked. Mo Sang nodded and said, because someone is affecting them, it is a little chaotic. But I think they will catch up soon. Di Jun looked ahead and said, if I am not wrong, this direction should lead to the 9-yin ancestor realm. It is impossible for Longchen to go this way. There is no reason for him to go north. Mo Sang said, how would I know what he is thinking? Mo Sang, you are lying to me. Di Jun suddenly turned around and sneered. Mo Sang took a deep breath and suddenly sneered. He said, of course. You are such a heartless person who killed your wife and children. I would be doing myself a disservice if I did not lie to you. Do you think I do not know that the person who asked Lingsu to kill me was you? Di Jun, in terms of ruthlessness, you are the best in the world, right? Di Jun smiled and did not deny it. He looked around and said, since you are so confident, it seems that the Dark Sky Domain Master has arrived. Then let her come out. Chapter 4 today. Chapter 29:11. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden divine warship disappeared into the boundless starry sky, leaving Mo Sang and Di Jun there. Mo Sang's eyes reddened. She felt cold all over. Cold air swept out and formed an endless cold mist around her. She said coldly and sadly, "Di Jun, you are the person I don't understand the most in my life. I don't know why you want to kill me, or why Ling Su died. You even imprisoned the woman you married, or the people who used to love you. None of them will have a good ending. Fortunately, I'm alive and I can see you clearly." Di Jun wore a smile on his face as he looked at her emotional fluctuations. "You are a man without emotions." Di Jun said indifferently, "Wrong. I am not a man. I am a god." Humph! Mo Sang had lost all hope in him in the past 10 million years. In fact, after she had been reborn, she had asked about Di Jun's whereabouts. She knew that he was in the Taihao territory. The Lord of the Shady Sky region was ready to collect the debt from Di Jun. That was why Mo Sang had lured him here. Di Jun didn't expect that Mo Sang would know that he had asked Ling Su to attack her. However, his indifferent expression worried Ling Su. This guy gave her the same feeling as Long Chen. He could never be underestimated and always created miracles. Fortunately, the Lord of the Shady Sky region appeared. Mo Sang felt a strong force behind her. All of a sudden, a dark green vortex appeared behind her, swallowing her right in front of Di Jun. She thought that Di Jun would try to take her as a hostage, but he didn't. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and smiled at the scene. Mo Sang appeared tens of thousands of meters away, far away from Di Jun. However, she could see that he was still there. At this time, a person surrounded by dark mist appeared next to her. It was a woman. It was hard to see her appearance in the mist, but it was easy to see that she looked similar to Mo Sang. However, she was undoubtedly much more terrifying than Mo Sang. As soon as this woman appeared, even the stars in the surrounding endless territories stopped rotating. Even the shattered stars stopped moving. This mysterious woman was the Lord of the Shady Sky region, the Lord of the Nine Ancestor realm. She was a supreme deity who had existed for countless years. She was mysterious and powerful, firmly controlling the Shady Sky region. She was one of the few people with the highest status in the entire Northern Star area. She was the existence that controlled billions of creatures. Dark Sky Domain Lord, this should be the first time we meet. With a smile on his face, Di Jun clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared beside Mo's tens of thousands of meters away. "It's also the last time." The Domain Master's voice was young, similar to Mo Sang's, but colder. "Mother." Mo Sang was very respectful in front of the Dark Sky region Lord. He bowed behind her. "No wonder. So, she is your daughter. It is said that the Domain Master of the Shady Sky region has never married. He has a pure and holy body. I didn't expect him to have an illegitimate daughter," Di Jun said with a smile. "You have caused so much harm to my daughter. Even in my dreams, I want to go to the Taihao domain to kill you. Naturally, you know that I have a grudge against Divine Taihao, so you are hiding there. But now, you have come to my place. This is your misfortune." The Dark Sky ruler's voice sounded calm, but it was filled with a monstrous murderous aura. Now that she knew something about Di Jun, she was even angrier. To be honest, she couldn't find a cold-blooded man like Di Jun. "I see. It seems that I am going to die today," Di Jun said indifferently. "Di Jun, today is the day of your death," Mo Sang said while gritting her teeth. "When you challenged the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, I was watching. You were not as confident as you are today. It seems that you have improved. Do you think you can survive my attack?" On one side was the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, Wu Ming, Di Jun. On the other side was the domineering Dark Sky Region Lord. Di Jun said, "No, I think the Dark Sky Region Lord can tear me into pieces. If Mo Sang can vent her anger, my death will be worth it." "Bullshit!" Mo Sang screamed. She was really angry. This was the man she hated the most. If she could, she would rather tear him into pieces. No need to say more. The Dark Sky Region Lord waved her hand and let Mo Sang enter her divine kingdom. She was going to take action. An ultimate god was going to take action. The Dark Sky Region Lord did not say anything. He just stretched out his hand and pushed out his snow-white palm. It turned into a huge dark green palm print. Endless cold fog gathered around the palm, making it bigger and bigger. It fell from the sky and pressed down on Di Jun. The speed at which the cold palm was expanding was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the palm had grown to the size of the entire Golden River battlefield. Within the boundless territory, the starry sky had been completely frozen, turning into solid black ice. All of the stars and broken stars had been condensed into ice crystals. It was as if even time itself could not move. The Dark Sky Region Lord's palm could easily freeze an entire world, such as the Divine Tree or the Sacrificial God Macro World. Di Jun was at the center of the palm. He was the first to be frozen into a block of ice. He had no way to escape. He was still smiling when the huge palm came down and almost shattered him into pieces in the blink of an eye. "Repent in the cold." The Dark Sky Region Lord's voice was like a ghost. "I won't." At this moment, Di Jun calmly counterattacked. One of his gold eyes was so dazzling that it was like the sun of an original incipient grade world. His eyes turned into flames and gathered on his palm. He opened his palm, revealing a blazing sun that was swallowing and releasing flames. "Ha!" Di Jun clenched his fist and punched the cold palm in the sky. It looked easy, but it had an unimaginable power. It created a sky-piercing fist seal that wasn't smaller than the palm. The fist and the seal clashed in the sky. Suddenly, everything changed. The stars were shattered. Large areas of the territories were crushed into powder. All of a sudden, Di Jun appeared in a far place. He didn't have a scratch on him. He turned around and saw a large area of the star area vanish in this simple clash. It was a chaotic area. He didn't know when it would restore its original appearance. So troublesome, Di Jun looked in front of him and saw the Dark Sky Region Lord standing in front of him. The ice had frozen him again. This time, the Dark Sky Region Lord wasn't just trying. "It's true that you've improved a lot. You can resist me now. However, even so, you won't be able to leave the Dark Sky Region today. You haven't reached your limit yet. If you become a Divine Lord, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with you anymore." While the Dark Sky Region Lord was talking, her body gradually disappeared. From a complete human being, she had turned into endless cold mist. In just a short moment, she had formed an endless encirclement. It was like she had turned into a giant beast that wanted to swallow Di Jun. From the outside, one could see how huge the Dark Sky Region Lord was. She was even bigger than the entire world. Di Jun was just a tiny dot in her body. "Di Jun, you can't escape from my prison." Inside the prison, the cold mist was everywhere. Di Jun's body started to freeze and he couldn't move. At that point, the smile on Di Jun's face disappeared. He could clearly feel the Dark Sky Region Lord's strength. If this continued, he would be the only one who would suffer. "Old witch, it's only a matter of time before I challenge you. You're the best stepping stone for me to break through to the ultimate god realm. However, now is not the time. I don't have time to accompany you. Goodbye." Di Jun said without batting an eyelid. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood without a sound. Whoosh! In the next moment, the endless cold mist disappeared. The dark sky region lord appeared where Dijun was standing. She frowned and said with slight anger, "It seems that his space law has made great progress again. I can't believe he managed to escape from under my nose." Her eyes became cold as she scanned the myriad worlds. Dijun was nowhere to be found. It seemed that he had gone far away. He couldn't do this the last time. "Mother, what should we do?" Of course, Mo Sang knew that their hatred had been made clear. If they didn't kill Dijun as soon as possible, he would be in big trouble sooner or later. She was the one who knew Dijun's character best. "He's going after Long Chen. Let's go find Long Chen. We'll find him sooner or later. I won't let him escape so easily next time." Mo Sang was delighted and said, "Are you really willing to leave Dark Sky Domain to deal with him?" The Dark Sky Region Lord said in a deep voice, "We've provoked a great enemy. If we don't deal with him now, he will be above me when he becomes an ultimate god. At that time, we will never have a chance to rise again. He has reached such a terrifying level." Mo Sang was in a trance. She remembered that she had the chance to kill Dijun when she first arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent. However, she didn't. Instead, she was attracted to him. Now that time had passed, it had become like this, whoosh. Dijun appeared out of thin air. He sat cross-legged on a broken star and recuperated for a long time before he recovered. After checking his divine body, he murmured, "This interstellar teleportation is really exhausting. However, I managed to get rid of the Dark Sky Region Lord." He stood up on the broken star and looked at the endless world. "I didn't go north. Since I've left Divine Demon Buzhou Mountain, it should be the south, west, or east. It seems I can't blindly chase after him. I need to prepare something that will allow me to cross millions of galaxies and go directly to him." Dijun had made up his mind. "Your Majesty, what is it that can do this?" Dijun said, "I need to go back to Taihao Domain and borrow something from my old friend. As long as I borrow it, I can teleport there as soon as Qian Jihe reports his position. I've underestimated Long Chen. That's why I've been wandering around the myriad worlds for so long. Is it a treasure like Taihao divinities?" "That's right. He's willing to borrow it." Chapter 29:12. Heading southwest from the god-fiend Buzhou Mountain, Long Chen did not stop at any of the worlds he encountered. Instead, he traveled at full speed. The infinite realms were so huge. As long as Long Chen did not enter any of the worlds, finding Long Chen in the boundless universe would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The infinite realms were like an endless ocean. Each world was like an island. Some were big, some were small, and each island had life. Of course, many of the islands would definitely be desolate and uninhabited, and even extremely dangerous. Of course, the Buzhou Mountain and the Inferno Sun were mentioned. But in fact, there were many harsh worlds in the infinite realms where no living creatures existed. Only the gods could descend. For Long Chen, it was like he was sailing in the ocean. For safety's sake, they had to endure the loneliness. In particular, he could not enter many prehistoric, Genesis, or Order-level worlds. If Dijun caught up to him in a world of this level, he would have nowhere to run. This time, they persevered for a full 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Long Chen estimated that they were almost in the Western Star regions. "Little Shi, take a break." Because of Ling Su's pursuit, Lingxi had basically maintained the sealed realm for the past 10 years. Of course, she mostly used the godly power borrowed from Long Chen through the 3 lifetimes threads. Long Chen could only maintain the sealed realm for 10 years with the support of the wishes of all living beings. Otherwise, in less than half a month, Lingxi's sealed realm would not be able to hold out. Now, they were far enough. In 10 years, Lingxi had comprehended a total of 10 types of heavenly rules and reached the ultimate godly king realm. She was very strong, but it was not convenient for her to fight. As for the remaining 8 types of heavenly rules and spirit arts, Long Chen estimated that in another 10 years, she would be able to become a godly emperor. Besides, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were both ultimate godly kings. All right. Lingxi obeyed and released the sealed realm. Li Xuanji stared at the arm and did not move. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Mo's probably hasn't discovered it yet. Li Xuanji pursed her lips. She had been accompanying Lingxi for the past few days. At this time, she whispered to Lingxi, "Thank you so much for the past few days. You've worked so hard for me." Lingxi shook her head with a smile and said, "It's Chen's power that's practical. I'm fine." Returning to this big family, what she gained was happiness and happiness. Everyone would care about her, which made Li Xuanji very moved. For her, this was already an extravagant hope. She was not a pretentious person. She would silently accept the kindness of others, but she would always remember it in her heart. This vast divine kingdom was their new home. Everyone was moving forward and growing. "I want to give you the essence blood of an unparalleled divine dragon. Are you really not going to give it a try?" In fact, this was Long Chen's original plan. He had mentioned it several times. However, Li Xuanji just smiled and shook her head. "Give it to someone else. I want to rest for a while and travel around this divine kingdom." If she inherited the essence blood, she was worried that there would be more pressure. In fact, she was also afraid that she would waste the essence blood of an unparalleled divine dragon like Long Chen. Long Chen didn't force her. After a while, the 9 mystic moon on her arm flashed again. Mo's found it. As soon as her voice faded, Mo's eyes appeared. She smiled evilly and said, "My good disciple, I didn't expect you to go to the Western Star region. Stay there. Your teacher and I will come to find you soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Lingxi's sealed realm was opened again. Indeed, the sealed realm couldn't be closed at all times. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. She knew that he was in the Western Star region. After all, this place was huge. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack for her to find him. The problem was that the Shady Sky region master was also here. That was a supreme deity. "I'm insignificant in the eyes of the Shady Sky region master. Why did she come with Mo's?" Li Xuanji didn't understand. This was out of Long Chen's expectation. Everyone felt uneasy. Long Chen said, "It's just Mo's side of the story. Don't worry too much. Even if she comes, what can she do? However, from now on, the sealed realm must be opened. Moreover, we have to find a way to break the rules." The sealed realm mainly used his power. Lingxi only played the role of a guide. She wouldn't be tired. Within 10 years, it wouldn't be a big problem. "We should be at the edge of the Western Star region now, but we don't know anything about what's in front of us. With our current situation, it's difficult to make progress and comprehend in space. We have to fight Dijun and find more things that the dragon god lost. We have to go into the world." Long Chen paused and continued, "Then, the small world will be very dangerous. Moreover, the possibility of finding things left by the dragon god is very low. We have to go to the biggest world here, where we have the best opportunities. Even if Dijun finds this place, he can't do anything. So, we have to go to the core of the Western Star region. If he was in a world like the building with Sacred Tree and Dijun chased him, there would be nowhere to run. But if he was in a higher world, that world was too big. Even if he chased him, Dijun wouldn't be able to find him instantly. He still had a chance to escape. Now that 10 years had passed, it was time to find a new breakthrough point. Long Chen had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Then, we have to get the star map of the Western Star region from a world. At least, we have to know what kind of powerful world is here. After making up his mind, Long Chen continued on his journey. If the Shady Sky Domain Lord comes, and I bring you so much trouble, I'm really sorry. Ever since Li Xuanji came back, she still had this worry in her heart. Long Chen said, maybe there are other reasons. There's still a long way to go. You should be more open-minded and come with us. It's not certain who will win and who will lose. Xuanji, we have the Origin Dragon Palace. In the end, even the Divine Venerable Ones will have to fear us. She saw Long Chen's confidence. She was also greatly encouraged by his great strength. She saw the majestic power in Long Chen's eyes. You're right. I'm too timid. Li Xuanji suddenly thought it through. She said, no matter what, you brought me away from Mo Sang's clutches. From now on, I'll follow you. I'll go wherever you go. Give me the Supreme Divine Dragon's Inheritance Essence blood. I'm already too far behind. I want to catch up with you and help you. You can do it. Long Chen had already chosen a suitable one for her. It was ranked 9th, and it was one of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon Syndicate dragons. It was the first syndicate dragon named Charm Dragon. It had the ancestral dragon's most magical transformation rule. Although it didn't have an origin dragon soul, it was Long Chen's future goal. He wanted Li Xuanji to be as strong as Yang Lingqing. Her future was limitless. He helped Li Xuanji inherit the Charm Dragon's Inheritance Essence blood. Big brother, this should be a primordial chaos realm world. Another 3 years had passed. They had already gone a little deeper into the Western Star region. During these 3 years, they had been looking for a suitable world with more information and a more complete star chart. For them, a primordial chaos realm world should be safer. A world like this should have a god emperor. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stood outside this world. This was a sword-shaped continent. The sword-shaped continent was incomparably huge. It was at least 10 times the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. There were many small swords around the sword-shaped continent. Although they were small swords, the territory on each small sword was at least the size of several eternal god domains. Countless small swords surrounded the giant sword in the center, forming a sword sea. The territory of all the small swords added up was more than 3 times the size of the giant sword in the center. In this world, the giant sword in the center was the core, and the countless small swords around it were its vassals. It was a little like the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. In the center was the Spirit Essence Star, and there were 10,000 planets around it. However, this sword sea was much bigger than the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 trillion living beings. It was 2 or 3 times bigger than the Builder Tree. This world seems to revere the sword very much. It seems like all the martial artists use the sword as a weapon, and they have achieved great things in this path. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang descended here. Their target was naturally the giant sword in the center. Of course, when they landed, they could not see that the continent was a sword at all, just like how they did not know that the dragon sacrificial continent was in the shape of a dragon back then. This place is called the Single Origin Sword Sea. It is indeed a primordial chaos realm world. It is said that there are several god emperors here. It seems like this world is similar to the sacrificial god world, but all the martial artists here use swords. Apart from swords, there doesn't seem to be any other weapon. Even the destinable divine artifacts are all swords. Long Chen gained a rough understanding of this world. He and Mo Xiaolang sped across this continent, passing by billions of living beings. They were looking for a god emperor. A god emperor was knowledgeable and should be able to answer their questions. With their speed, it was not difficult to find a god emperor after all. About 10 days later, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was in the shape of a long sword, piercing into the extremely flat ground. Above the sword hilt, above the endless clouds, was a palace. That's the palace of the seventh sword god. Above the mountain peak, countless living beings were worshipping that palace. From this, Long Chen learned that the god who lived in that palace was known as the seventh sword god. Who is it that trespasses on my single origin sword C? Please come and see this old man quickly. Suddenly, a mighty voice came from the palace. When the living beings heard this voice, there was an uproar. With the appearance of a true god, they had no choice but to continue worshipping. Your Excellency, please don't be anxious. We have no enmity. Long Chen first stated this point. Then, he and Mo Xiaolang rushed up the mountain peak and descended on the huge palace. They landed on a platform that was like an immortal realm, surrounded by clouds. This platform was filled with sword qi. In front of them was an old man with his back facing them. He only turned around when they arrived. He had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. He had a thick frame, and there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. It was like a third eye that was extremely sharp. I am Sword Venerable 7 origin of this single origin sword C. How should I address you, friends? Chapter 29:13. The seventh sword god was what the living beings called this divine emperor. Presumably, this deity emperor's battle prowess ranked 7th among all the deity emperors in the primary sword C. And Sword Venerable 7 Origins was his true name in the fiend god world. He could tell at a glance that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were divine demons from another world. A primordial chaos realm already had a lot of communication with the outside world. With the single origin sword C splendor, it was very normal for it to attract divine demons from another world. Long Chen was a little more discreet, giving 2 random names. He didn't want to be as high-profile as he had been on Mount Buzhou. He said, "We came to the single origin sword C mainly to get a star map of the Western Star Domain from our friends here. To be honest, we want to explore the Western Star Domain, but we don't know where to go, so we're confused. If it was just a star map, it wouldn't be a big deal." Sword Venerable 7 Origins was, of course, worried that they had ulterior motives. After all, although Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang seemed to be god kings, he vaguely sensed danger from them. If they dared to come to him directly, they wouldn't have come without confidence. Sword Venerable 7 Origins suddenly smiled. "We've never met before. There seems to be no reason for us to give you whatever you want. How about this, if you two can defeat me, not only can I give you a star map, but I can also introduce you to the Western Star Domain. How about it?" He was full of fighting spirit. He already knew about the other divine emperors of the first origin sword C. There was no point in fighting them. Finally, 2 divine kings who looked decent had arrived. Sword Venerable 7 Origins wanted to test them. Otherwise, if he casually gave away the star map, it would seem that Sword Venerable 7 Origins was afraid of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang exchanged a glance. If Long Chen fought, it would be very easy to deal with Sword Venerable 7 Origins. Although he was good, he wouldn't be much stronger than an eternal god race divine emperor. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up as he said, "Big brother, just leave it to me this time. I haven't had the chance to fight against the divine emperor yet." It had been more than 10 years since he became an ultimate god king and obtained the Sunshot God Bow and Sunset God Arrow. In these 10 years, Mo Xiaolang had been studying and had made great progress in all aspects. Although his archery skills were far from Tian Yi's, he had his own strengths. When used together, the power was even greater. "All right." Long Chen patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. "Why don't the 2 of you come at me together? Sword Venerable 7 Origins admired their courage. It's just a sparring session. I'll handle it myself. We really just want a star map. With that, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen headed out into the starry sky. If they fought here, they would probably destroy the single origin Sword C. With their current abilities, even a little bit of damage could cause the deaths of millions. When they reached the starry sky, Sword Venerable 7 Origins was startled, but he still followed, chasing after Long Chen and the others until the single origin Sword C gradually shrunk in their eyes. One day later. They were already far enough away. Begin. Long Chen retreated to the back, letting Mo Xiaolang fight on his own. Sword Venerable 7 Origins stood before him, cold as a sword. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword will surged. Those who cultivated the sword had a different aura. The man was like the sword, and the sword was like the man. Ding! With a ringing sound, a green longsword appeared in Sword Venerable 7 Origins' hand. It was green like a bamboo, verdant and glistening, but also shockingly sharp, making one unable to look directly at it. As it moved, cracks appeared in the surrounding starry sky, twisting and distorting like ripples on the surface of a lake. Whoosh! At that moment, the longsword split into 7, and each one was identical. One of them was held in Sword Venerable 7 Origins' hand, while the other 6 danced around him, protecting him. Pay attention. When he said these 3 words, Sword Venerable 7 Origins' aura suddenly changed. It went from being ready to attack to surging. Sword Chi tore the sky, and the 7 divine swords buzzed. These 7 swords were actually just one sword. Of course, it was a primordial chaos grade destiny-type divine weapon. But the amazing thing was that after it evolved, it could be used as 7 primordial chaos grade destiny-type divine weapons. 7 kills swordsmanship. Suddenly, sword light shone from Sword Venerable 7 Origins' glabella. His long hair and beard danced, and the sword in his hand drew a mysterious arc, spinning like a flower. 7 sword lights appeared and attacked Mo Xiaolang from 7 directions. Sword Venerable 7 Origins' sword Dao was very strange. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The seemingly simple sword lights contained cold killing rules and violent divine power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 sword lights pierced through the space. Mo Xiaolang was instantly faced with danger. The other party did not show any mercy. Of course, he was already prepared. At that moment, the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame appeared in his left and right hands, and the 2 kinds of Ancestral Flames fused in his hands. Heart-gathering flame. The 2 kinds of flames condensed at a point. Instead of rushing towards each other, they exploded in front of Mo Xiaolang and formed a flame vortex, blocking Mo Xiaolang behind it. When the extreme cold met the extreme heat and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame, the flame vortex formed by the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame immediately formed an unimaginable tearing force when extreme cold met extreme heat. Whoosh whoosh. The 7 ferocious sword lights were pulled away by Mo Xiaolang's flame vortex. They brushed past Mo Xiaolang's body and did not really hurt Mo Xiaolang. As such, he managed to dodge Sword Sovereign 7 Origins' attack. However, Sword Sovereign 7 Origins did not stop there. After unleashing his first attack, he turned into a white light and disappeared in a flash. The second nomological attack was about to be prepared. In front of him, Mo Xiaolang was hidden in the boundless flames, and he could not see her clearly. This kind of flames made Sword Venerable 7 Origins very fearful, and he did not dare to approach. In fact, he had already sensed the aura of a fortune divine weapon in the flames. Moreover, it was a chaos divine weapon. A godly monarch actually controls a primordial chaos divine weapon, and 2 of them. This made him quite surprised. Whoosh. At this moment, a black light suddenly tore through the flames and instantly appeared in front of him. It was an arrow, and this arrow was burning with black and white flames. Not only did it have violent divine power, but it also had the destructive power of the two ancestral flames. Sword of Karma. Sword Venerable Seven Origins was shocked. Before the setting sun god arrow could reach him, he slashed at the tip of the arrow. Although the setting sun god arrow did not hit him, the flames rushed over like a poisonous snake and touched his body. The flames immediately charred half of his arm. What a terrifying flame! Sword Venerable Seven Origins was even more shocked. But this was just the beginning. The speed at which Mo Xiaolang used the setting sun god arrow was even faster than Tian-yi. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun god arrow was back in his hand. He had enough power to pull the shooting sun god bow to its limit and release it again. This time, it was even stronger than the last time. Sky Weep Sword Soul. Sword Venerable Seven Origins swordsmanship was superb. He could basically block Mo Xiaolang's setting sun god arrow every time, but he could not block the two ancestral flames. He wanted to get close to Mo Xiaolang at all times, but Mo Xiaolang's attack speed was just too fast. He had set up flames throughout the starry sky, and as he moved between the flames, Sword Venerable Seven Origins could not get close at all. In the end, Sword Venerable Seven Origins had many wounds on his body. Alright, I admit defeat. Before this, Sword Venerable Seven Origins naturally did not think that he would admit defeat so pathetically. Now that he saw himself in such a sorry state, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was the one who had taken the initiative to provoke Long Chen and the others. He did not expect that one of their people would make him lose. Thanks for letting me win. Mo Xiaolang put away the shooting sun god bow and setting sun god arrow. You are the best. After his defeat, Sword Venerable Seven Origins was a little more amiable. After all, he knew that with their capabilities, if they had any ulterior motives, they could have just attacked him directly. Moreover, from the conversation between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, it was clear that Long Chen was the big brother, or perhaps even more powerful. The one who had made Sword Venerable Seven Origins feel threatened at the beginning was Long Chen. Sword Venerable Seven Origins had been burned by the ancestral flames. After Mo Xiaolang had approached him, he had taken away the ancestral flames for him, allowing his injuries to recover on their own. It's all right. This is the star map of the Western Star Domain. I lost the bet, so I'll hand it over to you now. Long Chen took the star map, which had several thousand worlds of the Western Star Domain marked out in detail. With a rough look, the entire Western Star Domain was divided into 5 regions. The central region was 4 times larger than the other 4. Sword Venerable Seven Origins became familiar with them and said, "These are the 5 western regions. Our single origin Sword C is in the Mount Wu God area. There is a supreme God spirit in the Mount Wu God area, the famous Mount Wu God Lady. She controls us, but as you can see, the Mount Wu God area is the smallest of the 5 western regions." "Oh right, where did you come from?" Long Chen fabricated a story and said, "From the Northern Star area." Sword Venerable Seven Origins said, "There are 8 regions in the north. 5 of them form the Heaven Area Alliance. Among them, the Heavenly God area is the strongest. It has an original incipient grade world. Although there are 8 regions, their overall power isn't stronger than the 5 western regions. You can see that this central region is 4 times larger than the other 4 regions. There are more than 1,000 worlds in it." Of course, Long Chen saw this place. After getting the star map, he forgot to thank Sword Venerable Seven Origins. However, Sword Venerable Seven Origins was a man of his word and kept his promise. He said, "You seem to want to go to a lively place, so let's go to the largest domain. The core of this domain is the core of the entire Western Star region. Although there is only one domain here, it is the size of your entire Heaven Region Alliance. Its name is Pangu Domain. Pangu Territory. 1 was equivalent to 4. Long Chen was surprised. The core of Pangu Territory is the place with the most experts in the Western Star area. There are 4 super worlds here. 3 of them are eternal level worlds, and the central one is an original incipient grade world. The 3 eternal level worlds surround an original incipient grade world. To reach the 8th rank original incipient grade world, you have to go through 3 eternal level worlds. One region had 4 eternal level worlds and 1 original incipient grade world. This was already terrifying. After all, the Tianyin territory, the Tianxia territory, and the Mount Wu God area only had 1 eternal level world. As for the original incipient grade worlds, they could be counted on one's fingers in the entire universe. Sword Venerable 7 Origins pointed at the center of the star map and said, "These 3 eternal level worlds surrounding the original incipient grade world are called the 3 heavens. They are the Jade Pure Sky, the Shang Pure Sky, and the Extreme Pure Sky. The 3 heavens are almost gathered together. They are the 3 closest eternal level worlds in the universe. They are also very similar. There are many experts among them. The rulers of any one of the 3 heavens are stronger than the goddess of Mount Wu." There was a standard on the star map. The 3 heavens existed in the form of 3 clouds. These 3 clouds entangled and connected. In the center of them, there seemed to be a continent. Sword Venerable 7 Origins' finger finally touched the continent in the center. He said, "This is the original incipient grade world of the Western Star area. It is the highest level world that we all yearn for. It is also the place with the most gods and demons. I heard that there are many god emperors and divine venerables here. What is the name of this original incipient grade world?" Long Chen knew that this world was very different from Burning Sun and Mount Buzhou. Although they were at the same level, one was heaven and the other was hell. This kind of original incipient grade world could produce the most experts. It was the best place to cultivate. Sword Venerable 7 Origins took a deep breath and said, "Within the 3 heavens is our holy land, Pangu continent. The strongest expert of our Western Star area lives on Pangu continent. I heard that he is at the same level as the heavenly god Luya in the north. We used to call him the Savage Desolation Ancient God." Long Chen didn't ask about the Savage Desolation Ancient God. He mentioned it himself. Obviously, he admired this divine venerable a lot. If so, the core of the Pangu territory was really terrifying. Chapter 29:14. The Third Heaven. Pangu Continent. The core of the Western Star region. After taking the star map, Long Chen thanked Sword Venerable Qiyuan. "You're welcome. You won it, and I'm just fulfilling my promise. But, you too have to be more careful when you go to the 3rd heaven. After all, although you two are strong, there are many god emperors in the 3rd heaven, and the number of god emperors on Pangu continent is even more than the total number of god emperors in the 3rd heaven. The more experts there are, the more dangerous it will be for you too." Sword Venerable 7 Origins was an open and frank person. "In that case, I won't keep you here." Of course, Long Chen would not stay in this sword ocean. After all, he had been traveling here for more than 10 days, and he did not find anything like what he found in the Divine Tree of Construction. There should not be any blood essence or origin dragon soul of the Supreme Divine Dragon here. After bidding farewell to Sword Venerable Qiyuan, Long Chen and Mo Shaolang resumed their journey. Through the star map, Long Chen had roughly seen the distribution of the entire Western Star region. Of course, it also marked many places that even the gods and fiends could not reach. Those places were temporarily blank, which might be a direction for Long Chen to explore in the future. But, what he wanted to go now was still the 3rd heaven and Pangu continent. Especially Pangu continent, the original incipient world. Long Chen had not even seen a real eternal world. Of course, he wanted to see how different these super worlds were. Originally, there was the Eternal God Tribe and Di Jun. Now that the Eternal God Tribe has been dealt with, Di Jun is still like a maggot attached to a bone. I don't know when he will appear next to me. I'm afraid I can fight a consummate God Emperor now, but I should still be a little weaker than a God Emperor like Di Jun who has mastered the Eternal Opal. If I can make rapid progress in the third heaven or Pangu continent, not only in the laws, but also in the realm. If he did not deal with Di Jun, his adventure in the myriad of worlds and his search for the relics left behind by the divine dragon would be a fugitive. Of course, he was not willing to be chased like this. Mount Buzhou was the place where he dealt with the Eternal God Tribe. He looked forward and thought to himself, in the core of the West, I must obtain power comparable to Di Jun. After all, the blood devouring was not that simple. Blindly consuming it would affect Long Chen's mental state. After all, he was already above the God King level. He needed to improve his nomological laws. After all, he was not from the sky-devouring clan. He was not like Mo Xiaolang, who could even devour nomological laws. The blood devourer could only be used as a catalyst at the final juncture of a breakthrough, allowing Long Chen to break through. It was another long journey. But this time, everyone was full of confidence, and they were all cultivating. In the endless starry sky, 1 year, 2 years, time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Who would have thought that Lingxi would be the first among them to become a true God Emperor? In these 10 years, she had comprehended 2 types of heaven rule spirit arts. Now, she only had 6 left. Just as Long Chen had predicted, she had entered the God realm of absolute beginning. The absolute beginning was very close to the origin. Among them, the first was the God realm of absolute beginning. Everyone cheered. Even though Lingxi was in the final stages of her pregnancy and could not participate in battles, she undoubtedly had the ability to protect herself. Therefore, Long Chen was even more at ease with her. Most importantly, through the 3 lifetimes love thread, her improvements had helped Long Chen, allowing Long Chen to use more power. The pure immortal source body was also formed. After becoming a God Emperor, Lingxi's aura became even more elegant and ethereal. After Lingxi became a God Emperor, her sealed realm was even stronger. She did not have to worry about Mo Sang and the rest discovering her. However, at this time, after Li Xuanji inherited the inheritance blood essence of the charming dragon, she began to change. The changes in her body actually managed to expel the 9 mystic moon. This sort of nomological law could only be broken by Li Xuanji herself. When the 9 mystic moon disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, we might have reached the third heaven. Long Chen suddenly laughed. The long journey through the starry sky was rather boring. All these years, there had been no news of Di Jun and Mo Sang. Fortunately, they had finally reached the third heaven. 3 eternal realms. Everyone grew excited and came to the slaughter dragon boat to watch. In front of the slaughter dragon boat, there was still a long distance. Several white clouds appeared, similar to what was described on the star map. What beautiful and pure clouds! Everyone could not help but sigh. They looked small now, but that was because they were still very far away. As expected of an eternal realm. Although it was still very far away, the impact on the world level was still there. Just like when Long Chen had first landed on Fiend God Buzhou Mountain, the world there was very stable and terrifying. Although the third heaven is still very far away, it's already suppressing us. In the third heaven, the number of god fiends added up should be innumerable. Even the mortals are basically in the rebirth tribulation realm. They can probably become god fiends at any time. They continued to approach at high speed. The purpose of going to the third heaven was obvious. There were no resources or challenges in the starry sky, and even if one reached the limit, it was difficult to break through. But these worlds were different. They meant opportunities, and also meant danger. Only when they got closer did they realize how huge the third heaven was. 3 eternal realms intertwined and added together. A vast and endless sea of clouds. In terms of the scope of this sea of clouds, it was probably dozens of times larger than the origin sword sea they had seen before. There were at least tens of trillions or even hundreds of trillions of living beings in each of the 3 eternal realms. All the living beings and trees in the third heaven added up to more than 200 trillion. This meant that the area of the territory here was more than 200 times that of the dragon sacrificial continent. More than 200 dragon sacrificial continents turned into a sea of clouds, intertwined with each other. Even Pangu continent was hidden in this third heaven. The sea of clouds was endless, rolling up and down. Around the third heaven, in the endless starry sky, several worlds could be vaguely seen, but all of them were dominated by the third heaven and Pangu continent. After getting closer, there were no clouds in Long Chen's eyes, only an endless sea of clouds, with no end in sight. The world was white, and the mortals here lived above this sea of clouds. In the third heaven, the heaven and earth energy was so rich that it exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Even the most ordinary person, under the infusion of such rich heaven and earth energy, would reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, or even become a fiend god. In a world of this level, becoming a fiend god was simply too easy. The heaven and earth energy that swept across the entire third heaven was called the 3 pure energy, by the people of the third heaven. This third heaven was also called the heaven realm, by the entire Western Star region. Generally, the experts who had achieved the Tao in the Western Star region would go to the heaven realm and establish their foundation there. Because more than 200 trillion living beings in the 3 worlds were all experts, there was no problem for them to live in this endless sea of clouds. Of course, in the sea of clouds, there were also mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, but not many. Most of the mortals lived directly in the sea of clouds. They traveled in the sky full of clouds, cultivated, and even built homes, cities, and palaces in the clouds. In the endless heaven realm, Long Chen withdrew the slaughter dragon boat and descended into this world with Mo Xiaolang. It was a world that was almost pure white. The 3 pure energy swept across, and every place was quite comfortable. It seemed loose, but it was stable. So beautiful. The girls in the divine kingdom couldn't help but come out and touch the clouds that filled the sky. At this moment, Origin Dragon Palace moved. It was absorbing the 3 pure energy on its own and instilling it into the divine kingdom. As time went on, it was likely that the balance of power between the divine kingdom and this eternal level world would be formed. At that time, the people of Dragon's sacrificial continent would easily become stronger with the power of this eternal level world. It shouldn't cause any changes in the third heaven. After all, the land in my divine kingdom is not as big as Dragon's sacrificial continent. Origin Dragon Palace didn't need Long Chen to control it. It absorbed the energy on its own. I don't know which of the third heaven this is. Let's take a walk here first. After coming here, it was very easy to not expose their names and participate in the battle. Because this was the core of the Western Star region, almost no gods came here, and even settled down here to establish their own forces. Therefore, Long Chen and his group were not special, and could only be considered relatively strong. This is the grand pure heaven of the third heaven. It should be the outermost layer of the third heaven. Of course, the third heaven is more or less the same. It's enough for us to train, and we don't have to go to the centermost Pangu continent for the time being. Along the way, Long Chen casually caught a god and learned a lot about the third heaven from him. For example, the divine sovereign of the Grand Pure Heaven was called Grand Pure Tao Ancestor. He had established the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace and ruled the entire Grand Pure Heaven, like a supreme emperor. Of course, There were many forces under the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace, but none of them could challenge its prestige. The power of the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace was spread all over the Grand Pure Heaven, and could be seen everywhere. Of course, only those who had reached the realm of God King were qualified to enter the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace. Of course, strength alone was not enough, and one had to go through many tests. Therefore, in the Grand Pure Heaven, as long as one was a disciple of the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace, even if he was just a God King, even the other God Emperors would not dare to offend him. Long Chen and his group traveled along the way. This Grand Pure Heaven is just too big. They had been traveling for several months, but they had not gone far. Along the way, they met countless living beings living in the sea of clouds. They called themselves the Heavenly Clan. As long as they were a native of the Grand Pure Heaven, they would have a heavenly mark on their forehead. It was this mark that allowed them to distinguish their origins. Therefore, the Heavenly Clan was quite proud. One could find a god in any of the clans here. Chapter 29:15. However, these days, Long Chen had been staying in the periphery of the Great Pure Heaven. Most of the experts in the Great Pure Heaven were in the center area. There was no obvious border, but Long Chen knew that the closer he went, the more experts he would meet. If I want to have a better contact with this world, I have to enter the vortex of this world. In front of me is the vortex of this world. After resting for a while, he and Mo Xiaolang broke through the layers of clouds, heading towards the most important area of the Great Pure Heaven. The legendary Great Pure Heaven Palace was also in this location. Along the way, there were many people. The so-called heavenly clans were also having all kinds of internal battles. They were fighting for power, Tao treasures, and creation divine treasures. The resources here were abundant, but the competition was also fiercer. It was only with Long Chen's current cultivation that he was able to stand above everyone else. His goals had become even greater. Even so, we still can't get rid of the category of people. Because they are fighting, we are also fighting. I wonder what the situation is like in the original incipient realm world, Pangu continent. The third heaven is the most important place in the Western Star region. We have to search carefully. Maybe there's a supreme divine dragon's inheritance blood essence or an origin dragon's soul. Maybe it's collected by other gods, or maybe it's hidden in some secret realm. Therefore, the most important thing was to shoulder the mission given by the dragon attendants. Breaking through the sea of clouds, they kept searching. But to be honest, it was no doubt difficult to find what they wanted in such a vast world. Walking and stopping, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had traveled to many places, but they hadn't found anything yet. "We can't be impatient," said Mo Xiaolang emotionally. In fact, he was more suitable to come here, because his growth was what he needed to devour. The two of them wandered in the sea of clouds, and below them were all the living beings. At this moment, a chubby toddler suddenly appeared in front of them. Although he was young, he could move his legs and dance in the clouds. He laughed and rolled towards Long Chen and Bai Yunfei. This toddler was extremely happy, and his face was filled with smiles. But what made Long Chen speechless was that such a tiny thing actually had Divine Lord Realm too. Therefore, if this child was placed on the former dragon sacrificial continent, he would be able to destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. The gap was so huge. This was probably the descendant of that expert. Long Chen stepped aside, not paying much attention to it. At that moment, however, the toddler saw Long Chen and ran over. It curiously looked at Long Chen and asked in a sweet voice, "Big brothers, where are you going? Let's walk around." The child laughed and applauded. "Alright, I'm just walking around. Can I follow you guys? There are many bad guys chasing me. They want to kill me." "Yes." Long Chen was stunned for a moment. This little brat had happily rolled over and told him that someone wanted to kill him. He must be joking with him. He carefully sized up the child and realized that the copper bell hanging around his neck was a little strange. It looked like a creation divine artifact, but it didn't contain any creation divine power. Looking deeper, the child was actually very mysterious. Long Chen couldn't see through his tiny body and felt like he was in a hallucination. "Big brother, I'll follow you guys." The child happily rolled around them. Wherever Long Chen went, he would follow. He should be a playful little fellow. Let's ignore him. Long Chen continued in the direction of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. At that moment, danger appeared behind them. Long Chen's first reaction was that the child was attacking him. But he soon knew that wasn't the case because the child was actually crying. Looking back, a god shrouded in black fog suddenly appeared in the clouds behind them. He held a black dagger in his hand and was stabbing at the child's head. That black dagger was a primordial chaos-grade creation divine artifact. A god emperor. This was the first god emperor Long Chen had encountered since arriving here. Although this person was shrouded in black fog and was hiding her figure, one could roughly tell that she was a woman. But she actually attacked a child in front of Long Chen. Long Chen had to do something about it. Seeing that the child was about to die at the hands of the god emperor, he didn't use the god-slaying sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword and stabbed out with the sword of time. Although it wasn't as powerful as the god-slaying sword, it was fast and fierce. It instantly hit the god emperor's dagger. Ding! The god emperor and the dagger were both sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were in front of the child to protect him. "Who are you? How dare you stop me from killing the child prodigy? Just 2 god kings and you want to snatch this treasure?" The woman screamed angrily. From the looks of it, her strength was about the same as Sword Venerable 7 Origins. In her anger, she directly used the God Emperor's law. However, Long Chen was much faster than her. This time, he directly stabbed out 3 times with his finger. 3 swords of time shot out. So. The swords of time were terrifyingly fast. The woman's law's execution was forcefully interrupted. She could only block one of the swords with her fastest speed. The other 2 swords directly pierced through her round thighs, drawing out 2 trails of blood. "Scram, or the next time will be your law's core." Long Chen condensed the power of time on his finger. His law's speed and ferocity directly suppressed the woman. Under the pain, the God Emperor hurriedly retreated. At the same time, she said unwillingly, "Even if you kill the child prodigy, you won't be able to keep the treasure. My master will be here soon. Just wait for your death." With that, she disappeared into the thick clouds and fled. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. Kill the child prodigy. Whose child is this? What does it have to do with the treasure? Long Chen turned around in confusion. He was shocked when he saw that the little fellow who was behind him and Mo Xiaolang just now had disappeared. The 2 of them looked at each other. Mo Xiaolang said, "This child is very strange. If he's just a God Emperor, he wouldn't be able to disappear behind us without us noticing." Long Chen thought for a while and said, "It doesn't seem to have much to do with us. Let's go there. Since a God Emperor appeared here, it means that we're already at the core of the clear sky." Yes. To the 2 of them, this matter was just an interlude. Kill the child prodigy and get the treasure. Long Chen thought for a while. Could it be that killing the child prodigy would give him something? Moreover, that woman had a master. Could her master be an ultimate God Emperor? If they encountered someone like the blissful God Emperor, then their luck would be terrible. They continued on for another day. Danger still approached them. He stopped because someone was chasing after him. From his senses, it shouldn't be an ultimate god emperor. As long as it wasn't an ultimate god emperor, Long Chen didn't have to worry about it for now. A total of 5 god emperors broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Long Chen. As expected of an eternal level world. There are 5 god emperors just like that. As far as the eye could see, there were actually 4 god emperors carrying a palanquin. One of them sat in the palanquin, chasing after Long Chen like this. To be honest, it was rather interesting. The 4 deity emperors who were carrying the palanquin were all beautiful women. One of them was wearing a gorgeous black dress which was inlaid with precious chaos treasures. Although it was beautiful, her face was filled with killing intent. She should be the deity emperor who was chased away by Zhongyu. The other 3 were wearing red, orange, and green dresses respectively. They had different appearances and auras. The person in the palanquin sure was lucky to be served by 4 god emperors like this. He was actually the first person Long Chen saw. He was a man with long hair that reached his waist. His silver hair was extremely dazzling, and he was extremely handsome. He stood high and mighty, with a pair of long, narrow eyes that were extremely cold. He wore silver robes and sat lazily in the palanquin. He looked at Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang with slightly squinted eyes, but he did not seem to care much. This one isn't a final divine king, but he's a little stronger than the 4 beside him. He should be a divine king at perfection like the Dark Star Divine King. In the past, this kind of expert would have been terrifying to Long Chen. However, after experiencing several metamorphoses on Mount Buzhou, even if Donghua the Great Emperor stood before Long Chen back then, Long Chen would have nothing to be afraid of. Master, they were the ones who killed the child prodigy, stole that thing, and injured me. You have to avenge me. The black-robed woman said sweetly. The man in the palanquin opened his eyes with difficulty and glanced at Long Chen. He said, "Mere god kings. You sure are disappointing. How can these 2 kids have the right to make me, God King Tianxi, take action? The 4 of you can go have some fun together." The man was handsome, but his words were bewitching. It was nauseating. Actually, what Long Chen did not know was that this God King Tianxi's nickname was actually the Devil. He looked young, but he had actually cultivated for close to 100 million years already. He was one of the experts that had existed in the Grand Pure Heaven since a very long time ago. He loved beauties, and his 4 concubines were all divine kings. They were the most enviable figures in the Grand Pure Heaven. Normally, he basically did not even need to lift a finger. For the sake of his favor, his 4 concubines would fight over everything. Yes, master. The other 3 concubines glanced at the black-robed woman in disdain before surrounding Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang. The black-robed woman trembled in anger, but she was angered by Long Chen, so she caught up as well. She said furiously, "Leave this one to me. You deal with the other 3. I want to fight him fair and square this time." She was still bold enough to challenge Long Chen alone. "You wish. Master wants us to deal with him together, yet you still want to show off before Master. What did you say, bitch? I beat the crap out of you last time. How dare you insult me? I'll kill you." Chapter 29:16. The devil was a well-known figure in the entire Grand Pure Heaven. If he was in a primordial chaos world, such as the sacrificial god Great World or the single origin Sword Sea, he would be the lord of the world. Since he was called an old demon, it naturally meant that he had an eclectic style of doing things. He was demonic and temperamental. He was in a hurry to get the dead world blood bead. The quarrel between the 4 concubines made him a little angry. Dead world. Blood bead. From what the devil said, the dead world blood bead should be the treasure that they could obtain by killing the child prodigy. As soon as the devil finished speaking, the four primordial god emperors charged towards Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were god emperors after all and had already reached the god realm of absolute beginning. Mo Xiaolang was only a god king and could only deal with one of them at the moment. Long Chen wanted to deal with three goddess emperors. They still have another perfected god emperor. We have to get rid of these four quickly. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer, Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang quickly. This was no laughing matter. To be honest, ever since he defeated unrivaled heavenly god, he had yet to fight a true perfection realm deity emperor, especially an old monster like Old Monster Tianxi. This should be his limit. Now that he had finally met an opponent, he naturally could not run away. However, he could not afford to be careless. Mo Xiaolang immediately retreated. The two ancestral fires surrounded him. Amidst the burning flames, one could vaguely see him taking out the sun-shot divine bow and the sunset divine arrow. The two weapons quickly merged together. Mo Xiaolang had used a better method of coordination. He attacked from afar while Long Chen fought in close combat. Thief, don't even think of escaping. How dare you snatch Divine Emperor Tianxi's item? How audacious! Stop it. There were two goddess emperors who wanted to chase after Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with both of his hands. 100,000 devil soldiers roared in the sword. He moved swiftly and appeared in front of the four god emperors in an instant. With a sweep of his sword, just the explosion of mixed primordial divine power forced the four of them to retreat, preventing them from getting close to Mo Xiaolang. Seeing this sword, the devil narrowed his eyes. A primordial chaos divine artifact. The four goddess emperors were slightly taken aback, but they immediately continued to attack. Since Long Chen had stopped them alone, they were naturally prepared to surround and kill Long Chen. Unless Long Chen had reached the perfected divine emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to escape the encirclement of four primordial divine emperors. The four of them had taken out their primordial chaos divine artifacts. Long Chen's surroundings were rapidly filled with the power of several laws. The four god emperors shouted. Although they were beautiful, their attacks were extremely ruthless. For mysterious and cold laws went straight for Long Chen's life. Bang! The setting sun divine arrow shot out. 2 layers of ancestral fire wrapped around it. The arrow was like a rainbow that pierced through the sun, shooting towards the red-dressed goddess emperor who had her back facing Mo Xiaolang. It was swift and ruthless, arriving in an instant. The arrow caused the red-dressed goddess emperor to retract all her laws. She had already realized that she was in grave danger. Such a strong attack. She turned pale with fright as she turned around to resist Mo Xiaolang's setting sun divine arrow. Long Chen laughed. His gaze swept past the 3 goddess emperors in front of him and landed on God Emperor Tianxi. Suddenly, his hands expanded several times in an instant. The laws of time erupted. Not only did it disrupt the sea of time, but it also greatly affected the speed of the 4 goddess emperors. The god-slaying sword in his hands even condensed the sword of time. Swish! 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 3 swords flew out with incredible speed. The power and speed of time surpassed everything. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen rushed out of their encirclement. Behind him, the 3 goddess emperors who were facing him were all covered with sword scars of time. If Long Chen had not held back, they would have died. The other one was still struggling under the attack of Mo Xiaolang's setting sun divine arrow. It could be said that the outcome of the battle had been decided in an instant. Pa! The devil smashed the carriage he was sitting on and stood up in the endless clouds. A pair of silver eyes stared at Long Chen. Come back. Under his order, although the 4 goddess emperors were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat. However, they were also a little worried. Long Chen was simply stronger than they had expected. Long Chen could have killed them with that sword attack. However, they had embarrassed him in front of their master. Master, give us a chance. We will defeat them. Be obedient and watch. The devil knew very well that the primordial god emperors were no match for Long Chen. As a consummate god emperor, he could naturally feel the threat from Long Chen. Both of them faced each other in the sea of clouds. Against primordial god emperors, Long Chen's sword of time could simply crush them. However, he wasn't too sure about perfected god emperors. Facing old freak Tianxi head-on, Long Chen's blood, which had not heated up in the past 20 years, was once again boiling. He wiped the blood off his face and said, "Do you want to fight?" After old monster Tianxi dismissed the 4 concubines, she suddenly smiled and said, "Ah, I remember who you are now. However, I'm even more interested in you now. In that case, let's decide who's the victor first. You know who I am." Long Chen was secretly surprised. Could it be that his reputation had already spread to the Third Heaven and Panga continent? That's not important. What's important is that the Dead World Blood Pearl belongs to me. If you give it to me, I can forgive you for injuring my concubines. Old monster Tianxi smiled in a devilish manner. Long Chen exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaolang and said, "Forget it. I'd like to fight you now. Let's see what you can do to make these 4 beautiful god emperors follow you so wholeheartedly." The 4 god emperors hated Long Chen to the core, but after being praised by Long Chen, their anger subsided a lot. Humph. The devil snorted coldly. He was a demon. The 2 men stood facing each other under the clouds. Mo Xiaolang and the 4 god emperors had retreated, leaving the battlefield to them. This was a place with fewer living beings. Although the fight would cause quite a stir, it should not be too big in an eternal-level world. This was the first time he challenged a perfection-level god emperor. Long Chen, on the other hand, was full of confidence. "Take this first." The devil threw out a punch. Everything in front of him shattered, and a silver fist suddenly transformed into a silver rhino before Long Chen's eyes, charging toward Long Chen. The rhino had a sharp horn, a huge body, and a thick skin. Its charge brought a terrible impact. This kind of charge is a kind of law. From Long Chen's point of view, the silver rhino was violent and crazy. Wherever it went, even the clouds were turned to dust, forming a majestic whirlwind. Break! Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword with both hands. The combination of Chaos Divine Power and Creation Divine Power, in addition to Lingxi's God Emperor power, the combination of the 3, the laws of karma, and the power of heavenly punishment. The blade slashed on the silver rhino's horn. Boom! The silver rhino exploded, and Long Chen retreated slightly. He dispelled the force of the silver rhino and said, "The so-called perfection-level God Emperor is only a so-so." The devil spat and said, "I'm just testing if you are qualified to fight me. Don't be so arrogant." Suddenly, there was a huge change. As expected of a perfection-level God Emperor. All of a sudden, the clouds seemed as though they were about to explode. Right before Long Chen's eyes, old monster Tianxi's body rapidly transformed, turning into a giant silver rhinoceros. It was extremely similar to the silver rhinoceros from before, but it was even more domineering and domineering. Just its breath alone was enough to turn the clouds that were as hard as land into dust. The entire region within a million li was under the control of this giant silver rhinoceros. Whoosh! With a roar, not only did it send Mo Xiaolang flying, but it also sent the 4 concubines behind her thousands of miles away. Within the vast territory, only Long Chen was left standing in front of the silver rhino. Large areas of the Tai Ching sky shook. But actually, the living beings were used to it, because such battles happened frequently in the Tai Ching sky, especially among the demon race. As long as they fought, the commotion would undoubtedly be huge. Old Monster Vast Sky was a silver rhinoceros, known as the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros. He had a heaven-piercing cultivation base, and he specialized in trampling and charging. If he was allowed to trample, the entire Great Clear Sky would be destroyed by him. In the Great Clear Sky, Old Monster Vast Sky was a famous figure. He was someone that most gods and demons didn't dare to offend. Now that the commotion was huge, many gods and demons in the surroundings did not dare to approach. Who is it that actually offended the devil? Yes, if this fellow is angered and he runs around, who knows how many living beings will die. Let's hope nothing happens. Long Chen had seen many demons, but the silver rhino was the most powerful. Those galactic flood dragons could not compare to it. If it was in the galaxy, no matter how big the scene was, it would probably be smashed to pieces by the silver rhino. The 2 breaths he exhaled from his nose could shatter space. Such a powerful existence indeed made many in the Divine Kingdom worry for Long Chen. The battle began. The battle quickly erupted. Long Chen was calm, and his expression did not change. He held the demon-subduing pagoda in his left hand, and the god-slaying sword in his right. Before he attacked, the devil directly attacked. The rules were still before Long Chen. Silver snow. Suddenly, the entire world was filled with silver snowflakes, just like Lingxi's green snow. But the difference was that the rules were completely different. Everywhere the snowflakes landed, the gravity suddenly increased. This was a terrifying increase. Every point on Long Chen's body now had unimaginable gravity. It was as if there was something more terrifying than the mouth of a god or demon, and it was trying to swallow Long Chen down. This was the gravity rules. This was one of the Heaven Prayer Rhino's rules. Under the gravity rules, Long Chen's god-slaying sword and demon-subduing pagoda almost slipped out of his hands. At this moment, the Heaven Prayer Rhino did not say a word. It galloped between the heavens and the earth, charging at Long Chen with its terrifying weight. Its silver horn was aimed in Long Chen's direction. Collision rules. This was the Heaven Prayer Rhino's second rule. The Heaven Prayer Rhino's rules were undoubtedly simple and direct. First, the gravity rules would bind the opponent, then the collision rules would shatter them into pieces. It looked simple, but there were not many who could really dodge it. Chapter 29:17. Silver Fang. Silver snow fluttered in the air. The gravity was still increasing infinitely. The pressure that Long Chen was under was also unprecedentedly heavy. Under such pressure, the surrounding space was collapsing. Even if it was an eternal level world, it was not enough to be destroyed by the devil. And under such gravity, the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros charged over with heavy steps. The horn on top of its head pierced towards Long Chen's direction. Under the usage of the collision rules, countless 3 pure qi gathered on its horn and continued to condense. The speed of the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros charge was getting faster and faster. Its power was also getting stronger and stronger. At first, it only shattered the clouds and space. Later on, it shattered everything. Wherever it went, everything turned into powder. Boom, 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 boom. The commotion was too great. Every step the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros took in the space would cause a violent collision with Long Chen, causing his blood and qi to churn. As it moved forward, the collision of its footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, it became a continuous roar. Boom. With a final explosion, the surrounding world was annihilated. Only the sharp horn of the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros was left. Under the terrifying force, it charged towards Long Chen. This seemingly simple collision could even cause the death of a full-circle god emperor. It's really fierce. In the face of this awe-inspiring collision, Long Chen smiled faintly and remained calm. At the critical moment. In the eyes of the god emperors, he was simply about to turn into powder in this collision. And at this moment, Long Chen threw the demon-subduing pagoda in his left hand. In the process of moving forward, the demon-subduing pagoda suddenly rotated and enlarged. At its bottom, the Annihilation Dragon seal filled with killing intent appeared. Bang! It was a destructive collision. The 100,000 deities in the demon-subduing pagoda cried out in pain and were sent flying. They almost got out of Long Chen's control. This meant that the demon-subduing pagoda almost couldn't withstand this collision. Long Chen let out a muffled groan and was sent flying a great distance away. But he was not defeated, because the silver rhino's footsteps were stopped by the demon-suppressing pagoda. The Annihilation Dragon seal's attack directly struck the silver rhino's soul. Even if the Heaven Prayer rhino's physical defense was extremely high, being struck by Long Chen's Annihilation Dragon seal was simply a nightmare. This caused the silver rhino to sway and almost fall. In an instant, the winner was decided. Long Chen's Annihilation Dragon seal was still too terrifying. Although the Silver Tooth Rule had blocked it for a while, causing Long Chen to not be able to display the strongest level of the Annihilation Dragon seal, the power was still enough to make the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros lose most of its combat power. It could not even maintain the shape of a demon beast and gradually transformed into the appearance of the devil. Such a scene was simply breathtaking. How could this be? The devil's silver hair danced chaotically, and his face was pale as he retreated again and again. The others didn't know that his primordial spirit was injured, and they didn't know that his injuries were so serious. They thought that he had transformed into a human again, and in their eyes, the battle clearly wasn't over. Tianji Talisman. Seeing that Long Chen had put away the demon-suppressing pagoda and was holding the god-slaying sword with both hands, he was as cold as ink. In a flash, he had crossed 100,000 meters to attack. The devil was so shocked that his body trembled, and he took out his mixed yuan-grade destiny-level divine artifact. It was a silver talisman that instantly expanded, covering the sky and blocking Long Chen's path. After that, the talisman began to distort in an attempt to trap Long Chen within it. The Tianji talisman's strongest effect was to imprison. Long Chen was indeed shocked when he was suddenly blocked by the Tianji talisman. On the Tianji talisman that covered the sky, there were colorful talisman flickering. Those talisman turned into real mountains, rivers, and trees, and turned into a real world. However, it was a distorted world that surrounded him, and in the blink of an eye, he was trapped in a world. When he was trapped, the world changed instantly, turning into a sky full of flames, storms, and lightning that engulfed Long Chen. It seems like the Tianji talisman is not bad. It's just that the devil is too weak after being hit by my Annihilation Dragon seal. Long Chen smiled faintly. He held the god-slaying sword with both hands, and his eyes instantly turned illusory. Time gathered towards the sword in his hand, and the bloodiest sword was gradually engulfed by the power of time. It actually turned into nothingness, as though it had disappeared from Long Chen's hand. Sword of Time. Before this, Long Chen had not unleashed the true power of the Sword of Time for a long time. When he truly unleashed it, the Sword of Time wasn't any weaker than the Annihilation Dragon seal. For example, this time, the soaring sword Qi was unstoppable, and it instantly pierced through the Tianji talisman, stopping right in front of the devil. Even so, the devil's body was covered with time sword scars, and he was bleeding profusely. Put away the Tianji talisman. Otherwise, I'll snatch it away after you die in battle. Long Chen's cold voice came from the Tianji talisman. It actually pierced through the Tianji talisman. The devil's voice was trembling. He knew that if it wasn't for Long Chen stopping the Sword of Time, his nomological core would have been pierced, and he would have died. This was definitely the most terrifying battle he had ever faced. From the beginning to the end, he was crushed by Long Chen. All right. He quickly kept the Tianji talisman. At this moment, the sword of time in front of him turned into light spots and disappeared. The devil heaved a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, even a divine emperor in the great perfection realm would be drenched in cold sweat. He had cultivated for millions of years, but he had never been so close to death. Long Chen was different from other divine emperors. His sword of time and annihilation dragon seal were laws that could kill. Such laws were rare and terrifying, and they were the most terrifying. Master. The devil's 4 concubines rushed towards him. Don't come over. The devil was horrified. After hearing what he said, the 4 concubines could only stay far away. However, their eyes were still filled with anxiety. They naturally understood that Long Chen, a demon-like genius, had actually crushed the devil, whom they admired the most. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang came to Long Chen's side quietly. He knew that Long Chen would definitely win, so he wasn't surprised. To Long Chen, he actually had a plan in his heart. Now, he just wanted to verify that his combat strength could indeed surpass most of the divine emperors in the great perfection realm. Currently, he could be considered as one of the top experts in the entire myriad world. The devil's face was pale. The annihilation dragon seal that Long Chen had planted in him had yet to dissipate. This made it impossible for him to guarantee his life. Even now, he could still be killed by Long Chen at any time. Really strong. It's really possible. I overestimated you, but I still underestimated you, Long Chen. The devil gritted his teeth, but there was only fear and awe in his eyes. He no longer had the demonic look from before. You really know me. Alright, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me honestly, I'll let you leave safely. I have no enmity with you, and I don't have the intention to kill you. So, you just need to listen to me. How about it? The devil wasn't really afraid of him. He said, ask away. I admit defeat today. You are the winner. You have the right to do this. He was really straightforward. So, Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He looked behind old monster Tianxi. The 4 goddess empresses were extremely nervous. It seemed like old monster Tianxi was a man of many lovers. Could it be that there were 4 women who treated him as their center and even addressed him as their master? All of you, scram. The devil roared at the surrounding deities. Those deities left one after another. The reason why they didn't leave was because the battle scene was simply too shocking for them. A dignified divine emperor in the great perfection realm, the devil, was actually defeated so quickly. When this news spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar. Long Chen asked first, I've never met you before. How do you know me? The devil chuckled and said, you challenged the God King list of Mount Buzhou and defeated Tianyi, Ji Taishu, Xing Wuji, and unparalleled deity. You rushed to the top of the God King list. This news has long spread. Taiqing heaven is an eternal world, so it's naturally well informed. I've known of your existence since more than 20 years ago. Of course, I know you not only because you're a God King but have the strength to challenge divine emperors, but also because I've seen great Emperor Donghua. Long Chen still underestimated the influence of the God King list. He had become a legend in the God King list. Now, his name was known throughout the myriad realms. When the name Long Chen was mentioned, there were many who knew him. The devil continued, I once went to challenge the emperor-level battlefield of gods and stayed there for a long time. I've also fought with divine Emperor Donghua. I'm not much weaker than him, so I'm very familiar with his divine sword and demonic pagoda. But what shocked me was that you're not great Emperor Donghua's disciple. How can you be stronger than him? I'm guessing that you made up this identity. Don't worry about this. Now Long Chen understood how the devil had guessed his identity. God King, tyrannical, divine sword and demonic pagoda, and even Mo Xiaolang's sunshot divine bow and sunset divine arrow were all very obvious and hard to hide. How many people in the third layer of heaven can recognize me? Long Chen asked. The devil said, at the beginning, there might not be many. But when your name spreads, everyone will know that it's you. Unless you remain in seclusion, your identity can't be hidden at all. However, there are many people who want to rope in a peerless genius like you. Why do you care so much about your identity? Unless you're worried that existence will chase you all the way to the Tai Ching heaven. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. This old monster Tianqi seemed to know quite a bit. What else do you know? Just say it. Long Chen's voice was a little cold. There shouldn't be many people who knew about Di Jun. Could it be that something else happened after he left the fiend god Buzhou mountain? Since the devil had said it, he must get to the bottom of it. Chapter 29:18. Just say it. He had been struck by the exterminating dragon seal. Without Long Chen's help, he would still be in pain for a long time. As Long Chen's cultivation improved, so did the power of the exterminating dragon seal. The devil said, I'm more concerned about Mount Buzhou, so I know more. I know that you left Mount Buzhou with the grand disciple of the Shady Sky ruler after you defeated Invincible God. I heard that God Emperor Mo Sang chased after you for a while. When she returned to Mount Buzhou, who do you think she met? Long Chen shook his head. The devil said, it was John Doe. Who's John Doe? Long Chen was stunned. Who is John Doe? It's normal that you don't know him. He's a very mysterious person. He appeared out of thin air and challenged the Divine Emperor list. In the end, just like you, he rushed forward and became the number one on the list. After that, he disappeared and wandered around the major forces of the myriad worlds. John Doe was just a nickname that people casually gave him. It was only in the last 20 years that we learned that this divine emperor was called Di Jun. Long Chen was curious when he heard the story of the number one ranker on the divine emperor board. It was only when old witch Tianqi mentioned his name that Long Chen's eyes widened. His mind went blank for a moment before he finally snapped out of it. You said that Di Jun is number one on the divine emperor board? Yes, he is also the most mysterious divine emperor in the myriad worlds. Rumor has it that his strength is comparable to that of a supreme god. This is absolutely true. It's useless for me to lie to you. You can find a few more people and ask them about it. After all, this is the topic that everyone likes to talk about recently. He is the divine emperor closest to the supreme god realm. He is also our goal. That's right, it seems that I've always underestimated him. At first, I thought he was just an initial divine emperor. I didn't expect him to be an ultimate divine emperor, and even more unexpected that he's the top divine emperor list, comparable to a supreme god. In this case, Di Jun is much more terrifying than I thought. In fact, the main reason Long Chen underestimated him was that the other dragon sacrificial deities were too weak compared to him. There were only 3 god emperors and only a few god kings. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, Di Jun's level couldn't be that high. It was shocking enough when he said that he was not afraid of 8 divine emperors of the eternal god clan. He is the strongest expert of dragon sacrificial continent after the extinction of the divine dragons. During the era of the divine dragons, the dragon sacrificial continent was already so frightening, far surpassing the current Pangu continent. I believe he must have had some fortuitous encounters, and even I can obtain the origin dragon palace. Now that he thought, that seemed to be the case. Di Jun must have obtained something terrible that allowed him to surpass his limits and achieve such a breakthrough in the dragon sacrificial continent, a world that was gradually weakening. Now you know how dangerous your situation is, right? That's right, I heard that Di Jun is chasing after you, and he even offered a bounty for the 1,000-paper crane to find your location. Now that you have appeared here, in a few days, he will know your location. Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. As for what a paper crane was, he vaguely seemed to have heard of it when he was in the battlefield of gods and demons. It was an intelligence organization in the myriad worlds, and also a rather mysterious existence. It seemed that his situation was indeed much more dangerous than he had imagined. But he could still calm down. The devil was an opportunity, and he had to understand everything clearly. So he continued to ask, what happened when Mo Sang met Di Jun? Actually, he thought of the 9-yin mystic moon. If they cooperated, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. Fortunately, Li Xuanji had erased the 9-yin mystic moon. The devil chuckled and said, I'm not sure about that. But according to my friend's guess, they used to be lovers. As soon as Di Jun arrived, he immediately left with Mo Sang. Sure enough, as Long Chen had expected, Di Jun and Mo Sang were together. But why did Mo Sang say that the Shady Sky Domain Lord was also dispatched? If Di Jun and the Shady Sky Domain Lord were to capture him together, then he would undoubtedly die. Don't worry too much. Actually, something else happened afterward. It is said that Mo Sang actually lied to Di Jun. She brought Di Jun to the 9-yin ancestor realm, and the Shady Sky Domain Lord intercepted Di Jun in the starry sky. It is said that Di Jun secretly caused Mo Sang's death. However, Di Jun didn't know that Mo Sang already knew the truth, so he fought with the Shady Sky Domain Lord. What? The development of the matter was really mysterious. Di Jun actually fought with the Shady Sky Domain Lord. What was the result? Long Chen was concerned about this point. The devil said, there was no result. It is said that Di Jun understood the space rules very well. The Shady Sky Domain Lord couldn't confine him, nor could he do anything to him. He just let him escape easily. He didn't expect the situation to develop like this. Then, Di Jun must have known that I left the demon god Buzhou Mountain. He coveted the Origin Dragon Palace, so he should have chased after me. However, he obviously doesn't know where I went. He will probably wait for the paper crane's news before coming back. As for why Mo Sang and the Shady Sky Domain Lord would chase after me, Long Chen thought about it carefully and immediately understood. I took Xuanji away because of Mo Sang's reputation. The Shady Sky Domain Lord definitely wouldn't come because of her. After all, she is a supreme god spirit. So, she must have known that Di Jun would chase after me. As long as she knew where I was, she would know where Di Jun went. Then, she could avenge Mo Sang. Long Chen had heard from Ling Luo that the Shady Sky Domain Lord loved Mo Sang the most. She must have come to avenge Mo Sang. He really had to thank old monster Tianxi for letting him know so much about the situation. What the Shady Sky Domain Lord wanted was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In this segment, Long Chen was the weakest cicada. So, he had to think of a way to get rid of the mantis and let the oriole kill the mantis. This was a very difficult task. He couldn't think of a good solution in a short time. Because of that, many people know about you and Di Jun. They know that the top ranker on the God Emperor leaderboard is hunting down the top ranker on the God King leaderboard. No matter where you go, you'll be the center of attention. But there's no denying that Di Jun is much stronger than you. There are many gods and demons who want to befriend him, and many of them are stronger than you. It's very likely that they'll capture you after recognizing you and hand you over to Di Jun in order to curry favor with him. In fact, if Di Jun places a bounty on you, you won't be able to hide. Listening to the devil, the situation had become even more serious. This old man was very experienced and knew a lot of things. He knew more about the myriad worlds than Long Chen. Thank you. Long Chen remembered what the devil had said. He had to think about what he should do in the future. The devil suddenly said, "You have such achievements at such a young age. You defeated me but didn't kill me. Because of this, I have an idea for you. Why don't you hide in the death rain? The death rain is endless and no one can find you. Moreover, it only opens once every 10,000 years. As long as you enter the death rain, you will be safe for at least 10,000 years. Since you have the death rain blood bead, you can go to the supreme pure heavenly palace directly. Death rain. Old monster Tianxi's casual words shocked Long Chen once again. It made him instantly forget about Di Jun and focus all his attention on the death rain. Death rain, death dragon gate. His fiercest rule had even imprisoned the era heavenly demon in the death rain. The death rain was a world that the primordial bloodline dragon once controlled. It was equivalent to the primordial bloodline dragon's divine kingdom. It was the same kind of existence as the void cosmic dragon's time tunnel. When the primordial bloodline dragon died in battle, the death rain left the dragon's sacrificial continent and disappeared among the myriad worlds. Now, no one knew where it went. This death rain was actually one of the targets that Long Chen was looking for. There must be many things that belonged to the primordial bloodline dragon inside. Of course, many places were named randomly. Although the devil had called this place the death rain, it might not be the same place as what Long Chen had imagined. He calmed himself down and asked, "What kind of place is this death world that you mentioned?" From this, the devil could tell that Long Chen had just arrived here. He didn't know anything about the death rain and the death rain blood bead. Therefore, he guessed that Long Chen definitely didn't kill the child prodigy to obtain the death rain blood bead. Of course, he wouldn't point it out. After leaving Long Chen, he could still look for it himself. However, since he had mentioned the death rain first, he had no choice but to explain it to Long Chen. If possible, the devil naturally didn't want Long Chen to know. He said that the death rain is located in the crack between the three heavens. It's the most mysterious mystic realm in the three heavens. There are many ancient mystic realms in the three heavens. Some even exist a few epochs ago. Many destinable artifacts, primordial chaos immortal essences, and primal chaos treasures were excavated from these mystic realms. The death rain is one of them. Then what about the death rain blood bead? Long Chen asked. The devil answered casually, "The death rain will open. The time is uncertain, but it's said that it will open in a few years. There are about 100 places, most of which are occupied by the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. However, they will give out 10 places for us God Emperors who don't belong to the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace to fight for them. That is the death rain blood bead. Only those who hold the death rain blood bead can enter the death rain when it opens. The death rain blood bead is hidden in the body of the child prodigy. The child prodigy isn't a living being, but a rule of the supreme pure Taoist ancestor. Therefore, your act of protecting the child prodigy revealed that you're a foreign immortal, and a newcomer." Long Chen finally understood. The death rain opens once every tens of thousands of years. This time, Di Jun definitely won't be able to make it. He can't force his way into a mystic realm of this level. In this case, if I go in, at least I can avoid him and have enough time to grow. The most important thing is, I have to know whether this death rain is the death rain of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Chapter 29:19. If it had nothing to do with the primordial blood spiritual dragons, then Long Chen would just treat it as a refuge. If it was the death rain of the primordial blood spiritual dragons, then Long Chen would naturally have to understand it. This was the purpose of his travels, to search for the lost lands of the mystical dragons. Therefore, he had to understand the death rain before he could react. The devil initially thought that he knew about the death rain's blood bead, but after saying it out loud, he realized that he didn't know about it. In this case, he had added another competitor for himself, but Long Chen wasn't so easy to fool. That's about it. I still have some matters to attend to. Can I leave first? The devil asked anxiously. I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. I want to know why you want to enter the death rain, and what's so special about it. Long Chen wouldn't let him leave so easily. It wasn't easy for him to catch one, so he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. Sure enough, he couldn't escape. The devil admitted that he was unlucky, and said, "Actually, there are a few points. First, there's a legend in our third heaven. According to the legend, there's a core in the death rain. As long as you can reach this core, you can control the death rain and refine it into a world similar to a god's kingdom. It can be used as a terrifying prison, or as a creation divine artifact. Those who are imprisoned in it will never be able to come out, and they will suffer the agony of death. This is a huge temptation for anyone, but this is just a legend. No one has ever been able to prove it, right?" Long Chen added. "That's right. Just as you expected, although it's just a legend, it attracts a large number of powerful god emperors every time it happens. After all, it's a chance to change one's fate and surpass one's limits." And then? Long Chen knew that it wasn't just this. The devil said, "The second point is actually more practical. In our third heaven, the death rain is a training ground similar to your northern fiend god Mount Buzhou. The third heaven is controlled by 3 Dao ancestors, who are brothers. Actually, you can think of the third heaven as a world. Maybe it's for fun and fun. Anyway, I don't know what the 3 Dao ancestors are thinking, but every time the death rain opens, they will throw an eternal grade item into it, either a primordial chaos immortal essence or a primordial chaos treasure. There are relatively few creation god artifacts, and most of those who participate in the death rain are god emperors. To any god emperor, an eternal grade item is a supreme treasure, something that we can fight for with our lives. Therefore, an eternal grade treasure is our true goal. As for controlling the death rain, that's just an illusion." How generous. As expected of a divine lord, he could even casually throw in an eternal level item. In other words, the opening of the death rain was carried out by all 3 heavens, and the competitors also came from the third heaven. That was truly a world of experts. The death rain blood beads are all in the hands of the 3 Dao ancestors. They mainly distribute them to their disciples and grand disciples, to the disciples of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, the Jade Purity Heavenly Palace, and the Shang Purity Heavenly Palace. But every time, they will send a few places outside, so that we wandering godfiends have a chance to fight for it. But in fact, every time, it's the people from the 3 heavenly palaces who take it. Come to think of it, this is just an activity for the 3 Dao ancestors to test their disciples. Long Chen roughly understood that if there was an eternal grade item that they wanted to give to their disciples, but there were too many people who wanted it, they would place it in the death rain and let them fight for it. That way, everyone would be convinced. What's the eternal grade item this time? To be honest, even Long Chen was tempted by the eternal grade item. He wanted to defeat Di Jun, especially Di Jun, who was number 1 on the Divine Emperor ranking. He needed an eternal grade treasure, and the Divine Sword Demon Pagoda was not enough. Moreover, Di Jun definitely had more than just the eternal opal. The devil chuckled. "You're interested. But as for what it is, the 3 Dao ancestors will announce it when the death rain opens. That's the most anticipated moment. Now, we just need to get the death rain blood beads." Long Chen understood. In fact, the death rain is not just that. It's like the Shiraba. Gods and demons who are usually peaceful will fight each other after entering the death rain. It has the same effect as you gods and demons on Mount Buzhou. Most importantly, there are many mystical creatures in the death rain. Some of them are quite powerful, and some can even kill gods and demons. I've been in there once and fought with those existences. They are indeed terrifying, and they are very smart. If you encounter them, they will definitely snatch your death rain blood bead. Why would they want to snatch the death rain blood beads? The devil replied, the death rain blood beads can suck us in when the death rain opens. But at the same time, it's the only way for us to leave. If you lose the death rain blood beads, or if it's snatched by someone else, then regrettably, you can only stay in the death rain forever and suffer the pain of the death rain. Unless you snatch the death rain blood beads from the next batch of people, the death rain blood beads are very simple to use. In fact, you just have to crush it and you can leave the death rain. No wonder everyone was willing to enter. Although it was said that the death rain was dangerous and full of danger, as long as you had the death rain blood beads, as long as you didn't get killed instantly, as long as you had the slightest chance to crush the death rain blood beads, you would be able to come out unscathed. You would only lose the chance to fight for the eternal grade destinies. In other words, as long as I have the death rain blood beads, I can come out at any time. If I don't come out, I can stay here for tens of thousands of years. But if Di Jun wants to go in, he will have to wait tens of thousands of years before the death rain opens again. Long Chen asked the last question. That's right. But the premise is that you must have the ability to stay in the death rain for so long. Maybe there are existences more terrifying than Di Jun in the death rain. Today, Long Chen had asked so many questions. In fact, in general, this method was quite feasible. Long Chen didn't need to stay in there for so long. As long as he was sure that he had the strength to defeat Di Jun, he could come out. This might not even need 100 years, and the fight for the eternal grade treasure would also take that long. I've said so much. Can you let me go now? The devil pleaded. Long Chen was a reasonable person. He directly withdrew the power of the extermination dragon seal and said, "Let's go." A heaven-defying peerless genius. See you later. After saying that, the devil chuckled. He hugged the 4 concubines and swaggered away. Although he didn't get the death rain blood beads, he knew that Long Chen didn't know either. So, he was in a good mood at this time. Although there was a competitor, Long Chen might not be able to get the death rain blood beads. After all, the quota was limited. Even ultimate deity emperors would come to fight for it. Ultimate deity emperors were the most terrifying competitors. Big brother, let's look for the child prodigy again. Mo Xiaolang heard everything from the side. Long Chen said, "There's no hurry. Let me ask a few more people." Next, he randomly found a few deities at the divine emperor level and a deity king level. He used the eye of desire to control them. One by one, he verified what the devil said through their mouths. After all, it was the devil's one-sided story. He had to be cautious. Finally, he confirmed that what he said was true. The only thing missing is that the 3 Tao ancestors set up a rule on the eternal level treasure. It seems that 1 death rain blood bead is not enough to return. 3 or more death rain blood beads must be used at the same time. In other words, if we want to get that thing safely, we have to get the other 2 death rain blood beads. Of course, the method is to snatch them. But it seems very difficult to snatch them before others crush them. It seemed that the difficulty was not small. After thinking for a while, Long Chen said to the crowd, "We underestimated Emperor Jun's power. Now that the Dark Sky ruler is here, and we have exposed our position here, both sides will come after us. Although the Dark Sky ruler won't kill us, he will take Xianji away. Therefore, we must not face the experts of both sides head-on. So, it seems that we can either continue to wander the starry sky or try to enter the Death Rain. The Death Rain is a great opportunity. It might be related to the ancient blood spirit dragon. If we seize this opportunity, we might be able to fight against Emperor Jun and solve this big problem once and for all. We still have some time to understand this Death Rain." Since the decision was of great importance, Long Chen wanted to see what they thought. Death Rain. Unexpectedly, all of them were thinking about the Death Rain. Even Soi Yan and Yang Lingqing thought the same. It seems that everyone is like me. You can't stand being chased all over the world, and can't stand running forever. Well, now that we have a chance to fight, let's cut off our means of retreat. He is just the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Give me 100 years, and he won't be able to do anything to me. Long Chen's blood was boiling. Everyone's eyes were also burning. They were all descendants of the dragon. Then let's fight. There was no time to lose. Only by getting the Death Rain blood bead could they gain the initiative. Therefore, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. It's very difficult to find a child in this endless sea of clouds. Let's split up. Once we have any news, we will inform each other. It was easier for Long Chen to find Mo Xiaolang's location, and Mo Xiaolang was not weak either. Therefore, this method was feasible. As for Zhu Shi and the others, although they wanted to go out to look for the child, Long Chen was worried that they would encounter the Divine Emperor, so he gave up. He and Mo Xiaolang set off separately. The two of them were quickly submerged in the sea of clouds. There were countless third heavens and trillions of living beings. Long Chen's vision passed through this boundless territory. The child prodigy had appeared in this place before, and now he might be in this area as well. He was now flying high in the sky. The clouds beneath his feet were very hard, even harder than the ground of the first origin Sword Sea. There were many cities built by mortals and gods on the clouds, and some of the cities were so big that they could accommodate billions of mortals. Chapter 29-20. An eternal level world, a real and magical world. Most of the mortals here were in the rebirth realm. What did that mean? An era ago, the dragon sacrificial continent was full of divine dragons. The lower divine dragons were the red dragon, black dragon, and blue dragon. When they grew to their peak state, they were only in the upper echelons of the rebirth realm, and did not have the strength of gods or fiends. If the original dragon sacrifice continent was included in the world rankings, it should be considered beyond the origin level, surpassing the 9th grade. As for whether it was 10th, 11th, or 12th grade, it would depend on whether there were any levels in between. After all, before the epoch, almost all the worlds in the infinite worlds were more prosperous than they were today, and there were even progenitors. An eternal level world was the closest to the dragon sacrificial continent that Long Chen had seen so far. There should be more gods and fiends on Pangu continent within the third heaven. The more powerful the world, the smaller the gap between gods and mortals, because most mortals had the chance to become gods and fiends. Gods were already very common in this world, and god emperors were rare. Out of 100 trillion, there were probably only 1 or 200 of them. Long Chen flew silently above the endless clouds. He had a wide field of vision and keen senses. Wherever he went, he knew that the child prodigy was not there. 5 days later. Xiaolang, is there anything on your side? The two had missed each other by a little. Not yet. They continued to search. They searched according to the places where the child prodigy had appeared before, and then expanded the range. During the search, Long Chen vaguely sensed many powerful existences, and even some that made him wary were wandering around. 1 day later, he did not find the child prodigy. Instead, he found a city that was not huge but flourishing in the clouds below. This city was high up in the sky, surrounded by countless clouds and mist. It was resplendent and dazzling. The creatures of the third heaven loved visual perfection, so this city was built quite magnificently. There was not a single mortal in the whole city, only gods and fiends. This meant that perhaps this city was the core that ruled over the surrounding territories. Let's go take a look. Long Chen quickly arrived outside the city. The sky above the city was protected by the rules. If he did not enter through the city gate and instead barged down from above, the commotion would be quite big. Although Long Chen had the strength to destroy the protection of the rules, there was no need for him to do so. He entered through the city gate. This time, the main purpose of this trip was to gather some information and see if there was any useful information. Divine Cloud City. Long Chen read the name of the city. He was incomparably domineering. He followed the flow of divine spirits and walked in. Because he seemed to be at the Divine King realm, many of the surrounding divine spirits did not dare to approach him. Of course, divine kings were nothing. Long Chen casually saw hundreds of divine spirits, and there were 1 or 2 divine kings among them. After entering the Divine Cloud City, Long Chen wandered around casually while listening to the conversations of other divine spirits. As he expected, all the divine spirits in the city were talking about the child prodigy and the dead world blood bead. You all know, right? It said that someone saw a child prodigy in the sacred cloud domain. Now the child prodigy is still wandering in our sacred cloud domain. The 3 Tao ancestors gave 30 places to the outside world in total. Each heaven has 10 places. Now, there are 4 child prodigy in our Taiching heaven. It is said that the other 3 have been taken away, but we do not know which 3 divine emperors they are. Alas, the eternal treasure and the dangerous dead world are all games of divine emperors. It is useless for us to worry. If we want to participate in this game, we should first become divine emperors. It was extremely difficult to become a divine emperor. The 4th child prodigy is indeed in the divine cloud region. It is said that several divine emperors have seen him. These days, I also saw several divine emperors wandering around, looking for him. It is said that they have brought a large number of divine kings and even divine emperors. As long as we find the child prodigy and offer the dead world blood bead to them, we will get endless benefits. Of course, the benefits must be exchanged with our lives. Indeed, Long Chen found that many divine emperors and divine kings were looking for him. Of course, they did not dare to keep it for themselves. Even if they got it, they would offer it to the divine emperors in exchange for rewards. There are even a few Perfection Realm Deity Emperors. It said that a few Perfection Realm Deity Emperors have already appeared. For example, Old Monster Tianxi, the 2 demon emperors of the 100 Ghosts Cave, Qi Mei and Wang Liang, and, halfway through the sentence, the man suddenly stopped. His face turned pale and he looked at the sky in horror. In fact, Long Chen had already sensed that there were 2 guys with monstrous devil qi coming towards them. They should be demons similar to Mo Xiaolang. The black devil qi tore the snow-white clouds apart and covered the sky. It descended upon the divine cloud city, turning it from heaven to hell. Amidst the boundless mist, there were 2 burly experts standing at 4 meters tall. Their skin was pitch black, and they were covered in broken scales. Their palms were thick, and they had sharp demonic claws. Their auras were extremely heavy, and in terms of divine might, they surpassed even old demon Tianxi. Most importantly, each of them had 2 heads on their shoulders. Mo Xiaolang had fought against the 2-headed raging fire tribe before, but his head was in the front and one was in the back. However, these 2 were both in the front and had 2 necks. Their heads were also different, but they were both ugly with green faces and fangs. Long Chen had heard the words, Qi Mei and Wang Liang. They must be talking about these 2. They were also in the absolute beginning demon realm, and they were at the exceptional realm. Since there were far more gods than demons, most of the time, their realms would be called the absolute beginning god realm. These 2 were fierce and cruel. They were different from the devil, but they were more murderous. As soon as they appeared, they scared all the gods and demons in the divine cloud city. Have you seen the child prodigy? Of the 2 demon emperors, one was called Qi Mei, and the other was called Wang Liang. Both of them had 2 heads, and they actually had the same rule heart. However, they had 2 different thoughts. One head was a Ho, and the other was a Mei. The other one was a Ho, and the other was a Ho. When they asked the question, all the deities looked at each other, not daring to answer. Everyone shrunk their heads, not daring to look at the two demon emperors. "Has anyone seen the child prodigy?" Another voice came. The gods and demons were so scared that they took a few steps back. They wanted to hide. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two directly tore open the rule shield of Divine Cloud City and rushed in from the outside. Suddenly, the entire Divine Cloud City was filled with demon chi. Under their shock, some of the divinities cried out in surprise. The demon chi surrounded them and Long Chen. Four ugly noses were sniffing everywhere. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that they had a special way to find the child prodigy. "You." All of a sudden, the two of them looked at Long Chen. With a swoosh, the two of them appeared in front of Long Chen. Instantly, all the gods in the surroundings retreated in fear as their legs went soft. The two devil emperors looked down at Long Chen from above. Their foreheads asked at the same time, "You have the smell of a child prodigy. Have you seen a child prodigy?" Long Chen didn't want to fight with them for no reason, and there were no benefits to be gained, so he said, "I have indeed seen him, but the child prodigy was too fast. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared." "Where is he?" Long Chen pointed in a direction and said, "Over there. However, I also saw old Fei Tianxi over there. Old Yao Tianxi, that old fogey." The eight of them looked at each other. Because they mentioned the devil, they ignored Long Chen. They were worried that the devil would beat them to it, so they didn't make things difficult for Long Chen. Instead, they flew into the sky. "Everyone, listen up. Whoever has news of the child prodigy, as long as you tell us, we will reward you handsomely. We won't make things difficult for you." These two were pretty smart. The moment they appeared, they had already scared the masses. And now, they had even sent over some benefits. This caused the hearts of all the god spirits to be riled up. If they could provide the two demon kings with news of a child prodigy, they might just be able to obtain some great benefits. Clang! An orbital-grade chaos treasure was smashed in front of Long Chen just like that. It was a reward for Long Chen. Instantly, everyone looked at Long Chen enviously. When the two demon emperors left and a few god kings surrounded him, wanting to snatch it, Long Chen moved quickly and kept the item. It would be a waste if he didn't take this benefit. There were many people in the god nation who needed it. However, he quickly hid and disappeared among the gods. Where did that kid go? How did he run so fast? How lucky! I just saw the child prodigy and I got such a treasure. Many people swarmed out to search for the child prodigy for the two demon emperors. As for Long Chen, he was already secretly following behind the two demon emperors. These two have sharp noses. Following them will be much better than searching randomly. Long Chen was silent as he entered the river of time. There was a long distance between them. The two demon emperors might not discover him. They walked and stopped, searching for the smell in the surroundings. From their looks, they should be quite confident. After advancing for about half a day, suddenly, Mo Xiaolang hurriedly reminded, "Big brother, I saw the child prodigy. Hurry over. Catch him. Don't let him escape." He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to find him first. Through the connection between him and Mo Xiaolang, he found Mo Xiaolang's location. He found that Mo Xiaolang was very close. Moreover, he was right in front of the two demon emperors. Over there. The two demon emperors were instantly excited. They seemed to have smelled the smell too. Instantly, the two of them burst out at full speed and rushed over. Chapter 29-21. Amidst the endless layers of clouds, it was a real celestial realm. In a certain place, the clouds condensed into a mountain, which pierced through the sky from the bottom of the clouds. From afar, it looked like a snowy mountain. At the top of the cloud peak, Mo Xiaolang was controlling flames with both hands. The 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame turned into 2 long snakes in his hands and rolled in the clouds. The Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame burned the clouds into steam, while the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame froze them into ice. 2 wriggling snakes bound a child. Under the burning of the 2 ancestral fires, the child's face was covered with tears and he was in pain. His innocent and helpless eyes and childlike mournful cries were so lifelike that people could not help but feel sorry for him. The child in front of him was no different from a child. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang hesitated a little. Although the devil said that this child prodigy is just a rule of the Tao ancestor and not a real life, this is only his side of the story. Or maybe the Tao ancestor is lying. Because of this, he couldn't kill the child prodigy. Otherwise, he would have burned the child prodigy to ashes and obtained the dead world blood bead in his body. Now that he had complete control over the child prodigy, he couldn't move. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen was not far away, so he waited for him to arrive. The wind surged, and the clouds rolled. The child prodigy's cries echoed for a long time. Child prodigy. What Mo Xiaolang didn't expect was that before Long Chen arrived, another group of gods had arrived. He put the child prodigy beside him and looked back. There were 6 or 7 gods behind him. With their godly power, they could suppress Mo Xiaolang as soon as they appeared. Obviously, they were all deity emperors. Obviously, it's because of the child prodigy and the dead world blood bead that so many deity emperors have appeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to meet these emperors of the gods. Mo Xiaolang's eyes swept across and quickly discovered that there was a deity leading this group of people. It was just like how the devil was accompanied by 4 goddess empresses. However, it was not just the goddess empresses who were following that deity. There were a total of 7 of them, and they were all different in appearance. However, it was undeniable that their strength was no weaker than that of Sword Venerable 7 Origins. After all, this was the Divine Emperor of the Great Pure Heaven. As soon as the 6 Divine Emperors saw Mo Xiaolang, they immediately surrounded him from all directions of the cloud peak and stared at Mo Xiaolang. They suppressed Mo Xiaolang with their majestic Divine Emperor's might. Mo Xiaolang was completely suppressed. Which God King are you? Hurry up and hand over the child prodigy to us. We will reward you handsomely. We are the God Kings of the Golden Imperial Palace. This is the son of Emperor Changsheng, or God Ji Du, one of the Divine Emperors said in a deep voice. First, they surrounded Mo Xiaolang so that he had nowhere to run. Their methods were indeed very reliable. Mo Xiaolang didn't know what the Golden Imperial Palace was. It sounded like a faction, and he didn't know who Emperor Changsheng was. It sounded like an expert, but the so-called war god Ji Du was actually the leader of these god emperors. He was standing right in front of Mo Xiaolang. This was a man dressed in dark green armor. He had black hair and green eyes. His entire body was filled with battle intent that surpassed Xing Wuji. One look and you could tell that he was a genius cultivator of the battle Dao. His green cloak fluttered in the wind, and on it were the words, Changsheng. It was mighty and domineering. This man was decisive and resolute. Mo Xiaolang was just a god king, so he naturally couldn't attract his attention. His eyes fell on the struggling child prodigy, and he said, "That's right, it's the child prodigy." He stretched out a hand, waiting for Mo Xiaolang to throw the child prodigy to him. At the same time, he ordered, "Jing Rong, reward this person with a order-level primordial immortal essence." While that god king was still preparing, Mo Xiaolang picked up the child prodigy and imprisoned him in his arms. With 2 ancestral fires shackling him, the child prodigy struggled but couldn't escape. He could only cry and make a fuss, "Why do you want to kill me? You're all bad people. Big brother, you're a bad person too. War god Ji-du, the son of Chongsheng Emperor, was startled. This was because Mo Xiaolang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at him calmly. Such an action was beyond everyone's expectations. This person looks unfamiliar. Maybe he just came to Tai Ching Sky and doesn't know your name. Young Master Ji-du, never mind, since he refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll let him have a taste of the forfeit. Among the 6 god kings, there was a skinny, bald god king with skin as black as ink and eyes that were purple. Just as he was about to make a move, war god Ji-du, the so-called young master Ji-du, waved his hand and said, "I'll do it myself." From his tone, he sounded very helpless. He didn't expect that a mere god king would dare to fight against him. It would be shameful if word of this got out. Swish. At that moment, his aquamarine eyes lit up. A green rope appeared out of thin air on his left arm. The green rope contained an incomparably majestic life aura. It was incomparably tough, vaguely resembling a snake. The oily green color gave Mo Xiaolang a dangerous feeling. Although it was a simple green rope, it was a primordial chaos divine weapon. Even among the primordial chaos divine weapons, there were good and bad ones. For example, the divine fate talisman of the devil was ordinary, but this green rope was obviously superior. Longevity grass, go, young Master Ji-du said indifferently. Young Master Ji-du said indifferently. The longevity grass in his hand instantly erupted with many hallucinatory laws. This young Master Ji-du was a divine emperor in the perfection realm. Mo Xiaolang was still unable to resist it. In the blink of an eye, the longevity grass wrapped around him. The child prodigy was also trapped by the longevity grass. Immediately afterward, the longevity grass erupted with a terrifying force and directly sank deep into Mo Xiaolang's body. Countless spikes even extended out and pierced into his flesh. That instant of pain was simply indescribable. Mo Xiaolang's face turned pale. This fool doesn't even know the pain of the longevity grass. How dare he go against us? The surrounding 6 god kings roared with laughter. Indeed, the pain was too exaggerated. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to leave a deep impression on Mo Xiaolang for a long time. However, all of a sudden, young Master Ji-du kept the longevity grass. His face turned incomparably cold, and he instantly released his battle intent, causing Mo Xiaolang to take a few steps back. He said in a deep voice, "Snatch the child prodigy and restrain him. I'll deal with the Qi Mei and Wang Liang." By the time he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the cloud peak. While the other god kings were still in a daze, the dense demonic Qi dyed the entire sky black. The demonic Qi surged and the blood Qi filled the sky. The descent of the evil aura and the creepy laughter undoubtedly reminded them of the 2 most terrifying experts in the vicinity. Qi Mei and Wang Liang. Indeed, in the core of the demonic Qi, 2 hideous 2-headed demon emperors appeared. Quick, attack! The 6 god kings knew that young Master Ji-du was going to block the Qi Mei and Wang Liang. 6 primordial god emperors naturally had no problem dealing with a god king. Therefore, they immediately attacked. But in fact, the battle above was even faster and fiercer. I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Ji-du of the Golden Imperial Palace. Oh, that's not right, it's war god Ji-du. The last time I saw you, you were only a primordial realm deity emperor, but now you're already a perfected realm deity emperor. What a peerless talent. The Golden Imperial Palace is indeed worthy of being the 2nd major faction after the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. The 2 demon emperors descended while laughing. The 2 of you should know when to retreat. This death world blood bead is ours. Even if the 2 of you snatch it, you won't be able to protect it. If you anger my father, the 2 of you naturally know what the consequences will be. Young Master Ji-du's left hand was wrapped with the longevity grass. At this time, he clenched his right hand, and a domineering primordial chaos-grade destinable divine weapon appeared. It was a silver trident. It was very domineering, and its battle aura was monstrous. It was very compatible with war god Ji-Du's aura. After holding the trident, young Master Ji-Du's aura suddenly changed. At this moment, he had the temperament of a war god. Celestial trident and longevity grass. 2 primordial chaos-grade destinable divine weapons, but you can control them freely. How enviable. Chi Mei was not afraid even in the face of war god Ji-Du. Demonic Chi descended, and the 2 demon emperors directly attacked war god Ji-Du. At this moment, the battle between Mo Xiaolang and the 6 god emperors began. To be honest, the pain from being stabbed by the longevity grass had lasted until now. It would affect the battle to a great extent. Swoosh. At the moment of the confrontation, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with the power of time. Instantly, several sword chi burst out. The 6 god emperors were about to besiege him when they suddenly encountered a great crisis. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sword of time stabbed in front of them. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered. The 6 god emperors screamed and retreated. Each of them lost an arm and fell into the endless sea of clouds. They were naturally horrified. Only now did they see a black-haired, red-robed young man appear in front of Mo Xiaolang. He was holding a bloody sword in one hand. It was this young man who injured them just now. Who dares to attack the people of my golden imperial palace? The 6 god emperors had just faced the crisis of death, and they were in a state of extreme shock. Long Chen didn't bother to listen to them. Instead, he directly pressed down on the child prodigy. He opened up a space in his divine kingdom and threw the child prodigy inside. Then, he burned Mo Xiaolang's body with the fire of life. The power of the longevity grass still remained in Mo Xiaolang's body, causing him to still feel that shocking pain. It was simply a nightmare. However, with the help of the flame of life, the pain quickly disappeared. How is it? What a strange law. The pain is terrifying. Long Chen raised his head. Young Master Ji-Du was about to fight with Chi Mei and Wang Liang, but he didn't expect Long Chen to appear. This time, their battle had to stop because the child prodigy had fallen into Long Chen's hands. Chapter 29-22. This young Master Ketu held the longevity grass in his left hand and the celestial trident in his right. He looked very domineering. It was not convenient for Mo Xiaolang to participate in a battle of this level, so Long Chen let him rest in the divine kingdom. Although he had obtained the child prodigy, he had to return the favor when his brother was bullied. Hence, he was not in a hurry to leave. It's you. The 2 demon emperors were stunned. When they were in Sacred Firmament Cloud City, they had even given Long Chen gifts. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had appeared in front of them. Not only did he snatch the child prodigy away, but he had also defeated 6 primordial realm god emperors. We've been tricked. He followed us here. Damn it. The 4 had started talking at the same time. Now that the child prodigy was with Long Chen naturally became the target of everyone. Of course, war god Ketu and the Chi, Mei, and Wang Liang were still on guard against each other. Who are you? This death world blood bead is something that my father, the eternal emperor, values. I hope you can give me some face. My golden imperial palace will reward you handsomely. It seemed that young Master Ketu was very confident in his background. Long Chen smiled. He waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, this is also very important to me. However, the 2 of you can fight. Whoever wins can come and snatch it from me. The 6 god emperors were still fearful and did not dare to step forward. War god Ketu was also infuriated by Long Chen, but the one who could not control his anger was the Qi, Mei, and Wang Liang. Wang Liang, you guys stop young Master Ketu. I'll go and snatch the child prodigy. They were confident and understood that snatching the Death World blood bead had to be done quickly. Otherwise, it would be more difficult if there were more people. They had 2 perfected realm god emperors on their side, so they were the most confident. With 1 perfected realm god emperor blocking war god Ketu, the Qi, without saying a word, swept up a monstrous demonic aura and attacked Long Chen. It was another battle between perfected deity emperors. Long Chen sneered. Although his opponent might be stronger than Dong Hua the Great Emperor, his improvement was already heaven-defying. At this moment, he held the god-slaying sword with both hands. The power of time revolved around him, and his eyes suddenly turned pure white. Destiny heavenly pupil, heart eye of desire. Suppress and control. The Qi Mei was about to erupt with power. His hands grasped 2 worlds, one of which was hell. On his left hand, a world turned into a streak of gray lightning that possessed tyrannical power. It tore apart heaven and earth, breaking apart the endless clouds. This was the Qi Mei's most terrifying natural law, an exceptional killing move. Rebirth tribulation. On his other hand, the hell world condensed, transforming into a viper that coiled around his arm. The viper had jade-green eyes, and it flicked its forked tongue as it stared at Long Chen. It was a soul-stirring sight that would cause one's hair to stand on end. Spirit attraction. With the rebirth tribulation in his left hand and the spirit attraction in his right, the dual natural laws attacked. When Qi Mei saw that Long Chen had defeated 6 deity emperors, he knew that his true cultivation was definitely above the primordial deity emperor level. In order to quickly obtain the Death World blood bead, he decided to kill him. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding the situation. He sneered in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he encountered the suppression of Long Chen's heavenly eye of destiny. The offensive power of his hands immediately decreased. At the same time, the eye of desire directly attacked his soul, shocking Qi Mei. When he came to his senses, the rebirth tribulation in his left hand was actually attacking the spirit attraction in his right hand. He was so close to destroying his left and right hands. What terrifying natural laws! While Qi Mei was astonished, he did not expect that it was just a side dish for Long Chen. At this moment, what Long Chen was offering was the real feast. He held the god-slaying sword with both hands and attacked with 1 strike. Sword of Time. The Sword of Time had always been fast, ruthless, and accurate. An illusory shadow. It disappeared instantly. A resplendent sword light flashed across the sky. Pfft! The Sword of Time pierced through and penetrated Qi Mei's lower abdomen. The domineering destructive power of time collided within his body. Blood splashed everywhere, and a large area of the world tree collapsed. If Qi Mei had not blocked at the last moment, Long Chen would have pierced through his natural laws. Even if it was just 1 strike, he was only 1 step away from death. You. At this moment, Wang Liang had only blocked war god Ketu. He had not really started fighting with him, but the result of Long Chen's battle was already out. When everyone saw with their own eyes that Long Chen only needed 1 strike to pierce through Qi Mei, causing him to twitch on his sword and dissipate his demonic power. Qi Mei. Wang Liang was so shocked that his face turned pale. He hurriedly came down. At this moment, Qi Mei broke free from Long Chen's god-slaying sword and flew backward, saving his life. The 2 demon emperors protected each other and looked at Long Chen with incomparable horror. The natural laws of fate and time were extremely mysterious. Due to the mysteriousness of the natural laws, Long Chen had achieved the effect of killing Qi Mei in an instant. This person is so strong. He has hidden his strength too deeply. If this goes on, we will definitely die. Let's do it. In shock, Qi Mei and Wang Liang looked at each other. How could it be so simple? At this moment, the two demon emperors actually held each other's palms. They spun rapidly, and their bodies actually fused together. When the demonic mist dissipated, everyone saw a demon emperor with 4 heads. On his broad shoulders, there were a total of 4 heads. This scene was truly strange to the extreme. Even Long Chen himself was stunned. He didn't expect these two to be able to display the natural laws that were so similar to the heavenly fusion divine technique. In fact, this was not the natural laws, but the child prodigy of their race and bloodline. Only this could cause such a result. Even if others comprehended it, they would not be able to achieve the same effect. Of course, after the fusion, their combat power fused together and rapidly increased. Seeing this scene, War God Ketu squinted his eyes and directly retreated, leaving the battlefield with his gods. He knew that the only person the Qi Mei and Wang Liang wanted to deal with now was Long Chen. You are very strong. Such a strong person is worthy of us using such a method to deal with you. The dead world blood pearl is ours. You can't imagine the ability of us brothers. 1 body, 4 heads, it was as if 4 people were talking. It was really unknown who among the 4 was controlling the body. Kill. This was an extremely urgent matter. Encountering the fusion of the Qi Mei and Wang Liang, this kid will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Let them fight, and I will be the fisherman to reap the benefits. Young Master Ketu smiled faintly. He watched the battle from outside the battlefield, but in fact, he was in a dilemma. He always felt that there were few perfection realm deity emperors who could be his opponent. He didn't expect Long Chen's strength to be so strange. Who is this person? At this moment, the Qi Mei and Wang Liang made their move. It was the same sort of reincarnation and ghost attraction, but their power was at least 3 times stronger. The effect of their combination was similar to the heavenly fusion divine technique. Needless to say, these two were also quite difficult to deal with. They dared to fight against War God Ketu. It could be seen that if it was the devil, he would definitely not dare to fight against War God Ketu. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Long Chen, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed. His heaven-defying destiny-changing rule was specially designed to deal with such strange means. When the other party attacked, he just struck out a heaven-defying destiny-changing rule. When the Qi Mei and Wang Liang came into contact with the heaven-defying destiny-changing rule, it actually shattered in front of Long Chen. Whoosh! The condensed power also completely dissipated. Everyone was stunned because what appeared in front of them were actually 4 people. Each of them only had 1 head, and their strength had regressed to the primordial God-Emperor realm. They had become Qi, Mei, Wu, and Wang respectively. They looked at each other in shock. It seems that this is the true appearance of the 4 of you. Long Chen had unintentionally uncovered such a secret. Even he was a little depressed. In the Grand Pure One Heaven, everyone thought that the Qi Mei and Wang Liang were 2 perfected devil emperors. They never expected that they were actually 4 primordial devil emperors. This was the magic of the myriad worlds. The Qi Mei and Wang Liang realized that Long Chen had a rule that made them scatter. He was simply their natural enemy. Originally, they thought that they could suppress Long Chen. Now, the 4 primordial god emperors couldn't even block 1 sword from Long Chen. They encountered the most terrifying panic in their history. Hence, the 4 of them looked at each other and hurriedly turned to flee. They didn't even think about the child prodigy and the death world blood bead. From now on, if they encountered Long Chen, they would probably flee in fear. After a while, they were nowhere to be seen. After they left, only War God Ji Du and his followers were left. They were stunned by the scene just now. Now, those god emperors couldn't help but retreat again, not daring to approach Long Chen. But they knew that young Master Ji-du would never give up on the Death World blood bead. It was very important to him. At this moment, young Master Ji-du took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency, do you know that our Golden Imperial Palace is the strongest force in the Grand Pure One Heaven besides the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace? My father, Great Emperor Changsheng, and my mother, Great Emperor Yuehua, are both God Emperors on the God Emperor list. My father is ranked 19th, and my mother is ranked 86th. They are both outstanding God Emperors. No matter how strong you are, there is no benefit in going against us." Long Chen still didn't leave because he injured Mo Xiaolang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with this guy. After hearing this, he laughed and said, "What does that have to do with me? Since you're a cultivator of the Tao of battle, there's no need for you to use such unorthodox methods. If you have the guts, you can fight me directly. The Dead World's blood pearl belongs to the winner." Alright. War God Ji-du had always been brave. In fact, this was the first time he used his parents to suppress someone. "Actually, I know you. It's you, number 1 on the God King list, Divine Sword Demon Pagoda, Long Chen." Suddenly, young Master Ji-du smiled. He didn't expect him to recognize him. Chapter 29-23. Above the endless sea of clouds, it was like a fairyland. On a peak of the clouds, War God Kidu held the Tiandu trident with a murderous aura in one hand. His left hand was wrapped with the longevity grass. His dark green divine armor shone brightly, and his eyes were filled with boundless vitality. Different battle rules from Xingtian War God Star, but it's still very powerful. Moreover, this guy has the longevity rule similar to the life rule. He's indeed not simple. He has 2 divine emperor experts as his parents. He indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant in Taiqing heaven. However, this is not a reason to scare me. This battle had already begun when the 2 pairs of eyes met. "Get out of the way, don't disturb my battle." War God Kidu scolded the 6 divine emperors beside him indifferently. The 6 divine emperors got out of the way, but Long Chen saw their movements. They should be informing the so-called Longevity Great Emperor and Yuehua Great Emperor. It seems that I have to end this battle quickly. War God Kidu was one of the best divine emperors in the Perfection realm. At the same time, he was also the opponent that Long Chen was more eager to fight, especially with the Tiandu trident. The creation spirit seemed to be a snow-white eagle that looked down on the world. It looked very dazzling. Buzz. War God Kidu snorted coldly, and his divine power erupted. The divine power cultivated by the boundless divine technique of mixed element has a violent fighting nature, and it also has a majestic life force. It seems like the opponent is also good at prolonged battles. Battle rules. He held the Tiandu trident with one hand and infused all his strength into the Tiandu trident. He changed his figure in the vast clouds, as if he had completely merged with the clouds. His movements could not be seen clearly, but the sense of fatal danger still descended. As expected of the divine emperor of the Taiqing heaven, he made good use of the environment. The endless clouds had almost become War God Ji-du's weapon. But no matter what, his brother was despised, and he had to get back at him. This time, it was fortunate that Long Chen arrived in time. Otherwise, Mo Xiaolang would be in big trouble. At least the longevity grass would make him feel extreme pain. At this moment, War God Kidu made 3 consecutive attacks. Broken Cloud. Pierced Cloud. Total Annihilation. It was as if he had split into 3 clones, and the Tiandu trident attacked from 3 different directions. Whether it was his gaze or his divine might, they brought about great pressure. 3 gigantic figures of the Kidu war god appeared in the endless clouds. Before them, Long Chen seemed incomparably small. At this moment, 3 moves of the battle law broke through the clouds, and each move was more vicious than the last. They descended on Long Chen's head. Under my trident, millions of souls have died, and you are just one of them. War God Kidu's voice shook the surrounding area. Seeing that Long Chen was about to be buried under this trident, the 6 God Kings couldn't help but feel excited. It seemed that although Long Chen could suppress the evil spirits, and evil spirits, he was still stronger than War God Kidu. However, in the next moment, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with both hands, and the power of time once again condensed on this ferocious sword. Endless time surged and condensed into a sword. Compared to War God Kidu's majestic sword, Long Chen's sword seemed very small, but that was not the case. He just roared and swept the god-slaying sword horizontally. Pop time condensed into sword chi, fierce and violent. Mixed divine power erupted, and the 3 figures of War God Kidu were directly cut in half. The sword light flew for a long time, and before it dissipated, a cry could be heard. The broken figures condensed into War God Kidu's appearance. His hands that were holding the Tiandu trident were still trembling, and his face was pale. He looked at Long Chen with incomparable horror. Most importantly, there was a deep sword wound on his waist. That sword strike had almost cut him in half. Now, only a small part of his body was still connected to his body. Green blood was gushing out of the wound, causing the 6 god emperors to turn pale with fright. One strike, it was still one move to defeat War God Kidu. But, War God Kidu smiled. He naturally knew that this was a failure, but he said, I admit that you are strong, but don't think that you can defeat me like this. The people of my golden imperial palace are born to be immortal war gods. As soon as he said this, War God Kidu's body shone with green light, especially on the wound on his lower abdomen. It was hard to imagine that such a divine body could recover so quickly. It was almost the same as Long Chen's fire of life. In that instant, the wound seemed to have recovered, and War God Kidu's face also became ruddy. My golden imperial palace, with the rule of immortality, runs amok in the Tai Ching heaven. You can only be surprised. War God Kidu was most satisfied with his rule of immortality. It's time to end this. In fact, because of this rule of immortality, he was also called the immortal war god. Fighting with him was simply a nightmare. It was also because of this that War God Kidu always had great confidence in himself. When he was completely healed by the rule of immortality, he didn't give Long Chen the slightest chance. This time, he used 2 kinds of creation divine weapons at the same time. Of course, this time, it was the longevity grass that he used first. The green rope turned into a sky full of shadows, entangling. This kind of creation divine weapon was the most difficult to dodge, and Long Chen indeed couldn't dodge it. Just like Emo Xiaolang, he couldn't avoid the longevity grass. When the primordial longevity grass entangled him, he finally experienced the pain that Emo Xiaolang had endured before. This feeling was too exciting. However, War God Kidu's attack was far more than that. When the longevity grass succeeded, he laughed 3 times. On one hand, he controlled the longevity grass and stimulated its strongest state. On the other hand, he held the Tiandu trident with both hands. At that moment, a thick divine power poured out of War God Kidu's body and directly rushed into the Tiandu trident. He used the longevity grass to bind the opponent, bringing extreme pain to the opponent, and then giving the opponent a fatal move. This was his usual fighting style. The combination of these 2 creation divine weapons had reached the limit of War God Kidu. Even an unparalleled heavenly god would probably fall in the face of such an attack. Tiandu Fiend God / War God Kidu shouted. He waved the Tiandu trident with both hands and imbued all his power into it. The silver Tiandu trident erupted with an incomparably bright silver light, piercing through the layers of clouds. War God Kidu soared into the sky, reaching the endless sky, and finally landed in a shocking manner. 1/. At that moment, the sky of the eternal world was torn open, and the Tiandu fiend god / instantly descended in front of Long Chen. Logically speaking, Long Chen should have lost all his power at this time, and he would have been killed by war god Qidu in the pain brought by the longevity grass. Therefore, at this moment, war god Qidu was very excited. Kill. He must get back the dead world blood bead. He was most confident in the longevity grass. Under the longevity grass, no one could bear the pain. But at this time, he felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The flame that was born on Long Chen's body, that green flame, what is that? Longevity law, how can you have the longevity law? He saw with his own eyes that Long Chen ignored the attack of the longevity grass, and his body was unscathed. The green flame had a majestic aura of life. Wherever it went, the tiny wounds caused by the longevity grass on Long Chen's body would recover instantly. It was even faster than his longevity law. Logically speaking, Long Chen's divine body would not be weaker than his. The stronger the divine body, the harder it was to recover. Being able to reach the God Emperor realm and still be able to do this, war god Qidu only knew the longevity law. But at this moment, the truth was in front of him. Long Chen knew the longevity law. Wrong, the life law and the longevity law were not the same. The life law covered a much wider area than the longevity law, and it was even more mysterious and magical than the longevity law. At this moment, Long Chen smiled coldly at him, making war god Qidu's hair stand on end. Then, war god Qidu saw Long Chen use his hand to tear the control of the longevity grass. The longevity grass was in Long Chen's hand, and war god Qidu couldn't dodge it for a while. In fact, Long Chen was using the power of the life law to fight against the opponent. Die. The defeat of the longevity grass made war god Qidu feel despair. He pinned all his hopes on the heaven fiend god Chop. At this moment, he shouted and slashed down angrily. Long Chen was still calm. Just as the heaven fiend god Chop was about to descend, his demon-subduing pagoda finally moved. From bottom to top, it blocked the heaven fiend god Chop. This way, war god Qidu could clearly see the extermination dragon seal. Two words that he didn't recognize. The bodies of the 8 divine dragons were ancient and terrifying. Battle god Qidu's celestial trident slashed down on the demon-subduing pagoda. The powerful force sent the demon-subduing pagoda flying and disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, Long Chen was unscathed. His fire of life burned fiercely, enveloping his entire body. But war god Qidu wasn't so lucky. Even if he could block part of the damage from the extermination dragon seal, he couldn't block all of it. At that moment, the extermination dragon seal passed through the demon-subduing pagoda and deeply imprinted on his spirit, causing him to feel as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly lost his senses and floated in the air. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the sky. You lost. Long Chen held the longevity grass tightly. He liked this thing very much. If he used it well, it could have a strong effect. He was reluctant to return it to war god Qidu. The outcome was clear. War god Qidu lost miserably. The 6 god emperors watching the battle were simply stunned. When they saw war god Qidu lose his consciousness, they completely panicked. Not only did they not get the death world blood bead, but they also caused war god Qidu to be seriously injured. They didn't dare to approach Long Chen and could only stare blankly at this scene. Long Chen was very straightforward. Now, he had taken revenge for Mo Xiaolang. War god Qidu lost his consciousness because of the extermination dragon seal. This was just right. The death world blood bead caused a huge commotion. I have to leave quickly. Thinking of this, Long Chen was about to leave. He glanced at the longevity grass in his hand. The longevity grass was still struggling in his hand. After thinking carefully, he suddenly smiled and said, "Well, this is my reward for defeating you. If you want to take it back, you have to find me first." Of course, he knew that war god Kidu couldn't hear this. However, the 6 god emperors would pass it on to him. "You can't take the longevity grass. That is the treasure of my golden imperial palace." A god emperor was about to cry. Long Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly moved forward and soon disappeared in front of them. The 6 god emperors wanted to cry but had no tears. They quickly reported to Great Emperor Changsheng. As for Long Chen, he had to find a place to take out the Death World blood bead. That way, he would be qualified to enter the Death World. Chapter 29-24. Long Chen spent a day traveling at top speed and left the area where he had obtained the longevity grass and the Dead World blood bead. This great pure sky is really big. After traveling for a day, it seems like I've traveled a long way. Quick, bring it over. There are still many places that I haven't been to. The first thing he had to do now was to subdue the longevity grass. The longevity grass had been struggling in his hands for a long time. Perhaps the longevity emperor and the others had a way to track it. It would be best if he could subdue it as soon as possible and use it as his own creation artifact. Now that I can completely subdue 2 primordial chaos-grade creation artifacts, even War God Ji Du can use 2, and Xing Wuji can also use 2. I should challenge mastering 3 primordial chaos-grade creation artifacts at the same time. Although it's a little difficult, its power will definitely be greater. With this idea in mind, he began to act. Most importantly, he liked the longevity grass very much when he first saw it. Currently, the life law and karma law are still stagnant and haven't made any progress. It would be great if I could find some new ideas from this longevity grass. Laws were the most important to him. Currently, he spent most of his time pondering over laws and how to hone them more perfectly. From the first time he used the Annihilation Dragon seal until now, there was actually a huge gap. After successfully escaping, he held the snake-like longevity grass in both hands and began to suppress and subdue it. His will entered the world of the longevity grass. It was an extremely vast world of life, filled with endless green forests. The entire world had a very majestic vitality. However, as soon as Long Chen entered, a giant green snake appeared in front of Long Chen. It was an extremely huge snake. Long Chen looked very small in front of it. The entire world was actually a part of this long snake, and the forests were just the fluff on its body. This was a strange long snake. Because Long Chen had snatched it back from war god Ji Du, this long snake had a strong hostility towards him. It had belonged to the Golden Imperial Palace for too long and had accompanied war god Ji Du for too long. It was actually quite difficult for it to submit to Long Chen. Unless war god Kidu died. Creation heroic spirits generally listened to the wishes of their previous masters. For example, when Great Emperor Donghua passed the Divine Sword Demon Tower to Long Chen had yet to grasp the power of the Divine Sword Demon Tower. War god Ji Du did not let Long Chen inherit the longevity grass. In fact, it was Long Chen who had snatched it. The good fortune heroic spirits were very intelligent. For example, in the battlefield of gods and demons, when they lost the sun-shooting divine bow to Long Chen, they were more willing to do so. However, now that they were under Mo Xiaolang, they didn't seem to expect their original master to win them back. Long Chen's good fortune spirit was very hostile. It probably knew that Long Chen alone couldn't compete with the Golden Imperial Palace, so it made up its mind not to be subdued by Long Chen. When Long Chen just entered, it began to fight with Long Chen. Such a huge snake was about to swallow Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen turned into the Tai Chi living dragon in front of it. The 15 dragon heads descended majestically. In front of the ancestor of life, no matter how unwilling the longevity grass was, it had to crawl on the ground and tremble. It didn't expect Long Chen to be such an existence. I subdued you to give you a better opportunity. The Golden Imperial Palace has limited your growth. Follow me, and together with you, we will open up new horizons. I have a deeper understanding of life than the gods of the Golden Imperial Palace. Therefore, I am the most suitable master for you. The 15 dragon heads of Long Chen spoke at the same time. Before the appearance of the Tai Chi living dragon, it was impossible for the longevity grass to submit. But after it appeared, the aura of the ancestral dragon made the longevity grass feel like it was the ancestor of all things, as if it had seen its ancestor. At this moment, the fire of life of Long Chen burned on the longevity grass and the long snake. This is the true power of life. Under the burning of this fire of life, the longevity grass was intoxicated. It didn't take long for the longevity grass to forget war god Kidu and submit to Long Chen, becoming the third mixed essence level divine artifact for Long Chen to use. Very good. In the future, with the divine sword demon pagoda and the longevity grass, his strength would be even stronger. The longevity grass still had many mysteries, and he had to carefully explore them in the future. Since he had snatched it, Long Chen naturally wanted it to play a big role. Next, it's the Dead World Blood Bead. After dealing with the longevity grass and the Dead World Blood Bead, he prepared to head to the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. In the God Nation, the child prodigy was imprisoned in a sealed space by Long Chen. Long Chen took him out, and the longevity grass happened to be of use. He entangled the child prodigy but didn't let him feel pain. The child's eyes were red from crying, and he looked at Long Chen. As soon as he appeared, he cried pitifully, "Big brother, don't kill me, okay? Don't listen to other people's nonsense. I'm a human, not a rule. The Dead World Blood Bead you speak of should be with me, but I'm a living person. Big brother, I beg you, don't kill me." The child's crying was indeed heartbreaking. Long Chen also had children, so he hesitated for a moment and didn't make a move. In the God Nation, the girls looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on, but from their eyes, they seemed to believe the child prodigy, and their faces were full of heartache. Maybe the devil lied to us. Maybe the Tao ancestor lied to us. How could such a cute child be just a rule? Everyone started talking at once. Long Chen was silent for a while, then said, "I can spare you, but I have to take the Dead World Blood Bead from you. Trust me, after I take it, I promise you'll be fine. What do you think?" If this child prodigy was just a rule, Long Chen could only say that the Tao ancestor was too powerful to be able to create a life that was no different from an ordinary child. Long Chen used the rule of life to observe his life, and found that it was no different from an ordinary deity. "No, you won't take it. This thing is very special. If you take it, you'll take away my life, but I can try it myself. Big brother, please give me this chance. I want to live, my mother and father are still waiting for me to come home." Long Chen listened carefully to him. "In other words, I have to let go of your hands and feet and let you do it yourself." To be honest, if the Dead World Blood Bead had been on any beast, Long Chen would have acted immediately, but it was this child. Moreover, Long Chen really couldn't tell whether this was just a rule or not. He couldn't kill an innocent child, so he, who never hesitated when it came to killing, hesitated at this time. In fact, Mo Xiaolang was the same before. Otherwise, he would have acted as soon as they met, and by the time war god Kidu arrived, he would have already obtained the Dead World Blood Bead. However, once he let go of his words, who knew whether this child was telling the truth or not? Previously, he had suddenly disappeared in front of Long Chen. If he let go of his words, it would be even more difficult to catch him. "Don't listen to him." At this time, a voice came from afar. This was the voice of the devil. Why is he nearby? Long Chen had hidden very far away before he could subdue the longevity grass here. In the blink of an eye, the devil came on a cloud with his 4 beautiful wives and concubines. He looked at Long Chen with envy and clicked his tongue. You and I are really fated. I heard that you took the Dead World Blood Bead, so I was ready to go to the next area to look for new Dead World Blood Beads. It's only been a day, and I've met you again. Long Chen controlled the child prodigy, narrowed his eyes, and asked, Why? Do you want to snatch it from me? Sensing Long Chen's murderous intent, the devil was so scared that he shrunk his head and said, How is that possible? I defeated Qi Mei and Wang Liang alone and forced them to show their true colors. At the same time, I defeated war god Qidu and snatched his longevity grass. Only then did I obtain the Dead World Blood Bead. The news about you has spread. It's obvious that the entire Taiching sky is looking for you. Long Chen naturally knew that after defeating war god Qidu, he would become famous in the Taiching sky. He didn't expect it to be so fast. It had only been a day. I don't want to court death, so of course I won't snatch the Dead World Blood Bead from you. However, since we are fated to meet, there are 2 things I have to tell you. Go ahead. The devil said, You obtained the Dead World Blood Bead, and before the Dead World opens, you will be in high demand. Everyone will want to snatch your Dead World Blood Bead. You also defeated war god Qidu. Not only did you defeat him, but you also snatched the longevity grass. This is a violation of the Golden Imperial Palace. It's said that Great Emperor Chongsheng and Great Emperor Yuehua were furious on the spot. They claimed that they would find you and cripple you. These 2 are characters on the Divine Emperor list. Moreover, almost all of the Golden Imperial Palace has come out to seek revenge on you. If you want to live, think of more ways. This is the first point I want to say. This was actually within Long Chen's expectations. Opportunity and risk always coexisted. Thank you. What's the second thing? This defeated opponent was still kind enough to remind him. This made Long Chen have a good impression of him. The devil glanced at the child prodigy and said, This child prodigy is bullying you because you are new. That's why he used this method to deceive you. Let me tell you, when the Dead World opened and the child prodigy was sent out, many people were deceived like you. As long as the restraints are removed, the child prodigy will immediately escape. He is just a rule, he can change his position at any time. You won't be able to find him for a lifetime. Listen to me, quickly kill him and take the Dead World Blood Bead. Otherwise, he will find a way to escape on his own. Everyone in the Supreme Clear Sky knows about this. If you don't believe me, just ask someone else. It seemed like what he said was true. I'll take my leave first. At this point, the devil rolled his eyes and strode away. Big brother, don't listen to him. He's lying to you. Don't kill me. The child prodigy was panic-stricken and crying. Every expression on his face was so real. Long Chen said, Whether it's true or not, I'll know after asking a few more people. However, I believe that you will be fine after I take the Dead World Blood Bead. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. Long Chen's words scared the hell out of the child prodigy. He immediately began to cry loudly. Long Chen knew that now was not the time to hesitate or be wishy-washy. He roughly knew where the Dead World Blood Bead was. The moment his dragon claw pierced into the child prodigy's body, a terrifying repulsive force came from the child prodigy's body. Blood qi surged and dyed Long Chen's fingers. The child prodigy in front of him instantly turned into a cloud, and in the middle of the cloud was a thick blood color. The devil was right. This thing really is lying to me. Long Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the object that was overflowing with blood qi. A familiar feeling descended. The devil madly ran for a long time. Chapter 29-25. The blood bead of the dead world was not hard, but rather soft, like a ball of dough. It felt like skin. When Long Chen held the blood bead of the dead world, the mist created by the rules around him suddenly dissipated. His power was recognized by the rules. For the time being, the owner of the blood bead of the dead world was Long Chen. But what shocked Long Chen the most was the message from the blood bead of the dead world. In that instant, Long Chen's vision turned red. He saw a boundless world that was engulfed by the scarlet death qi. It was tranquil and terrifying, and Long Chen felt as though he was connected by blood. That's right. It's almost certain that it's the lost world of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. I can use the Death World Dragon Gate to open the gate to that world, but I can't go in through the Death World Dragon Gate. Long Chen told the news to everyone. In that case, we will have to make a trip to the Death World. Mo Xiaolang was not worried. He knew that this world belonged to Long Chen. If he went in, he would have a huge advantage over anyone else. Since Di Jun is number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, we really need to go in and hide. When the time is right, you can end this feud with him, said Lingxi. Basically, everyone had the same goal. Long Chen squinted and felt the feeling from the blood bead of the dead world. The feeling of the death qi was indeed the aura of the death world, which was the same source as the power of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. The blood bead of the dead world was like a heart, beating gently in Long Chen's hand. Then, let's go to the Supreme Purity Palace now. Be careful on the way, so that we can learn the specific process and details of the opening of the death world. Only 4 blood beads of the dead world had appeared, so it should be at the beginning. Long Chen was lucky to get the blood bead of the dead world so quickly, so that he could take the initiative. Let's go. He led the trillions of lives of the entire God nation towards the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Actually, the people of the Divine Kingdom had already adapted to life there. To them, this was already their home. Especially after coming to this eternal level world, their cultivation base had grown even more. Even though many of them had the power of a god, in their eyes, Long Chen was like the creator of the world. However, Long Chen was unwilling. What he wanted was to rebuild the dragon sacrificial continent and rebuild its glory, so that all the descendants of the dragons would have a true home that belonged to them. This was his passion and ambition. From the bodies of the gods and devils along the way, as long as he used the Eye of Desire, he would be able to easily obtain the specific location of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. His location was very simple, it was at the core of the entire Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. There were countless living beings along the way. The blood bead of the dead world was the key item, and Long Chen had already hidden it well. The longevity grass had completely submitted to Long Chen and became his 3rd primordial chaos creation divine artifact. Long Chen realized that even though he had to bear the burden of 3 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts, he didn't feel any pressure. In fact, he even had to bear the burden of 4. His primordial spirit and strength were sufficiently resilient. I wonder what the eternal level treasure that the 3 Dao ancestors left in the dead world is. When I advance to the next realm, I will be able to control an eternal level treasure, and my strength will improve greatly. At that time, I will be able to challenge Di Jun. After all, he even has many eternal level treasures. In the entire 3rd heaven, only the 3 Dao ancestors can do anything to Di Jun. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already become someone who could compete with and contend against these terrifying figures. This in itself was a kind of miracle. When I become a true God Emperor, or even a Supreme God, it will not be a problem for me to control the Origin Dragon Palace. The Origin Dragon Palace is definitely not as simple as it is now. If they knew that Long Chen had a 9th grade Origin Divine Artifact, perhaps even the top existences in the myriad of worlds, the barbaric ancient god of Pangu continent and heavenly god Luya of the heavenly god region would go crazy. They might not even have an Origin Divine Artifact in their hands. Long Chen was moving forward at a high speed. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Someone was approaching him, and there were quite a few of them. He stopped abruptly. The speed of the other party was too fast, completely surpassing him. This should be someone who truly surpassed Long Chen. It was useless even if he ran for his life. The other party had caught up to him. Not just one person. Behind and to his side, there was a pressure that almost suffocated Long Chen. A supreme god would not deal with Long Chen. Someone who could suppress him like this and make it difficult for him to escape now must be a supreme god emperor, someone who was in the same realm as Di Jun. Now, Long Chen could already fight against perfected divine emperors. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, two gods appeared on the left and behind of Long Chen. They had completely sealed off all possible escape routes for Long Chen. At the same time, they had absolute confidence, because no matter which direction they chose, they were much stronger than Long Chen. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was elegant. The man was clad in a dark green robe embroidered with precious primal chaos treasures. The woman was even more exaggerated. She was a peerless beauty to begin with. Every detail on her body was flawless, but she was also adorned with many sparkling jewels. Her long silver dress was actually weaved with extraordinary primal chaos treasures, sparkling brightly. These two people had a more majestic life aura than war god Ji Du, and they were even stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen could easily guess who they were since they had such achievements and were so similar to young master Ji Du. Great Emperor Changsheng was said to be ranked 19th on the God King list. His wife, Great Emperor Yuehua, the mother of young master Ji Du, was also on the God Emperor list, but slightly behind. There are countless God Emperors, but only 100 can be on the God Emperor list. From this, it can be seen that their battle prowess is a level higher than ordinary ultimate God Emperors. Especially Great Emperor Changsheng, the creator of the number 1 force under Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, he should be infinitely close to Di Jun, your Long Chen. Great Emperor Changsheng didn't speak. Great Emperor Yuehua looked down at Long Chen, her tone indifferent. In fact, she was forcibly suppressing her anger. The other party injured her son, snatched the Death Realm blood bead, and even snatched the longevity grass. This was simply not taking the couple seriously. Such actions not only humiliated war god Ji Du, but also Great Emperor Changsheng and Great Emperor Yuehua. After seeing Long Chen, they didn't tear Long Chen apart, which was already protecting their image as experts. After they arrived, other God Emperors arrived one after another. All of them were from the Golden Imperial Palace. Their experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. It seems that in order to track Long Chen, the Golden Imperial Palace has mobilized its entire force. Other than Eternal Emperor and Yuehua Great Emperor, there were actually 2 Ultimate Realm Deity Emperors, which Long Chen couldn't deal with. The total number of Ultimate Realm Deity Emperors in the Tai Ching Heavens didn't exceed 20. The Golden Imperial Palace had a total of 4, and 2 of them were on the Deity Emperor ranking. In fact, Long Chen didn't know that Great Emperor Changsheng was the 3rd strongest expert in Supreme Purity Heavens, second only to Tao Ancestor Tai Ching. He was the one behind Long Chen. The devil. Long Chen even saw old monster Tianxi in the Golden Imperial Palace's team. When he saw Long Chen, old monster Tianxi chuckled at him as though he didn't know what was going on today. He must be the one who told Great Emperor Changsheng about my whereabouts. Long Chen smiled helplessly. Originally, he thought the devil was someone who would help him like the Dark Star God Emperor. Since he had done this, it could only be regarded as a pity. Have you been scared out of your wits? We've finally found you. You have no idea, but in order to find you, we used a chaotic primordial immortal essence as a reward. This belongs to Tianxi. Great Emperor Yuehua frowned slightly. As long as she moved slightly, the jewels on her would flicker with a wondrous light. Under this light, she seemed even more beautiful and sacred. At this moment, Long Chen was completely surrounded. "My little friend Long Chen, I've helped you out so much, so it's not too much for you to help me out too. I'll treat this as a gift from you today. Farewell." The devil had a guilty conscience. After taking the item, he left in a hurry. "Just treat it as a gift. I might be alive to take it, but I'm afraid I won't be alive to enjoy it." The devil had only made it halfway when Long Chen's voice made him shudder. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Great Emperor Yuehua scolded. He stared at Long Chen with his jade-green eyes. Just his pupils were extremely profound. Every single eye seemed to contain a world brimming with life. The tremendous presence of life was basically rare, but the pressure that came with it was something that Long Chen struggled to endure. "Long Chen, you defeated my son head-on, so we have nothing to say. But you took my son's longevity grass, which is against the rules. Now that you've fallen into our hands, return the longevity grass and then hand over the dead world blood bead. As for the rest, we can let it go." Great Emperor Chongsheng probably felt that it was already embarrassing enough that his son was defeated, so he didn't want to make it bigger. But Great Emperor Yuehua didn't seem to think so. She hurriedly said, "No, it's not that simple. He injured Ji Du so badly. As his parents, if we don't teach him a lesson, how can Ji Du vent his anger? Ji Du has been greatly affected this time, so we must punish him severely. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Great Emperor Chongsheng didn't want to be so ungentlemanly, but seeing that Great Emperor Yuehua had made up her mind, he didn't stop her. If he didn't let her vent her anger, she wouldn't be at peace for a long time. "Do you want to do it yourself, or do I have to do it?" Great Emperor Yuehua's eyes were silver, like two sharp swords. She didn't cultivate the longevity law, but in terms of lethality, she should be quite fierce, which could be seen from her character. Even if Long Chen reached the perfected deity emperor realm, he wouldn't be a match for Great Emperor Yuehua. She could casually give out a primordial chaos immortal soul, and with tens of millions of years of cultivation and laws, it was normal for her to crush Long Chen. Double suppression. Long Chen felt as if there were two mountains pressing on him, making it hard for him to breathe. "Do you want to do it yourself, or do I have to do it?" Great Emperor Yuehua scolded again. Her voice was so loud that it was almost tearing Long Chen's head apart. The deities couldn't help but look at Long Chen with pity. This kid is too bold. He even dared to touch war god Ji Du. Not only did he touch him, but he also took the longevity grass, really. Chapter 29-26. Long Chen was at death's door. Not only did he not kneel and beg for mercy, but he also said something that made Yuehua so angry that her head was about to explode. These days, when her son was defeated and lost the longevity grass and death realm blood bead, her heart was tormented. She swore to tear Long Chen into pieces on the spot. It was not easy to catch Long Chen. Before she could humiliate him, he humiliated her. How could there be such an audacious person in this world? Impudent. Moonlight Heavenly Emperor's beautiful face changed in anger. She was furious. The surrounding gods couldn't help but have a headache. They had a new understanding of Long Chen's courage, but they felt that Long Chen was very pitiful because they knew what kind of existence Yuehua was. Her deeds were enough to write several books. Her temper was famous. Just as Yuehua was furious, a beautiful and ethereal woman appeared beside Long Chen. This woman was actually pregnant. After she appeared, she held Long Chen's hand. Unexpectedly, this woman was a god emperor. Lingxi's appearance shocked the furious Yuehua. She had always been fond of beauty. When she saw a beauty that could attract her attention, she would pay special attention. Lingxi's temperament was very similar to Lingsu God Emperor. They were both peerless figures. Goodbye, everyone. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand and smiled coldly. They are escaping. Chongsheng Heavenly Emperor felt Lingxi's mysterious law. He suddenly opened his arms and a terrifying force swallowed Long Chen and Lingxi. At this time, stellar transposition was activated. Before Chongsheng Heavenly Emperor's power could reach them, they disappeared. Over there, chase! Yuhua's scream spread across heaven and earth. This time, the teleportation was not too far away. After all, there was not much time to prepare. Therefore, Chongsheng Heavenly Emperor quickly knew the direction of Long Chen. They madly chased. The devil, what a coincidence! The first time they moved, they met the old demon Tianqi, who was fleeing in panic. He was the only one there, and his 4 concubines were probably all in his god kingdom. The devil was happily leaving. He was in a good mood after obtaining this item. However, he did not expect that Long Chen, who should have been killed, would suddenly appear in front of him. At that moment, his expression could only be described as marvelous. You. He knew what would happen if he met Long Chen again. But how was that possible? How could he appear here under the encirclement of the Longevity Heavenly Emperor and the Moonlight Heavenly Emperor? This was simply like a dream. The reason why he dared to tell the Golden Temple of Long Chen's location was that he knew that Long Chen would definitely be killed by the enraged Moonlight Empress. What? Long Chen wasn't in a hurry since the Longevity Heavenly Emperor hadn't arrived yet. Go to hell. The devil anxiously took out the Heavenly Fate Talisman. The Heavenly Fate Talisman was about to expand and suppress Long Chen. He could only do so. At this moment, Long Chen still owed Lingxi. His other arm suddenly turned into a dragon claw, and the dragon seal of extinction appeared in his palm. The 8 blood-red dragons roared, and their aura surged. At the same time, Long Chen's eyes flashed, and his destiny heavenly pupil and heart's eye of desire were activated at the same time. The devil was too nervous. This time, he was too scared. He lost his mind and was suppressed by the law of destiny. Before the Heavenly Fate Talisman was fully released, Long Chen's dragon seal of extinction struck his chest. The outcome was clear. The devil groaned, and his divine soul dissipated. Long Chen did not kill him in the end. Since you answered my question, I'll spare you one last time. If there's a next time, you're dead meat, Long Chen whispered in his ear. Of course, the injury to his primordial spirit was much more serious than that of war god Ji Du. Without Long Chen's power to restrain the dragon seal of annihilation, old demon Tianqi could only hide and recuperate for a long time. Just like now, he quickly fainted and entered a state of suspended animation. At the last moment, he saw Long Chen's eyes. It was a murderous look. He regretted it. This is your punishment. Long Chen casually pressed down on his Tianji talisman and took away the Chaos Primordial Grand Mist Immortal Spirit. It was a medicinal herb that looked like a lingji. Long Chen didn't know what it was. When Long Chen put it in his divine nation, Longevity Immortal Emperor was the first to catch up. It's too late. Long Chen had just said 2 words when Lingxi used the stellar transposition again and disappeared in front of Emperor Chongsheng. What followed was a continuous stellar transposition. Lingxi only stopped when she was a little tired. However, she was too far away from her original position. Emperor Chongsheng and the rest should not be able to catch up. I'm completely out of danger. That was close. If Lingxi did not have such a heaven-defying skill, I would be dead meat. The stellar transposition was Long Chen's ultimate move to deal with Di Jun. If the opponent was not so strong, he would not have exposed himself in front of the crowd. If Di Jun heard about it, he might have prepared a way to break it. There were countless laws in the myriad world. The stellar transposition was terrifying, but there was always a way to break it. If that method was discovered, it would be impossible for him to escape from Di Jun. Therefore, although Long Chen looked relaxed, he still felt some pressure in his heart. Emperor Chongsheng and Yuhua Heavenly Sovereign are already so terrifying today. Di Jun has even more tricks up his sleeve. Don't forget that he is the one who truly knows the space law. In terms of the stellar transposition, Lingxi might not be as good as him. Therefore, we have to enter the death rain as soon as possible. Although Di Jun was not close to them, the danger he brought to them was getting greater. Long Chen could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Who knew how miraculous Di Jun's space law was? If Epoch Devil was the overlord of time, then Di Jun was the ruler of space. Everyone lived in the space-time. Epoch Devil, he thought of the death rain and Epoch Devil. Long Chen looked at the boundless sea of clouds and endless divine palaces. He thought of a scene. Epoch Devil said he would come back when I swallowed him into the death rain. He might be in the death rain, but I'm actually going into the death rain. He felt uncomfortable when he thought of Epoch Devil. He had defeated him purely by luck. So far, Long Chen had encountered a few opponents. The three most terrifying ones were the Wronged City Lord, Epoch Devil, and Di Jun. Of course, although the Wronged City Lord was weak, to Long Chen, he was indeed terrifying. No, he's just a divine emperor. Perhaps he's far inferior to me now. After understanding this point, Long Chen's heart was finally at ease. He and Lingxi rested for a while before setting off for the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Long Chen completely disappeared from the site of the Golden Temple. It was said that when Long Chen escaped, the Moonlight Empress was so angry that she destroyed many layers of clouds. Fortunately, the Longevity Empress had protected the living, or at least 100 million people would have died. Oh right, he took the heavenly secret talisman and the evil god Lingji mushroom. The evil god Lingji mushroom belonged to Huiyun. He lost it to us. Tell Huiyun that I have help. Tell him to capture Long Chen. Tell him that if he captures Long Chen, we'll give him everything on Long Chen. One day, the Moonlight Empress's excited voice came from the Golden Temple. For the next few months, Long Chen was safe and sound. The Golden Temple was indeed still hunting him down, but Long Chen was very careful. Lingxi even used the sealed boundary. Once the sealed boundary was used, it was almost foolproof. In fact, the Golden Temple didn't search for him like last time because there was something more important. The other blood orbs of the Death Realm had appeared one after another in the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Apart from the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, there were only 10 spots in total. So every time one appeared, there would be a fight. Many ultimate divine emperors were fighting for this spot. The Golden Temple would snatch a lot each time. In fact, they already had a blood orb of the Death Realm this time. In fact, the opening of the Death Realm is very unfair. The Tai Ching Heavenly Palace has 90 spots, while the others only have 10. Moreover, the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace gave them out directly. There's no need to fight. Yang Lingqing and the others began to discuss. It can't be helped. This belongs to the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace in the first place. They're already very generous to be willing to give up 10. It's the same for the Shangqing Heavenly Palace and Yuqing Heavenly Palace. Boss, it's easy to say. In fact, the eternal level treasures are only snatched by the 3 heavenly palaces. The Death Realm has opened several times. Anyway, the eternal level treasures have never been obtained by outsiders. Even if there are experts among the outsiders, they don't have as many experts as the 3 heavenly palaces. And every time, the top experts are actually from the 3 heavenly palaces. In fact, this was normal because the 3 heavenly palaces represented the strongest battle force here. Without being pursued, Long Chen smoothly reached the core of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. There's a large territory ahead that mortals can't reach. Only immortals can live here. The Tai Ching Heavenly Palace is at the core of this place. Such a large area is called the boundless divine palace. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces of immortals in the clouds. This was the sacred ground of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Chapter 29-27. The Palace of Endless Deity covered a vast area. It was the place with the densest three pure qi in Tai Ching heavens. Because of the density of the three pure qi, the three pure qi would squeeze into the body of mortals and cause them to explode. The core of the Palace of Endless Deity was also the place with the densest three pure qi. It was said that all the three pure qi in Tai Ching heavens was born here and spread across the entire Tai Ching heavens. Long Chen gazed off into the distance. The fog here had actually thickened quite a bit, and the fog was actually the visible three pure qi. It's said that the deeper you go, the closer you get to the heavenly palace of great purity, the denser the mist becomes. It's even possible to lose your sense of direction in the clouds and fall into an eternal maze, never to emerge. Around the heavenly palace of great purity at the very core, there's something called the divine lightning of great purity. It varies in strength. Some of the more powerful divine lightning of great purity can basically wipe out god kings when they touch it. There's even lightning that can wipe out god kings. The dense three pure qi formed a maze, and the Tai Ching heavenly lightning rampaged in it. This was the natural defense of Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Without the invitation of Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, no one would have the guts to barge in, not even Emperor Changsheng. According to the rules, since I have obtained the Death World Blood Bead, I must go to the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace and show the Death World Blood Bead to the people of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. If I do not receive an invitation, I will have to rely on myself to pass through the range of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Thunder. Mo Xiaolang thought for a while and said, if this is the case, there should be many people who failed to get the Dead World's Blood Bead, so they are lurking in the endless divine palace to ambush those who got the Dead World's Blood Bead but let others know about it. So it should be a little difficult for us to reach the Sky Pure Heavenly Palace safely. One should know that even ultimate deity emperors would come out to fight for the blood bead. Other than Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace and Golden Palace, there were a few ultimate deity emperors. In fact, every time the Death World opened, they were the ones who went in. Some of them did not even obtain the blood bead of the Dead World in the beginning, but they directly lurked outside the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. When those immortals who were lucky enough to obtain the blood bead of the Dead World but were unable to protect it, they would be intercepted and killed by them. After arriving here, Long Chen moved forward alone. He used Time Roaming Dragon and hid in the River of Time. He didn't soar into the sky. To all the fiend gods, the vast territory outside the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace was a paradise. The three pure true qi was incomparably dense. Most of the fiend gods would come here to fight for territory, resources, challenges, and breakthroughs. When he passed by this place, the surroundings were very lively. Many of the trading places were selling destinable artifacts, primordial chaos immortal essences, and so on. Items that were once regarded as precious treasures by Long Chen on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent were simply street goods in the Endless Deity Palace. Heaven's Secrets Talisman, I'll leave it for you to use in the future. After obtaining the Heaven's Secrets Talisman from the devil, Long Chen prepared to give it to Li Xuanji. I don't think I need it. All these years, Li Xuanji had been secretly improving. She interacted more with Lingxi. Now that there were many people, Long Chen didn't have many opportunities to be alone with her. The people around her were very strong, but she didn't feel inferior. She could blend in with everyone. It was just that she had a cold personality and most of the time, she just watched everyone play. I'll use it eventually. There's no hurry. Long Chen first suppressed the Heaven's Secrets Talisman. Okay. Li Xuanji knew that he still remembered her. It was enough that he would think of her for everything. Finally, there was the Lingxi. Heretical God Lingji. Long Chen couldn't tell at the beginning. This heretical god Lingji, which seemed to have nothing to do with flames, was actually a treasure of fire. Actually, Mo Xiaolang had made an error in judgment at the beginning. This heretical god Lingji has a thick outer skin. The outer skin is a great supplement. It can cleanse one's marrow and tendons, and it can be reborn. It's very useful. But just this alone isn't enough to be considered a primordial chaos immortal spirit. This is actually a primordial chaos immortal spirit that grew in the midst of countless divine flames. It absorbed the divine flame's essence qi for many years, and it condensed a divine flame core in the center. Long Chen had once obtained primordial sparks, but it was inferior to this divine flame core. Since it was a flame item, he naturally handed it to Mo Xiaolang. After Mo Xiaolang devoured it, his strength increased again. However, he was still at the extreme God-King realm and still hadn't entered the God-Emperor realm. I should still be lacking some maturity. Mo Xiaolang was different from Long Chen. He only needed to devour to continue growing stronger. Rules and so on weren't very important to him. But the heretical god Lingji was still a huge gain for him. The Palace of Infinity was huge. Long Chen had been walking for half a month and still hadn't reached the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. He didn't dare to move too fast, which would attract the attention of the extreme god emperors, or the Eternal Emperor and the others. Previously, Long Chen had escaped. Long Chen felt that they wouldn't make the same mistake. He passed by many palaces and saw many immortals. Everyone was talking about the Dead World Blood Beads. There's already the 8th Dead World Blood Bead. I heard that the Eternal Emperor got it. There's only 2 left. Who's going to win? It's too early to say who's going to win. Every time at the last moment, there will be a big battle here in the Palace of Infinity. Many who got the Dead World Blood Beads still lost them. It's said that many god emperors who got the Dead World Blood Beads have secretly come to the Palace of Infinity. I also heard that many god emperors have already set up an ambush here. Unless you don't want to see them, you'll be discovered. That's right. I heard that someone saw the evil god of Fire Cloud nearby. The evil god of Fire Cloud, are you sure? He's an extreme god emperor with a violent temper and evil qi. Even the extreme god emperors don't dare to provoke him. Nonsense. There's only one evil god of Fire Cloud in the Tai Ching heaven. He's the most ruthless one among all the immortals. But didn't he already get a Dead World Blood Bead? Who knows? He might want more. You should know that a Dead World Blood Bead alone can be exchanged for many terrifying treasures. Along the way, Long Chen didn't show himself. He just listened to the conversations. The evil god of Fire Cloud, this made Long Chen think of the evil god Ganoderma. In fact, he didn't know the name of the evil god Ganoderma at first. He only knew about it when he heard that the Eternal Emperor was chasing after him. It was said that he took the Divine Fortune Talisman and the evil god Ganoderma. At the same time, he also heard that the evil god Ganoderma was obtained by the Eternal Emperor from a guy called the evil god of Fire Cloud. Ultimate God Emperor, he's nearby. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. Someone was waiting for him and looking for him. Go. He made a prompt decision to leave this place. But it was too late. If it was an ultimate God Emperor, Long Chen basically had zero confidence. He connected the evil god Ganoderma, the Eternal Emperor, and the evil god of Fire Cloud together. He had a bad feeling. Someone was here, waiting for him. He rushed into the dense cloud of mist condensed from the 3 clear true qi. Trying to leave? It's too late. Suddenly, a sinister and evil laughter rang in his ears. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and looked around. He realized that he was trapped in another space. It was no longer the original world. Moreover, he had been in this world for a while. He didn't feel anything after such a long time. This could only mean that the person who came was very strong. Long Chen quickly calmed down and looked around. He was surrounded by endless clouds, and the palaces of the godly spirits had all disappeared. There was no end to the clouds. At this moment, all the pure white clouds started to turn scarlet red, and the temperature started to rise. Endless flaming clouds appeared in front of Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the endless clouds turned into an endless sea of flames. The surging god flame swept through the world, burning everything in its path. Long Chen was trapped in the middle of it. The evil voice rang out once more. How infuriating! My evil god Ganoderma seems to have been used by you. I lost it to them and was preparing to snatch it back from them. Damn! After saying that, he started laughing again. His voice was extremely sharp, and it made one's hair stand on end. However, the longevity old ghost has already promised me that if I capture you, he will give me everything you have. It is said that you have a beautiful woman. It is said that, she is also mine. Yuhua understands me. She knows that I like women the most. The voice of the fire cloud heretic god seemed to come from the entire world, coming from all directions. It was as if his shadow was flashing on every cloud. Vaguely, one could see that this was an old man dressed in tattered clothes. His hair was sparse and disheveled, and his entire body was dirty. However, his eyes were filled with evil, and when he smiled, he looked very sinister. This is not an easy opponent. If it was a head-on battle, Lin Fan would definitely lose. This fire cloud evil god was definitely not weaker than other ultimate god emperors. Even if he wasn't on the god emperor list, he was still very terrifying. He was even more dangerous than Chongsheng Great Emperor. Even Chongsheng Great Emperor cared about his face. As for this person, he was purely an evil person who didn't care about his face. Such people were the scariest because they had no bottom line and no dignity. SSS. At this moment, the old man in the fire cloud evil god appeared in front of Long Chen. His fiery red eyes looked at Long Chen with a smile. Little sweetheart, what a pitiful worm. Kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Give me your toes. Maybe if I am happy, you won't be so pitiful. Danger was danger. However, Long Chen didn't think too much. He held the god-slaying sword in one hand and pulled Lingxi with the other. After Lingxi appeared, she was already preparing for the revolving star passage technique. At this moment, Long Chen erupted with divine power and slashed out with his sword. The sword of time tore the layers of clouds apart and pounced towards the fire cloud evil god. Even so, the fire cloud evil god was still laughing with his hands on his waist. Revolving star passage technique. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him because the revolving star passage technique had already been completed. Even if he was imprisoned in the fire cloud evil god's world, Lingxi might still be able to escape. Swoosh. The two of them disappeared. Boom. When they reappeared, the surroundings were burning hot. Long Chen looked around and realized that he was still in the fire cloud evil god's world. Impossible. I just left that world. Why am I here again? Lingxi was also very surprised. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. This is indeed not the world just now. However, it is still under the other party's control. Just as he was about to let Lingxi try again, the fire cloud heretic god transformed from a ball of fire into a human form and mocked, "Children, don't waste your energy. This is my destinable divine artifact, the heavenly cloud fire world. It is formed by the 9 great worlds. You will never be able to leave this place. If not for that, Emperor Yuehua wouldn't have let me deal with you. However, I have to thank you, because this girl is really to my liking." Chapter 29-28. This heavenly fire world reminded Long Chen of the 5 Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation. Back then, he used the 5 Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation to trap a group of primeval troll. Those primeval troll rushed from one world to another, unable to escape the formation. Long Chen simply killed them one by one. Unexpectedly, he fell for the same trick today. Obviously, this fire cloud heretic god had communicated with the Golden Imperial Palace. Or it was because he had the heavenly fire world and was the previous owner of the Ganoderma that he appeared here and attacked Long Chen. My sky cloud flame world, the 9 worlds form a reincarnation cycle. In this reincarnation cycle, even if you use the laws of space, you can only move from one world to another. You will never be able to escape from the reincarnation cycle. Are you afraid? Terrified? The fire cloud heretic god pressed his skinny palm on his forehead, his shoulders convulsing with laughter. Chen. Lingxi tried several times to travel from one world to another. Indeed, no matter what she did, she was bound by the heavenly fire world. The heavenly fire world was constantly changing, one after another. There was no end or exit. And the pressure of this ultimate deity emperor was almost on top of her head. After several attempts to no avail, Long Chen pulled Lingxi back to the god nation. He was calm, but he knew that if there was no other way, today would be a deadly battle with almost no chance of winning. It's very dangerous. Big brother, he's an expert of the fire rule. Although my realm is too far away from his, I can still help him a little in dealing with flames. But he's too strong. Otherwise, I could at least reach the immortal emperor realm after devouring him. That's right. Mo Xiaolang said first. In the god nation, everyone was extremely nervous. An uneasy atmosphere spread around. Everyone could only hope that Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang could leave safely under the restraint of the fire cloud heretic god. If they die, everything will be over. Only then did the fire cloud heretic god stop laughing. He looked at Long Chen with a fiery gaze and said, I heard that you also defeated young Master Ji Du and the Qi, Mei, and Wang Liang. It seems that your strength is not bad. I have to deal with you carefully so that you don't escape. That would be too embarrassing for me. Just as he was speaking, a black flame flashed across his stooped body. The black flame swept across his body and actually condensed into an incomparably mighty and domineering black armor. From the helmet to the boots, from top to bottom, it had everything. This armor was very domineering. There were black flames flowing on it. The design on the chest was like a black wolf head, ferocious and fiery. An incomparably violent aura came from it, as though there were millions of wild beasts roaring within it. The entire sky cloud fire world trembled from the tremors. This armor was even more domineering than the Tiandu trident. It was definitely a primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifact. Moreover, it was one of the top ones among them. After all, he was an ultimate deity emperor. Some ultimate deity emperors, such as Di Jun, the heavenly ape deity emperor, and the high bliss deity emperor, already possessed eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Demonic ancient path supreme fire divine armor. The originally wretched fire cloud heretic god, under the contrast of this divine armor, actually became domineering and disdainful, making one feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. Sky cloud fire world, demonic ancient path supreme fire divine armor. What Long Chen did not expect was that in the next instant, this fire cloud heretic god, who had given him a strong sense of crisis, would take out a third primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifact. Heavenly cluster cloud fire sword. Clad in the supreme fire divine armor of the demonic ancient path, he stretched out both hands, and a flaming longsword was born in his hands. As soon as this sword appeared, it completely suppressed the aura of the supreme fire divine armor of the demonic ancient path. This sword was completely formed from crimson flames, and there were only 3 cores on its body. Those were the 3 fire pearls in the sword. As soon as this sword appeared, even the slightest vibration was enough to shatter the surrounding flaming clouds. This sword was the fire cloud heretic god's ultimate weapon. After the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword appeared, he stuck out his tongue and licked the body of the flaming sword. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'm a very sentimental person, and I actually respect all opponents. So no matter who I fight with, I will always display my strongest side, and blast my opponent into pieces. Actually, to deal with you, the sky cloud fire world is enough, but I just won't, hee." He gently put down the flaming longsword, and looked at the long sword in his hand with an infatuated gaze. "Do you see my treasure? Do you have a feeling that this sword is formed from the fusion of 3 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts? This sword's power is equivalent to 3 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts. I heard that you have a god-slaying sword, but it seems like I'm going to cut it in half. 3 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts, fused." Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword. That's right, this sword's aura was monstrous, and there were 3 sword shadows. They were extremely similar, yet slightly different. No wonder there were 3 cores. Speaking of this sword, I'm really a genius. Who knows how long this heavenly cluster cloud fire sword has been passed down? In this myriad worlds, there were a total of 3 heavenly cluster cloud fire swords, and I obtained them by chance. At that time, I wondered if these 3 identical fortune divine artifacts originated from the same source, or if they were one but separated later on. With this thought in mind, I continuously controlled them, and I didn't expect that I would succeed in fusing them. This was the fire cloud heretic god's proudest achievement. In fact, anyone who knew the fire cloud heretic god would know that the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword he relied on the most had helped him kill many powerful opponents, and even ultimate divine emperors. After saying so much, it's actually just to scare you. It's about time. What method should I use to torture you? Perhaps I should defeat you first. The fire cloud heretic god was just so noisy. However, it had to be said that the threat he brought to Long Chen was unprecedented. This was an ultimate divine emperor who had mastered 5 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts. The 3 swords fused, and the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword was raised. The fire cloud heretic god lived up to his name. Amidst the sea of flames, his divine armor was blazing, and his sword chi was monstrous. When his laughter ended, it would be time for him to kill. Let's see if you can block this move of mine. Finally, the fire cloud heretic god retracted all his sinister laughter. Attack! A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He wanted to challenge his limits. The god-slaying sword was already in his hand, and the demon-subduing pagoda was already above his head. When he held the god-slaying sword with both hands, and a white light flashed in his eyes, the fire cloud heretic god made his move. His goal was to kill Long Chen with a single strike. Therefore, he used the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword for the first attack. In this world of flames and mist, he disappeared in an instant, as if he had merged with the sky. Descending from the sky, a simple slash brought about a crisis of death. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the heaven slash was. As long as one looked up, there was an incomparably strong feeling of being judged, but one could not resist it at all. It was as if the fire cloud heretic god represented the heavens, represented the ruler. In his eyes, Long Chen's life was simply an ant whose fate was controlled. Under the heaven slash, even gods and demons could only kneel and beg for mercy. A beam of sword light, a beam of flame. The flame surrounded the sword light. Kill. At that moment, Long Chen launched an explosive counterattack. All the preparations over the past 20 years were for this moment. Even though he was greatly suppressed, it could not suppress his will at this moment. The Annihilation Dragon Seal and the Sword of Time erupted almost at the same time. Long Chen poured all his divine power to resist the fire cloud heretic god's move. The Sword of Time and the Annihilation Dragon seal both had more and more terrifying lethality. In that short moment, the bright sword chi of the Sword of Time collided with the flame of the Heaven Slash. The result was that the Sword of Time couldn't stop the Heaven Slash, but the Heaven Slash couldn't stop the Sword of Time either. The power of time passed through the Heaven Slash and directly descended on the fire cloud heretic god, while the Heaven Slash passed through the Sword of Time and descended on the top of Long Chen's head. The Annihilation Dragon seal even passed through the Heaven Slash. At the critical moment, a spark of light flashed. Long Chen had to fight head-on. It was impossible to escape from the fire cloud heretic god with normal fighting methods. As for defeating the other party, there was no such possibility. Fight to the death. He had to shock his opponent quickly so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. When all this was done, he could only endure the attack of the Heaven Slash. In any case, the Sword of Time still managed to resist a little of the Heaven Slash. The sword that contained the flame descended in an instant. Long Chen couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit. That moment could only be described as terrifying. Flame of life. He could only use the flame of life to protect his life with all his might. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang poked his head out of the god nation. The divine flames attached to Long Chen's body were all devoured by him. Only in this way could he reduce the damage that Long Chen received at this moment. In fact, most of the power of the Heaven Slash came from the burning of the flame. It's done. Finally, the flame was also devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was rapidly recovering. Under the sweep of the flame of life, all the injuries were healed. Fire Cloud Heretic God. Long Chen noticed him. The speed of the time sword was the fastest, and it was the fastest to reach his opponent. However, it was suppressed by the Heaven Beheader, and in the end, it was blocked by the Devil Ancient Way's Supreme Fire Divine Armor. It didn't injure the Fire Cloud Evil God, but the Exterminating Dragon Seal suppressed him. Even with the Supreme Fire Divine Armor blocking it, the Fire Cloud Evil God's head still roared, and his primordial spirit was shaken. What? He was actually slightly injured by Long Chen. This was enough to shock Fire Cloud Heretic God. What was even more unexpected was that the sword that he thought was enough to kill Long Chen was actually blocked by Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Although his face was pale and he hadn't fully recovered, he was still much better than what Fire Cloud Heretic God had imagined. Good, good. Fire Cloud Heretic God couldn't help but laugh and clap. Chapter 29-29. He was going to use his true power. The true power of an ultimate deity emperor. The first attempt at Heaven's execution had already forced Long Chen to use all of his strength to defend against it. One could well imagine what would happen when this guy used his full strength. Currently, Long Chen's divine kingdom was in an uproar. Everyone was worried about each other's fate, and also worried about Long Chen's life. Even in such a situation, Long Chen was still able to keep his composure. Big brother, let me try. Try what? Resist his flame laws. Mo Xiaolang seemed to have mustered up his courage under the circumstance that he had almost lost some countermeasures. This time, he had unprecedented confidence in himself. Are you really confident? Long Chen confirmed. After all, the other party was not a perfect deity emperor, but an ultimate deity emperor. Mo Xiaolang could not even deal with a perfect deity emperor now. Yes, my body and bloodline are already excited by this flame. He was the sky-devouring clan that Long Qinglan or the Time Servant had mentioned. He was a heaven-defying being born for devouring. Even if the other party was so strong, it could not extinguish his desire to devour. Without taking risks, how could he break through? At Long Chen's most difficult time, Mo Xiaolang chose to step forward and fight against the fire cloud evil god, who was almost impossible to defeat. "Big brother, you used to take risks for me. This time, it's my turn. Trust me." Mo Xiaolang's eyes were blazing. The black and white dual ancestral fire was already burning in his heart. "Go. We are brothers. We don't care about these things." Long Chen took a deep breath. He saw the blazing light in Mo Xiaolang's eyes. It was exactly the same as when he risked his life. Not only Mo Xiaolang himself, but he would also help. In the eyes of the fire cloud heretic god, the light in Long Chen's eyes was nothing. This time, he let go of the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword and spread his arms wide. The divine fire on his body swept out and connected with the heavenly cloud fire world completely. As his divine power expanded, the entire heavenly cloud fire world burned with surging waves of fire. Endless flames started to condense. In a short moment, the divine fire alone forced Long Chen to use the fire of his life to resist. Even a godly monarch would be incinerated to ashes here, even without heretic god fire cloud's help. "You've made quite a name for yourself in Mount Buzhou, and even established a small legend in Grand Pure Heaven. This is really interesting. I like to crush passionate young people like you." The voice of the fire cloud evil god came from the whole world. Sky Cloud Fire Serpent. Rules, activate. In the hands of the fire cloud heretic god, the entire world was being compressed, distorted, and transformed. Endless clouds exploded, the heavens and the earth cracked, the clouds rolled, and the surroundings fell into extreme chaos. Long Chen was swept far away by this storm. But he knew that the real killing move had not started yet. He was in a distorted world of reincarnation flames, and the surroundings were filled with chaotic flames. A huge impact force swept over, and at this moment, the entire world in front of him suddenly condensed, transforming into a giant flaming serpent. The tail of the flaming serpent was held in the hands of the fire cloud heretic god. Not just one, but 2, 3, and finally 8. And Long Chen was shocked to find that he was in the abdomen of one of the giant flame serpents. The heavenly cloud fire world seemed to have 9 worlds. Now these 9 worlds had turned into a giant serpent, but even so, the heavenly cloud fire world was still sealed. Even with Lingxi's Big Dipper transposition, she might not be able to move to other places. 9 world serpents. Flames raged and rolled. Rumble. In the midst of the fire cloud evil god's laughter, the remaining 8 giant world serpents hissed and rushed towards Long Chen. In front of the giant world serpents, Long Chen was undoubtedly very small, which was why he felt so threatened. "If I fight alone, I will definitely die." The rule power of the fire cloud evil god was simply several times stronger than before. The 8 flame world serpents tore the world where Long Chen was, and the impact of the whole world rushed towards Long Chen. "Annihilate." The fire cloud evil god laughed. "Big brother." At the last moment, Long Chen could only grit his teeth and summoned Mo Xiaolang out of the god nation. He naturally cared about Mo Xiaolang's life, but in fact, if he was defeated and killed, none of them could escape from the fire cloud evil god, and the final result would be the same. Roar. In the endless sea of fire, a pitch-black sun-devouring fiend wolf rushed out in front of Long Chen. As soon as it appeared, it encountered 8 incomparably huge flame world serpents. The fire cloud evil god was controlling these world serpents to attack violently. Demon race, tear. Xiao Lang. With a roar from Long Chen, the sun-devouring fiend wolf revealed its biggest appearance. At that moment, its eyes, left eye, and left side of its body were completely engulfed by the Heaven Emperor ancestral fire. On the right side was the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. The 2 ancestral fires rotated and instantly turned into a vortex. Fire Forbidden Zone. A flame lotus formed from 2 kinds of ancestral fires, and countless kinds of divine fires formed, forming the most intense confrontation with the heavenly cloud fire serpents. The fire forbidden zone was actually a devouring rule power, and the lotus was a point of devouring. When the heavenly cloud fire serpents attacked it, Mo Xiaolang was almost at his limit. Break. The fire cloud evil god was only surprised for a moment before it increased its attacks. Under such attacks, Mo Xiaolang was forced back again and again. Right now, his entire body was resisting the rule power. Because of the divine power attacks, his body was almost covered in cracks. Long Qin appeared above Mo Xiaolang's head and transformed into the Tai Chi life-form dragon. He sent down a thick flame of life to protect Mo Xiaolang's life. So even though the sun-devouring fiend wolf was about to collapse under the surging power, Long Qin stabilized it. Right now, Long Qin was surrounded by the sun-devouring fiend wolf's attacks and roars. Even though he couldn't stop the heavenly cloud fire serpents, he didn't give up. He continued to devour the flames of the heavenly cloud fire serpents. But the opponent's flames were just too many. Although he was a wolf, he felt like he had encountered prey that was at least 100 times his size. Such prey could trample him to death with a single stomp. He hadn't been trampled to death and had persisted until now. First, it was because the fire forbidden zone was truly powerful. Second, it was because he knew that if he didn't give it his all this time, everything he protected, the friendship and love he cherished, would be destroyed. He was the same as Long Qin. This was a battle for survival, a battle for fate. You can actually devour my heavenly cloud fire world. What a joke. Then I'll let you die. The fire cloud evil god laughed miserably. He controlled one of the world serpents to pierce through the lotus and into Mo Xiaolang's mouth. Instantly, the sun-devouring fiend wolf's body flashed with crimson flames. Its body was about to explode. Its life was in danger. Whoosh! At that time, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were still extremely tough and determined. He said that he would be at the front, and he would definitely do it. He also believed that Long Qin would definitely find a way to escape. He just needed him to block the fire cloud evil god. I can't die. His sky-devouring race bloodline wasn't considered noble. The sky-devouring race was originally the weakest race. It was a miracle that he could grow to his current level. But since he had reached this level, he wasn't willing to die, especially to die from being stuffed to death. I want to devour, more. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot. His body was covered in dense blood lines. Some were caused by the fire power, some were caused by devil transformation too. He actually withstood it. A world serpent was swallowed by him. Humph! The fire cloud heretic god was slightly infuriated. The other heaven cloud fire snakes descended again. This time, the fire cloud heretic god had lost his patience. A mere demon that wasn't even a god emperor couldn't enter his eyes. When the snakes swarmed, the sun-devouring fiend wolf would definitely explode instantly. Mo Xiaolang would instantly lose his life. Even Long Qin's life fire wouldn't be able to save him. The moment had arrived. Xiaolang. Long Qin was shocked. The moment he didn't want to see the most had happened. Roar, roar, roar. The sun-devouring fiend wolf roared. Not only did he not retreat, his eyes burned with blood fire. He charged towards the terrifying world serpent as if he was facing death with equanimity. He was even prepared to die in battle. Big brother, think of a way to escape. For this, he was willing to die in battle. Impossible. Long Qin's eyes were blood red. No matter where Mo Xiaolang rushed to, he was always by his side. The fire of life was still in his body. In front of him was the boundless divine fire that lit up the boundless world. When they looked up, everything had disappeared except for the heavenly cloud fiery snake. They hissed and twisted. The sun-devouring fiend wolf clashed with the heaven cloud fire snakes. This time, the heaven cloud fire snakes charged into the sun-devouring fiend wolf's mouth. The scarlet flames on his body grew brighter and brighter. Even Long Chen's life fire couldn't stop it. The sun-devouring fiend wolf was about to turn into ashes. I'm sorry. At the last moment, Mo Xiaolang's voice was transmitted into the divine kingdom. Hearing this voice, Su Yan retreated 3 steps and sat on the ground. This was a difficult battle. Everyone clenched their fists. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After hiding for so long and suffering so much, he had finally waited for this moment. That's right. Since he was going to risk his life, he could only play big. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to turn things around. If he let Mo Xiaolang swallow it himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to deal with the heaven cloud fire snakes. He could only let the fire cloud heretic god send itself in. Actually, Mo Xiaolang didn't know what Long Chen would do. He just wanted to contribute his strength so that Long Chen could escape with them. It was because Long Chen used the law of fire that he felt he could contribute. If his destruction could bring life to so many people, he naturally wouldn't retreat. But he underestimated Long Chen. Long Chen did as he wished and let him face the killing move of the fire cloud heretic god head-on. But he absolutely wouldn't watch his brother die in battle. No matter how the two of them suffered, he wouldn't let Mo Xiaolang leave alone. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had swallowed almost all the heaven cloud fire snakes and was about to turn into ashes. At the same time, Long Chen turned into the pure white mixed origin heavenly fate dragon beside him. The divine dragon's body instantly coiled around Mo Xiaolang's body and tightened. At the same time, the scorching flames also charred Long Chen's body. He could feel the power of the flames that Mo Xiaolang was withstanding at this moment. It was too huge. This was the power of the fire cloud heretic god. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang didn't understand his actions at all. We haven't lost yet. Long Chen shouted angrily. He even used the 3 lifetimes threads to borrow the power of Lingxi. When all the divine power erupted, he used a new method to display the law of fate. The dragon claw pressed on the top of Mo Xiaolang's head. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.